Come on, you can do it, game. Game! There we go. Oh, welcome back to Umineko Thursday. Hello, Alexi. Let us start. Wait, not like that, not like that. Continue. Right, Erica was about to, I do not know who Fart Buckle is. Oh, I know why. Hold on. I was like, the audio for Umineko is weirdly low, and now I realize it's because I had put the volume on my mixer down for a different game yesterday, and I didn't think this would apply the same thing on my mixer, but apparently that's it. Let me put it in. 60. There we go. Oh, that's right, the TikToks. I'm sorry, Alexi. I was in the middle of a vacation when you sent them. Or that's actually, that's not true. Yeah, I gotta watch him. You're right, I gotta watch him. I've got him. I'm gonna go look. All right. Patler-san returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Erica was about to go on a big tangent. Not tangent, but she was gonna lay out her deductions. Like she's Sherlock Holmes. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, isn't that correct? Yes, that's right. I'm not gonna see him right now, I mean later. I will. Yes, that's right. We were getting pretty tired by that point. We decided to take a short rest before starting up again. Yes, Eva. To smoke out the murderer of the first Twilight. Erika closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was admirable. She was going like the Energizer Bunny. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she imitated a detective. Ronove, let's go! It seems Erika is also steadily building her foundation. It's useless. I'll stick on the island together. Well, so there was the family conference originally, right? That's why they were on the island. Erika just washed ashore, so she was like uninvited to the family conference, and she's their guest now because she washed up on shore. That's what they mean. They didn't mean to get trapped on the island. It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Oh boy. I only watched the first season. So the next seasons are good? Give me necking time. Yes it is. Yeah. Hello. Okay. So there's been a lot of confusion here. Beatrice here is like the Beatrice that the person running the game is like pretending to be. So in this case, this is a game. So far, we're watching a game between Lambda Delta and Burncastle. So, Lambda Delta is on the witch side. So Ronove and Beatrice and stuff. Lambda Delta is kind of controlling them, role-playing as them. Or maybe even we can see these as Beatrice from an outside perspective or something like that. But yeah, this isn't the real Beatrice. But she's certainly gonna act like she is, if that makes sense. This is Lambda Delta puppeting her, pretty much. To play the role of, like, the witch in the story. Lambda Delta sounds like a flight airline. Oh my god! We need to tell her that next time we see her. They're doing Wattpad fanfic? I guess? Making a game out of it. This is Wattpad Beatrice. That's what I'm gonna call her from now on. This is Wattpad Beatrice. It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one with the mists of Rokenjima. She can never capture or deny him. When all's said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard. In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stored away. Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first twilights. They've been stored away too, right? Because she's also on the witch side. She's kind of assisting like Ronove is. Why did she try to help? I think she was demon summoned. So she's... Well, I mean, at least they were saying in episode 4, Kinzo... The first Twilight is Wattpad Beatrice, Team Jacob, or Team Edward. I guess this depends on what you think Battler would be. Battler, I feel like, is more of a Jacob type, isn't he? Therefore, I think she'd be Team Jacob. Come to think of it. Alexi, I lived it. I lived it. I was there. I was that age group. I saw Twilight in the Scholastic Book Fair, and I was like, oh, and I caught it. You lived it too, but you didn't know about Team Jacob or anything of that. Well, you were lucky, honestly. You just saw memes about it somewhere. It was a real thing. It was real. They've been stored away too, right? Yes. You know it was, you know fandoms, yeah. There was also a Team Bella, as in Team you go girl, live your life, get out of this supernatural nonsense. Yes, they've been put away in my darkness. They've been put away in my darkness between the human world and the other. And that would-be detective won't be able to find them? Of course. It's absolutely impossible for a human. Want to check? Just in case. And we also need to take this opportunity to re-examine what Lady Berncastle's goals are likely to be from now on.
敵を知れば百戦も危うからずですな。
As they say, if you know your enemy, do you know your enemy? As the great Green Day once said, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles.
真に知れば百戦も戦わずに勝てるわ。
If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting. Yeah, if you know the truth. I wish I did. You saw Vampire Diaries? That's just Twilight all over again, but extended into several series. Yeah, I never got into Vampire Diaries, but I got the impression it was very much that and trying to cash in on the trend. Damn, I didn't know Ronove liked music. Yes, it's gamer girl Ronove, who is confirmed a Green Day girly. Quite so. Gop opened a large pitch black gap in the sky, hole in the sky, and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Ronove to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time in this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. Thanks, Ryukishi, for clearing that up. In this place, questions such as, where is this and what time is it, had no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. You do not listen to Green Day, you just watch JoJo and there's a stand named Green Day. I don't know how I didn't know that, and I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't listen to Green Day anymore. It was just like one of my middle school bands, you know what I mean? In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Then, deep within this pitch-black world, 5 corpses came into view, illuminated by a glow like a faint spotlight. The 5 pitiful corpses, with their necks sliced open, had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut, and their hands joined. They're all holding hands? Apparently, even Gop had respect for the dead. Oh, like hands joined over their chest. Respectfully, gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
今回のゲームの第一の番の犠牲者は5人なのですか?
There are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game.
6人ではなく
Hello, Bellamy. Not 6?
おお、お師匠様ではないか。
Oh, it's you, Master.
どこへ行っていたやら心配したのだぞ。
Not doing shit as always. You better believe it. I was worried about where you'd gone.
ゲームはもう第一の番を迎えて、ご覧の通り最初の犠牲者が出ておるわ。
Okay, I guess B it is then. Green Day belonged to a villain that was implied to be gay because they had a male companion. I had a stand named Oasis and they seemed pretty close. Wasn't Oasis also a band back then? Or am I thinking of something else? Hitting you with the whole government name all of a sudden. Prob was it as JoJo. Yeah, true. The game has already reached the first twilight, and as you can see, the first victims have emerged.
さあいよいよだ。ワクワクしてきたぞ。
Now is the time for the real show! I'm getting all excited!
そうですか。
I see.
ここのあなたは元気そうですね。
The version of you that's here looks to be in high spirits.
何よりです。
I'm pleased. Yes, the Wattpad Beatrice is very pleased right now.
ん？
Huh? She's like, huh? What do you mean, Wattpad Beatrice?
わらわは元気と魅惑のボディ。
Bodhi! If you took away my high spirits, my bewitching body,
あと気立ての良さくらいしか取り柄がないぞ。
and my pleasant disposition, I'd have nothing left. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for her high spirits. Though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden. She answered while bumping a fist against her chest. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been away from her seat when Battler solved the epitaph and during the uproar that followed. So they're implying that the Virgilia in this game and the Virgilia in looking at checking in on Beato are the same. You're surprised real Beatrice isn't getting mad at seeing Wattpad Beatrice? You feel like that'd be enough for her to get back into the game? Whatever broke her heart must have broken her heart so hard that even that's not moving her to get up. She's we gotta do something for her. Apparently, she had been absent for so many critical points that she didn't have a very good grasp of what had happened so far in this game.
今のところ出ている死体は5人。
For now, we've got 5 corpses.
見ての通り、首をすっぱりよ。
All slit through the neck, as you can see. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. Something sharp had sliced open all 5 of their necks. Those gaping wounds opened wider than their mouths and made it feel as though they would no longer need their mouths to breathe. Ugh, that's graphic.
なるほど。
I see.
ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの死体は誰が見ても一目で死亡が確認できるというわけですね。
So, anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead.
ん？赤か。
Hmm? Red?
まあ、お師匠様にケチっても始まらぬ。
Well, there's no point in me holding out against you.
そうとも、死んだふりなど絶対にありえぬ。誰もが一目で死亡を確認できる死体であるわ。
That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it is absolutely impossible that they are just people playing dead.
なぜリーアは赤を？
Why did Leah use the red?
さて、
Who knows?
しかし常にお嬢様のことを思われている方です。
However, she is always thinking of Milady.
お嬢様に利する何らかのお考えがあってのことでしょう。
She must have something in mind that will benefit Milady. I wonder what it could be. But they had hidden the corpses here so that no one could use the red. Despite that, however, Ronove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first, which is why she was a traitor in episode 3. Yeah, Beatrice would never use red like that. We gotta get real Beatrice to wake up. The way that these corpses, which Gop had gone to all the trouble of erasing, had now been confirmed with the red, made a slightly displeased expression rise to Gop's face. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. And they're really playing the no way they could have pretended to be dead to the death, huh? As to how the corpses were able to vanish? Yeah, I guess so. Why did you have Gop hide the corpses? Dead angle, you know it's getting real. Well, the corpses are, you mean the way they're chosen or who they are? I mean, it could be kind of random, I guess based on the Game Master's whims. But this time it's George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji. Which is 5, when it's usually 6 who are killed at the beginning. I think the 6th is supposed to be Kraus, but Kraus is still missing in action. Well, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different than usual. Genji didn't get enough healing again, rip. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal. Why do I hear Santa's reindeer sleigh? Oh, I guess, oh, that's funny, the sleigh bells. That's just part of the music in the background. Some of the shika 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 shika. I thought you meant Rudolph for a second, and I was like, Rudolph didn't die. Well, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal. Santa will be showing up next. Oh god. That's what Dead Angle is gonna be from now on. It's Santa rolling up to Rokenjima. Rudolph led him here. How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi? Virgilia's like, catch me up on this shit. And I'm like, thank you, because, you know, it's been a week. We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap made to corner Natsuhi. Most likely they'll sort through alibis for the first twilight and find them for everyone except Natsuhi. Battler's dad was a deer all along. Damn. Yes, he's a very dear dad, isn't he? No, I'm just kidding. He's an asshole. Last night, Natsuhi-sama was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning. We have already ensured that Kinzo's existence is impossible to disprove. However, the enemy has one remaining method of breaking through that roadblock.
なるほ
I see.
ど。夏日を追い詰め、金蔵は存在しないと自白させるわけですね。
They can corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist.
敵の狙いはおそらくそんなあたりよ。
The enemy is probably after something like that.
親族会議をめぐる駒たちの動きから、わらわたちはいち早く夏日の孤立を察知し、
By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated.
その罠に気づき、こうして手を打ったのだ。
Notice that trap of theirs and countered with this move.
死体が消える。
The corpses disappear.
全員にアリバイがあり、運搬車は存在しない。
Everyone has alibis, and no one exists who could have moved them.
魔女の存在を主張しつつ、同時に死亡説自体にも疑問を投じることで、
Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether they were actually dead in the first
夏
place,
日をギリギリ容疑者から逃すことができる。
making it just about possible for Natsuhi to avoid being a suspect.
つまり夏日さんは第一の晩の犠牲者。
In other words, it's possible for Natsuhi-sama to claim
実は死んだふりだったと主張することが可能ということです。
that the sacrifices for the first twilight were only playing dead.
いとこ部屋で大勢のその死を確実に確認しているにもかかわらずですか。
Even though many people confirmed their deaths for certain in the cousin's room. Virgilia's like, damn, y'all were doing some baby shit while I was gone. I really gotta do everything around here.
確認など赤き真実に到底及ばぬ。
Confirmation is nowhere near red truth.
彼らがいくら確かな死亡を見たと主張しようとも、人間界に赤き真実は存在しない。
No matter how strongly they claim to have seen unmistakable corpses, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world.
死体が存在しない以上、夏日は彼らのその言い分を。
Trivia time. Hello, Tao. Man, do I have one equipped like last time? Let me think. I had no idea until recently that in Twilight trivia, oh god, okay. Unfortunately, I can probably draw from experience there. Well, okay, actually no, I can use that. This might be common knowledge, but just in case. So, Stephanie Meyer probably picked Forks, Washington as the location of Twilight because maybe it was statistically the town with the least amount of sunny days in the country. So, the Pacific Northwest, especially like towards the coast, is cloudy like half the year, especially towards winter. Like fall, summer, fall and winter, it is like cloudy and raining like all the time. And then it could even be cloudy during the summer and spring too. Nothing's stopping it. So, everybody knows Starbucks. Starbucks started as a coffee bean seller. And My father actually used to pick up beans from them before they became a monster. And their first permanent location was in Pike's Place, which is a famous market in Seattle. And the reason why Starbucks, well, the reason why, maybe not why Starbucks became successful, but why a successful coffee place would come from Seattle is that when you don't get a lot of sunlight, you know, things start happening to you. Oh, you live in Washington, cool, so you know all this, Rip. So there's a lot of people who get affected by like seasonal affective disorder. And, you know, people have like a lot of trouble, you know, getting energized and getting going. So coffee consumption is insane in the Pacific Northwest, especially in Seattle. You go to Seattle, you see like not only Starbucks on every corner, but like other cafes on every corner. There is just so many places to get coffee. And so the reason, I can't believe Washington bootlegged the UK by how bad the weather is here. You call it a bootleg UK, that's really funny. That's about right though. Although I do think the summers in Oregon are gorgeous, but here's another trivia. Lately it's been sunny and in the 90s, yeah. Yeah, I heard it was a scorcher the other day. Or maybe last week. Here's another trivia. The guy who played Jacob was Shark Boy. Yes, I did know that. Taylor Lautner was Shark Boy in Shark Boy and Lava Girl. And he sang the Dream song. Oh god. But yeah, so that's my trivia. The reason why coffee consumption is so high in Seattle is because it is so cloudy out there and people ain't getting sunlight. That is my trivia. Oh my god, Seattle Life is Strange reference. I know. I was just having a conversation with someone like that, the other day being like, oh my god, I just think of Life is Strange up there. And I'm like, yeah. You and Tao had a small world moment? What was it? Unless it's private. Ooh, cool. Alright, I should probably start this over. Confirmation is nowhere near the red truth. No matter how strongly they claim to have seen unmistakable corpses, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake.
見間違い、トリもしくは彼らが全員嘘をついているなどで
A trick, or by saying that all of them were lying.
いくらでも延々と言い逃れが可能なのだ
Also, to add the Washington bit, 2007 remake of The Ring is in Washington, 50 Shades of Grey is in Washington, and the live-action Death Note is in Washington. Yeah! I guess anything that wanted to be a little gloomy, it's in Washington now. And I'm sure 50 Shades of Grey is in Washington because it was basically Twilight fan fiction that got rebranded to be original, right? Return trivia. Near the border of Uganda and Kenya is a mountain called Mount Elgon, which has salt caves at its base. A group of elephants has carved out one of the caves over thousands of years. Not the same group of elephants over thousands of years, but like the same, like descendants of the same herd or something like that. By carving the salt off the rocks with their tusks, which made it stretch about a mile into the rock. I did not know that. That's very cool. Oh, you and Tao ran into each other the other day when someone was doing a memorial commission for the friend you mentioned that passed away. It was a funny coincidence. Wow. Wow. Was Tao like friends with the artist? That's really cool. Opal Reflections. Ah, man. Wow. That's neat. And that's cool that they're doing that. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, a trick, or by saying that all of them were lying, and it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself.
赤き真実なき人間界においては、パーペチュアルチェックは最も有効な一手。
Wattpad Beatrice is lying? Was Beatrice able to talk to Battler in the human world and she used the red truth like at some point? It was weird. There was a bit of that going on last week, but it seems like that was all Burn Castle and Lambda Delta stuff. Battler said even that Battler could just be a terrible writer. Battler said that the Battler who like jumped out the window with Beatrice and stuff like that wasn't him because he hadn't rejoined the game yet. He was out hanging out with the real Beatrice and Virgilia. You could just be thinking of the hot babe in the painting. Maybe. Maybe? I don't know. But there was some weird stuff going on in that scene. A lot of stuff that did not maintain the kind of rules of separation between the worlds that the game had been going for until then. And maybe Lambda Delta and Burn Castle were just having a weird one. I don't know. Before Burn Castle and Lambda Delta showed up and was like, this is a live Battler and not Limbo Battler. Burn Castle. Oh, hold on. Okay, when she was using the red truth, that wasn't with Battler in the human world. That was with the what do we want to call it? The meta world. Battler and her. Yeah. So she was using the red truth with that other with the non-game board Battler, if that makes sense. Was there a time when she showed up to like the Battler on the game board and used the red truth? I don't think so. Wait, maybe she did. Wait, she did with she did with the Battler. Wait, she did use the red truth with the Battler who was in episode 4 when he went to the house, right? And Beatrice had it all locked up and was on the balcony and asked what his sin was, and he was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Battler had that was that Battler's first time even seeing her, but she was using red truth during that conversation. So apparently you can use red truth in the human world. All right, you actually brought up something great, Alexi. Wow. I mean, great point, or making me think now. Yeah, maybe this is an arbitrary rule that Burn Castle and Lambda Delta are putting down. Not even or something they didn't know. Firmly holding your thumb with the other fingers in the hand, holding it out and pinching it forward can easily snap a tendon in your... Ah! All right, don't do that, everybody. Don't do that. Ooh, wee! Ow, ow, ow. Woo, okay. That is a good random bit of trivia. Ow, my wrists. No, I was not trying it. I was just imagining it that vividly. You're Phoenix writing this shit. Yeah, bluffing your way to the answer, just like Phoenix Wright. No, I'm just kidding. Hello, Dan. What's up? Ronobe's here. In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is an effective move. Yeah, so maybe Lambda Delta and Burncastle weren't paying attention during the previous episodes where red truth was said on the game board. An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. I mean, that's exactly why Beatrice started using the red truth, to escape a situation like that. But in this case, it's to the which side's advantage. You don't think that's the scene you meant? There was a scene where Battler was like in a guardhouse with B and she used the red truth. That might be the one I was thinking of. That might be the one I was thinking of. Oh, the guardhouse. You think someone was there? Oh, in the part. Rosa was there? Oh. Well, there was like the Rose Garden where Virgilia was there. And that wouldn't count as the human world, but still, you made me remember times that there were. But yeah. An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims. Not pretty.
ですが
True.
しかし美しさとは勝利の先に望むもの
However, beauty is secondary to victory.
勝利を得ぬ者が欲すれば毒にしかなりません
If someone who cannot achieve victory seeks it, it is nothing but a poison to them.
勝てば官軍というでな。
They do say that might makes right.
私にとっては美しくなくても
And even if I don't think it's
後
beautiful,
悔者の魔女たちはそれを退屈しないと呼んで好むのかしらね
those Voyager witches will probably like it and say that it isn't boring.
なるほ
I see.
ど。今回のゲームの流れを把握しました。
I've managed to grasp the flow of this game.
随分といやらしいものになりそうですね。
It seems that it will get quite nasty.
客も承知よ
We're fully aware of that.
そして私たちはすでに夏日がこれからさらなる罠に誘い込まれるだろうことを知っている
And we already know that Natsuhi is probably about to be lured into yet another trap.
罠
A trap?
ラムダデルタ教が生み出す19年前の男を名乗る何者かがすでにナツヒを脅迫している。
Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi.
もうじきの午後1時にとある特室のクローゼットの中に入り息を潜めよと命じているの。
She was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room at 1 p.m., which is only a few minutes away, and hide there.
クラウスを人質に取られナツヒは逆らえる。
Kraus was taken as a hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist.
なるほ
You just find scenes of the anime, I guess the anime is more known. Yeah, well... Yeah, I guess. I
ど。
see.
必要ですね。
How relentless.
かばいきれますか。
Can you protect her?
無論よ。
Of course.
何しろナツヒは犯人ではないのだからな。
After all, Natsuhi isn't the
い
culprit.
くら犯人扱いしようとも真実も幻想も我らに味方。
But she didn't say it in red. No matter how much they treat her as one, both truth and illusions are on our side.
負ける道理などないわ。
There's no way we can lose. Oh no, not a Maria and Rosa scene in the anime. Golden Sneer, my goat! Natsuhi threw her cup of black tea to the ground in protest to show the anger that flowed throughout her entire body.
それはどういう意味ですか?
What do you mean by that?
私が疑わしいというのですか?
Are you saying that you suspect me?
先に抜けられて自室に戻り、朝まで部屋を出なかったというお話は賜りました。
I hear what you're saying. You left before anyone else, returned to your room, and didn't leave that room until morning.
しかし、それを証明していただかないと、アリバイにはならないと申し上げてるのです。
I am simply explaining that I need you to prove that. Otherwise, it won't count as an alibi.
証明?
Yes, Erika is the girl that washed ashore. Maria took candy from a stranger and Rosa overreacted. Yeah. Oh, God. Prove it!
どうやって?
How?
どうやってでも結構です。
Any way you like.
客観的に、あなたには犯行が不可能だったと証明してもらえれば結構なのです。
All you have to do is prove objectively that it was impossible for you to commit the crime.
他の皆さんは協力してくださっています。
She's a weirdo who's like, I'm the detective now. I've got detective's rights. I'm gonna be detectiving all you bitches. Any way you like. All you have to, and I think the reason people are letting this happen is because she solved the epitaph. She can detect these hands. You wouldn't be the only one in chat who believes that, who would agree with that. All you have to do is prove objectively that it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating.
夏志さんもそう邪険にされず、どうかアリバイとその証拠を示してもらいたいと思いまして。
I would very much appreciate it if you could also be a little less harsh with me and please give me your alibi and evidence.
そうよ。
That's right.
夏日姉さんには丸一晩の空白時間があるの。
The whole night is a blank space in time for Natsuhine-san. Did she get hit in the head while washing ashore? Maybe.
先に休むと言って会議を抜け、ゲストハウスへ行き、ジョージたちを襲ったかもしれない。
After she left the conference room saying she was going to bed, she might have gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others.
バカなことを言わないでください。
Don't be so ridiculous!
どうして私がジョージ君を、そして何より自分の娘を殺さなくてはならないというのですか?
Why would I kill George-kun? And most of all, why ever would I kill my own daughter?
落ち着いて。
Calm down.
私たちは等しく疑われてるの。
Natsuhi was the one that was called by a random person claiming to be her son. That's right. And that same person was coercing her to stay in her room all night. So according to her, she stayed in her room all night. But that also means she's the only one without an alibi. That's also definitely a reason why she's being dodgy. And she's also trying to keep the secret that Kinzo is dead. So that's another reason to be dodgy. Calm down. We're all equally suspicious.
悲しいけど、潔白の証明は各々がしなくてはならない。
It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yeah. Hey, it's Santa's reindeer himself.
俺たちだって疑いを晴らそうと必死に昨夜のアリバイ立証に頭を悩ませてるんだぜ。
We've all been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night so we can clear up the suspicion against us. I don't think Kinzo really matters. This is about George and that girl, right? Oh no! Right! Hashtag blame Shannon!
夏日さんかて疑われて面白いはずもあらへん。
I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi-san.
悔しいと思うなら自分の潔白を証明する何かを探すのが先決とちゃうか?
If it frustrates you, shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence? You're not blaming, you're just saying this isn't about Kinzo, so why would Natsuhi bring up Kinzo? because this was originally the family conference, and Kinzo had been gone last year. Or no, Kinzo was there, but nobody else in the family actually laid eyes on him, so everybody's starting to suspect that Kinzo's actually dead, and Natsuhi and Kraus are hiding it, and Natsuhi is doing all the work to hide Kinzo's death. So she's trying to hide the death because Kraus did some bad business decisions and would be totally screwed if the rest of the family found out that Kinzo's dead. So for the sake of her family staying together, she is pretending that Kinzo's dead. And so that was like the biggest worry for her before all the murders started happening. But I'm sure the other siblings are still concerned about it because, you know, murders are happening on the island. We should make sure Dad's okay, but also they want that money, right? So, this isn't about, yeah, admittedly, the murders are starting to pull attention away from him. Except, yeah, he's missing in action. The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion. But the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Rudolph is the one who wants that money the most aside from Eva. Rosa too, honestly. There was a point in episode 2 where Rosa considered for a moment leaving Maria behind so she could escape with a gold bar. Rosa can go to the deepest circle of hell. Yeah, man. So much for the hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong crew alongside Kinzo. Yeah. It's almost like the trauma is generational, and maybe Rosa would have turned out different if she didn't have that family. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Hashtag Rosa can go to the deepest pit of hell. The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming everything, but other than Natsuhi, who was unwilling to prove her alibi, everyone else had an alibi which was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that just being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. And Erika also, nice. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi. He got to ruin this for Natsuhi. And the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive. This is ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit because I went to bed early last night. What if this whole story is just a fanfic by Beatrice? You cracked the code, Alexi? It might be. You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further. Oh, so what are you going to do about it? Damn. Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence. As if you could. Ooh. Eva! The claws are coming out. Give me back my George, you murderer!
予算買えば
Give it a rest, Eva.
夏さん、あんたも少し疲れてるんや。
Natsuhi-san, you're probably a little tired too.
もちろんそれはわしらもや。
Natsuhi can prove her innocence by making out with Eva. True. True. Natsuhi-san, you're probably a little tired too. Of course, so are we.
少し楽にせんか。
Why don't we take it easy for a bit? It's the only way to prove her innocence. Natsuhi has to do it right now. Seriously.
俺たちは少し気を張りすぎで
We're a little too high-strung.
夏日おばさん
And Natsuhi,
どこ行くんだ
where are you going?
アリバイ探しも犯人探しも実に滑稽です。
This search for alibis and culprits is truly
台風が
ludicrous.
過ぎ警察が来れば全てが白日の下にさらされるのです。
When the typhoon passes and the police arrive, everything will be exposed to the light of day.
私たちが探偵ごっこをする理由など何もない。
There's no reason whatsoever for us to play
違いま
detectives.
すかエリカさん。
Am I wrong, Erika-san?
一般論的にはそうですね。
Generally speaking, you would be right.
ですが、私にはそれをする権限がありますので。
However, I have the authority to do this. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. Thanks, everybody. Nobody asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world. So the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. God, her smug face annoys me. You would not be the only one who feels that way.
私は退出します。
Is this a fourth wall break? It may be a little bit. It may be a little bit. I will take my leave.
警察が来るまで皆さんのくだらない問答にも付き合うつもりはありません。
I have no intention of playing along with your pointless questioning until the police are here.
私を疑うならどうぞご自由に。
If you suspect me, feel free to do so.
それを疑い晴らすことも私は警察に委ねますので。
I will leave it to the police to investigate that and clear my name. It may be a bit late to mention this, but, well, no, this happens every time. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsuhi said that the police would come, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat to pick them up would come tomorrow, and they would be able to use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Ha! So is this Wattpad Beatrice or Lambda Delta narrating here? That was some spooky
一
narration.
人になるのは危険だ。
Natsuhi-san, it's dangerous to be alone.
ここにみんなで一緒にいた方が。
Perhaps it would be better if you...
いいじゃない。
Why not let her?
それも立派な証明かもよ。
That might make for some excellent proof.
これで夏日姉さんが実質で殺されてたりしたら、それも立派な無実の証明だわ。
If Natsuhi-san gets murdered in her own room, that'd be excellent proof of her innocence. Damn, Eva!
よせよ姉貴
Quit it, Aniki.
夏希さんも俺たちも少し一服した方がいいだろうな
Oh yeah, Delta Airlines is definitely a thing. That might be why you thought Lambda Delta sounded like an airline. My friend used to work for Delta Airlines. Quit it, Aniki. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest.
明日まで体が持たねえぞ
Her name is Delta Airlines now. Oh, get her ass. Burned Castle and Delta Airlines. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow. Pro tip, don't use Delta Airlines. Oh no, what did they do to you?
一服はしても油断はせず。
Rest is fine, but let's not get our guard down, okay?
明日どころか今夜も越せないかもしれない。
We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow.
夏日おばさん
Aunt Natsuhi.
部屋へ帰るなしっかり施錠してまだも鎧戸を閉めて安全にしてて
If you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight, close the windows and shutters, and stay safe.
俺は誰も疑いたくない。
I don't want to suspect anyone.
そしてそれ以上にもうこれ以上誰にも犠牲になってほしく
The
ない。
CEO of Delta Airlines is a witch, and she trapped you in a flight for a century. That's what Delta Airlines did. Oh no! Me on my 8-hour Delta Airlines flights between USA and Japan. And more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims.
ありがとうバトル君。
Thank you, Bachelor-kun.
私は部屋に戻ります。
Then, I'll return to my room.
ゴーダ、あとは任せますよ。
Goda, you're in charge now.
お客様にせめてこのような状況ではあってもご不自由をおかけしないように。
I know this is a horrible situation, but make sure that the guests at least have everything they need.
はい、奥様。
Battler really looks like he needs to do number 2. Yes, madam. Goda!
心得ております。
I shall do so. Goda's like, damn, I did not sign up for this. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. You're flying over from Ohio to Virginia. You had to make a stop in Atlanta, which was so late you missed your connecting flight. You had to wait 5 hours for a connecting flight. Oh, that sucks. Aww. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I feel like that's a risk on any airline nowadays in like the USA or even Canada. There's just been chronic delays across the board. And so there's always a risk there if you have a connection. Imagine if Enika died next, that would be so funny. It kind of would be. It kind of would be. I had to wait overnight for a connecting flight due to a delay. But fortunately, I did not fly this was known that the math wasn't going to math out before the first flight took off. So fortunately, I was able to call my friend in town and stay over at her house one extra night and then do my flights the next day. So it could have been even worse. I could have been like spending all night in the Salt Lake City airport. The annoying part was that your departure in Cleveland was stupidly slow and they didn't want to wait for like 5 minutes or something. Yeah, that sucks. That flight you needed was on the opposite side of the airport too. No, that's the worst. Oh no. You remember this man that slept in the airport because he was declined to go back to his country and died there? Oh, the story? Oh no, that's awful. Ran your legs out. Stuff like that is so stressful. Alright, this is a PSA to take non-stops if you can possibly do so, even if they're pricier. But I feel like I'm starting to see fewer and fewer non-stops to the destination where I want to go. The movie was based on that, but in the movie the man didn't die. Oh, I wonder if that was Terminal. I remember Terminal back in the day. Or The Terminal, something like that. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. That the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken as a hostage. Very soon, it would be 1 p.m., the time that had been arranged. Oh right, I forgot about this. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. That's right. She was coerced to play hide and seek. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against the culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. Yep, it's the caller again. He claimed he had Kraus held hostage, so Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow his orders. And then claimed, actually I think his voice came over the phone. Kraus's voice came over the phone, if I remember right. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow his orders, and then claimed that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety. Kraus is Natsuhi's husband, Jessica's father, the oldest sibling of Kinzo's kids. So he's Kinzo's eldest son. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow his orders, and then claim that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety. As the arranged time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. Oh, so she did that all on purpose. Oh ho! What if the son isn't actually Natsuhi, but Kraus is, and Kraus had a bastard child? Now that would be wild. And poor Natsuhi, I'd be even sadder for her. At any rate, no matter how— oh, actually, we know for sure that Natsuhi didn't give birth to that child, which was part of the reason why she may have kinda sorta thrown it off a cliff. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. You think Natsuhi has— I think Natsuhi has hit her wet cat suffering limit. What is this, Greek mythology? It might be. Your rich families will be rich families cheating, and rich families seems really common. I feel like Kraus has a romanticized view of cheating, and he like wants to in theory, but he doesn't. One, because he couldn't get anybody. And two, because he's kind of secretly a big simp for Natsuhi. That's my theory anyway. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot— he's a rich man, he could get someone. I mean, would I? Maybe, but just because he's such a loser. And it's like, that's like, you know, what was that, like on Tumblr, the morosexual? Like, oh, he's so stupid, I can't not. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Okay, Miligino. Yes, I will. Yes, of course. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Kraus, has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. What animal is the pink panther? Oh, I can't not fuck him. Yes, that's exactly the post I'm talking about. Or actually, that was a meme in a comic, but then it got so applied to that kind of post. Yeah. Of course, I am prepared to do that. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I think dashing away in a rage got me here without raising too much suspicion. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wondered about the lock. The servants are under orders to always lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed out of the parlor, pretending that I was returning to my room. Going back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. Well, why don't you try the doorknob first? You'd be drowning in ladies if morosexual was real. I thought that's how it was spelled. Cow, you know so much trivia and cool, smart stuff, though. Yeah, exactly. Maybe morosexual, whenever you read that in your head, you just put the N on it in your head. That happened. I totally understand. Kusin! Hello! And hydrating. Boy, do I need to hydrate and stretch because today is a rare muggy day in Vegas. Ew, ew, ew. I cannot believe I'm having humidity and rain in the summer. That's the point, so it trips you up even better. Alright, I'm gonna put on more air too. But it is, rainy and 67 degrees here. Dang, that seems pretty nice. Chilly even. Vegas, are you gambling on the side? I just live here, bro. I really don't gamble. My mom had a slot machine strategy that she would actually hit stuff a lot, but it was always way too scary. I couldn't do her methods. It was always way too scary. You have a cousin that lives there. Oh, nice. Metal roof, so you hear the patter, 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 patter. That's a gamble in of itself. Yeah, especially driving around here with like so many people jaywalking and like weird drivers who might be drunk or high or from California, which are all equally dangerous. So, yeah, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide and seek over without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. Best strat for a roulette machine is if you see someone that played a bunch but didn't hit anything, jump on theirs if they leave. For slots or like red and black roulette, for a slot machine, that is actually a strategy my mother would do, and it would work for her. Kosen's right. This is good advice. In that phone call from someone who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. Roulette is just luck. Yeah. I've never done roulette because my mom was like, roulette sucks. And I was like, okay, I believe you. This is correct, although you were told this was best used for claw machines. Claw machines are like even like harder to predict than slot machines, man. Remember, 99% of gamblers stop before winning big. Exactly. Exactly. But that can also really come back and bite you in the ass because you might win a little and then it's so easy to just spend everything you just won back into the machine and you actually get nothing. Funny thing with roulette is when you were in the Navy, a guy bet 0 and hit, then he took all he won and bet again and lost. Oh God. I like how I'm just assuming the worst. This is on a port call in Canada and lost it. Damn! Wow. That kind of reminds me of the reason why my aunt swore off gambling. She had, it's probably not that common in other places, but Keno was really big in Vegas in like the 80s and 90s. Keno is like, you get a little sheet of paper and there's like a grid with 100 on it, and you have a crayon and you guess which numbers will be called, and then if you like match all the numbers, you get the big prize and stuff. And so there would be cafes, like coffee shops, and especially in the casinos, and they'd have Keno, like the little sheets and the crayons would be at every table, and there would be like an electronic Keno board on the wall, so like when it was going for real, you could check if you see if you won. You know, if you actually like, I think you have to register and pay beforehand in order for it to be legit, so people aren't like, oh, I put the numbers down, look, I won, right? There's like a procedure to it. I would just, of course, I was a little kid, so I would just turn them over and use the backside to draw. And then I got all pissed when they started putting all of the rules on the back. So it was like text covering the entire back, and I was like, no, I want to draw on those. But anyway, my aunt was in town, and a guest from out of town was with her at one of these cafes, and was like, what's that? You know, look at all the Keno stuff. So my aunt was explaining what Keno was like, and started, you know, scribbling down, blacking out some of the numbers as an example. And then when it came up, all of the numbers my aunt put down were the winning numbers, except she was just using it as an example, so she wasn't officially entered, and so she couldn't win any money, and she was so upset that she never gambled again. It reminded me of that. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, she still fumes about that. Claw machines have a variable grip strength that's set internally. Until it hits a set amount of times and the grip strength becomes stronger, so you have a higher chance to get something. I have no idea. They have variable grip strength. Of course they fucking do. That's why it always seems like it's so flimsy. Thank you for the trivia. I did not know that. He only bet 100 as well. But still, that blows. Oh, wait. He won 10K and then lost it all. And he bet 100 at first. Damn, bro. Why would you win 10K and then be like, I'm going to bet all of it? Instead of like coin pushers, honestly. See, my mom would disagree there. Yeah, my mom would go for dollar machines. She would always do the max bet. So, you know, it's like, go big or go home, which is why whenever I tried my mom's method of slot machines, it was always terrifying, and I could not do that. You always play blackjack and win? Nice. You know, my mom wasn't into table games, so I hadn't actually played blackjack until like last year when my cousin was visiting here. And I actually won a bunch. It was nice, a beginner's luck, right? But then I was having so much fun that I put all of the money back into playing more blackjack and then broke even, unfortunately. You kind of count cards? Well, if you come here, Kosen, you gotta be careful because they really watch out for that kind of thing and get on your ass. But that's cool. Yeah, blackjack's the card game where you like can't go over 21, yeah. All right, we've been talking about gambling a lot, and I'm sure Kinzo would love this conversation because Kinzo is the type who would bet 100 on roulette and then get $10,000 and then bet all of that again and then win again. Oh, no, that's poker. That's poker. Blackjack's a lot more simple than poker. Have you ever played Texas Hold'em? I never learned the rules. I just know it's a thing and I know it's like poker. You just remember how many high and low cards you played in blackjack? I guess if it's kind of general like that, it might not be breaking any rules. Okay, so in blackjack, you only have 2 cards that get dealt to everybody, and you can see what the 2 cards are. Oh wait, no, that's not true. Oh wait, yes, yeah. Wait, everyone sees 1 card. Or I'm all right, yeah. Yeah, you get 2 cards. And you want to hit 21. And and so you can't, if you get like a face card and an ace, that counts as 21 and just win. Ace can be 1 or 11. So your winning hand would be like a face card and an ace. And so you'd be like, hit me, which means give me another card if you're not at 21 yet, but you think you aren't gonna go over. And so the dealer gives you another card, and then you see if you're still under 21, if you're at 21, or if you're over it. And so if you go over, you lose. And so, if nobody hits if you hit 21, you win. And then if you like, I think if you are low, but you didn't go over, you're the one who wins the round if everybody else went over, or something like that. If not, the person closest to 21 wins. It's close to poker. Oh wait, it's been a year. What was it, Kosen? Everyone can win? Oh yeah, right, that's just if you're playing 21 with your friends at home. Never mind. Everyone can win. Everybody is pretty separate. Everybody's got their own chip pile. That's right. That was just how I'd play 21 at home. That's right. Everyone can win. The only gambling you ever did was blackjack in Red Dead 2 story mode. That sounds fun. The dealer gives you cards if you say hit or you say stop. Yeah. It's close to poker, but it has a house. Everyone has to put down double the amount that others can raise, call, or fold. Oh, It was really easy. You would just bet really big amounts of money and the NPCs would fold most of the time. Ha! Blackjack is you against the dealer, but your actions does have an effect on people, for people after you. Man, I don't know why I'm not remembering a lot of the explanations for how the bet stuff worked in Blackjack. I guess because it's been a year since I did that, but... Anyway, Natsuhi. I'm sure Natsuhi wishes Kinzo was here because he would love talking about Blackjack. Or poker. Oh my god. No, Kinzo loves roulette. What am I saying? Trivia time. Oh, again? Oh dear. Okay. I guess since the topic's on Vegas. Let me think.
A test of your reflexes!
My reflexes have been tested. I just want to confirm something so I'm not wrong real fast. Yes. So, I was correct. So the Las Vegas means... Oh yes, Circus does have a whole indoor theme park. I loved that place when I was a kid. It has become, unfortunately, a little run down over the years. It's really starting to show its age. Poor Circus. Yeah. But anyway, Vegas. Las Vegas means the meadows. And the reason for that, I believe, is because, you know, you're like, it's a valley in the middle of the desert. How are there meadows? There's a spring in Vegas that settlements formed around. And so because of the spring, there were meadows. There was water. And so the site of the near and around the original spring is now kind of a protected area, and it's actually a it's actually like a activity you can do. It's called the Springs Preserve, and they've got all sorts of like desert living and green living kind of educational stuff, and they also have like cactus gardens and event spaces and like places where you can see desert animals and stuff like that. It's a fun place. I like it. And there's also kind of beyond that area, there's like the area where it's preserved, kind of where Vegas started from. And right across the street practically is the Meadows Mall, so named after those Las Vegas meadows. So there's your trivia. You see Uwu voice for 2 minutes. All right, let me get my timer out. Let's see. There it is. 2 minutes starting now.
In that phone call from the one who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. He said that he'd release my husband whether I won or lost. But as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. I softly gripped the doorknob, and I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after queening? Or did that man unlock it in advance? Or should we #blame Shannon? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? All that about hide and seek might have just been an excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here secret, and all of the other people think I'm resting in my womb. If I were to be killed in this situation, in this womb, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one which occurred this morning.
そうならばむしろ好都合です。
If that's what he's up to, so much the
犯
better.
人と直接対決する良い機会ではありませんか。
It will be a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsuhi had some experience with using a naginata, but only from casual lessons. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. And as she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own, and no weapons that could make that possible. Poor Natsuhi. Yeah, it's time. Absolutely. Hashtag blame Shannon. Shannon kept the door unlocked. Ooh, meow meow. That's not meow meow big heels. Ooh, meow meow. Thank you for gifting the sub. Ooh. But yeah. Hydrate, thank you. And stretch. I don't know how much I want to get into it, but those nuclear detonations have kind of had a big impact on my life, even though I wasn't alive for them. It's worth saying the ones towards the 50s were the only open air ones. The ones up until 1992 were all underground at the Nevada test site. It's not dangerous to live here now, but it would have been dangerous to live here back then. And I think it, affected my family. Also, hate heat, that's valid. Like, there's been a lot of cancers in my family, like really weird, rare cancers too, and I think it's because my mother and her siblings were kids when that happened, and there's even a photograph my aunt has of the kids and my grandma watching the atomic one of the tests, and you can see the glow from the explosion that's lighting up the picture. Like, the camera is pointing at my relatives when they were little kids and my grandma, but you can see them looking off camera at the explosion. And so it always kind of came off to me as weird that that my family kind of like really got into the like atomic age kitsch and that kind of thing, because that's a big kind of cultural touchstone aesthetic kind of thing. There's like an atomic aesthetic, and there was that was a lot of Vegas's actual tourism and like souvenir type things back then in like the 60s and 50s. And so I guess that kind of, and so I guess like my family had kind of a nostalgia for that kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure that's why people in my family got sick. So I don't know how to feel about that.
What sucks, though, is that the old town or new town, that's an interesting way to put it. There's like the old part of town, and then like most of the city is pretty new within the last few decades. Is that what you mean? I'm technically in the old part, I would say. But I guess I'm closer to what... Yeah, no, I'll just say that. I'm in the old part. But yeah, what pisses me off, though, is that the atomic age was a very rosy idea of how the future could be productive and full of scientific discoveries and going to space and stuff. I was saying the Russians was a backwater civilization when they were doing the exact same thing. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. But yeah, what pissed me off was, there was like an act in Congress to compensate quote-unquote downwinders, like people who might have been affected by the fallout, literally. And Las Vegas, the whole county, like Vegas is conveniently not counted in the compensation stuff. So, like, shit. And it's also extremely hard to prove that someone got sick because of that. It's really frustrating. Anyway. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own, and no weapons that would make that possible. I think you're right. Natsuhi is getting to her maximum wet cat phase. She's like, I've got weak noodle arms. What am I gonna do? She readied herself and slowly opened the door. You need something to spend on all these points. Yeah, I need to come up with juicier rewards. I've been brainstorming lately on big stuff I can do for the stream. I'm not sure when exactly it'll be implemented, but I've got some plans. You got 100,000? Holy crap! I wonder if you have more points than anyone else. I gotta ask Rowan how many points they got. Or how many points Dell has would also be interesting. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. Oh, not those kind of points. I meant like goom drops. I'm sure you've got more than 0 goom drops. Dan, you're at 147,000. Oh, that's so lovely. Wow, I really do need to put a big goom drop dump. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. Welcome back. She couldn't afford to stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. A massive channel point one, yeah. It'd have to be something special. I have to come up with it. Like a 2 million live stream or something like that. Whoa. And like the person who turns that in would dictate what I play or what the live stream's about or something like that within reason or something. Something to think about. She couldn't afford to stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was ice cold, and she could sense no trace of a person waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the winds and rain. Or a poll for all who donated for it? Oh, that's a good one. At first, that seemed to be proof that no one existed to threaten her. But before long, it only stirred up the uneasy feeling inside her all the more. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers where guests could hang their coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. 10,000 point trivia redeem. 100,000 point trivia redeem. Yeah, since I keep, my mind keeps blanking on what to do for trivia, maybe I should set it at 100,000 points, but then people would be expecting like really, really juicy trivia, so I'd have to prepare ahead of time anyway. It's the same as the regular trivia redeem, it's just worth 100,000. And of course, there was nothing inside. You can step in 100,000 for Tao to give trivia just in case Tao happens to be here and really blow people's minds. Ooh, 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 can you lay one of those down for us? She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room does she have a watch? Like, how did she know it's an hour? Can she hear the clocks go ding ding from there? The room had a wood floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed that sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure that someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. She had even imagined the worst, that her husband's corpse might be inside. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. All that was here was a cold guest room and a lifeless closet which silently urged her to go inside. And he told me, to hide in here for an hour. He's making fun of me. Natsuhi shrugged, turned around, and then locked and chained the guest room door. Oh no, she's creating a locked room for herself. This way, no one will be able to get into this room. Natsuhi, just do me a favor and check under the beds right now. Both of them. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek. This would certainly result in a total victory in the hide and seek game against that mystery man. Look under the beds! However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. This is normally against the rules of hide and seek. Even if I win, won't this displease the culprit? And everyone thinks I'm in my room right now. They find a room with a chain set, that will be an impossible locked room to them. Erika was dashing around the mansion to confirm everyone's alibi. If she notices that the chain is set on this room, there will probably be an uproar which will end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. Okay, this is probably a good call. Easy solution for every locked room murder. They're hiding under the bed. I know, that's what I'm saying. Check the bed now, Natsuhi. If that happens, I'll be found hiding in the closet right away. Yeah, so just lock the door and keep the chain off. It would be easy for me to honestly confess why I was hiding, but that man insisted that I not reveal that. If I tell them, I might be endangering my husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even locking the door might be a bad idea. No, it could be normal for the door. Just lock the door and keep the chain off. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. I guess it could. It's a non-zero chance. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide.
言いなりになるしないのですね。
So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I can't disobey. I undid both of those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From in here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed, so she does have a watch. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I sat down and folded my legs. I thought about holding my knees to my chest, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I and the rest of my class were made to sit on the floor, clasping our knees in every PE class as grade schoolers, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just sitting down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. No! Poor Natsuhi, her old bones! Old people torture. This is elder abuse. You witch. Can't believe he expects me to sit in the darkness for a full hour, listening only to the wind and the rain. Ironically, Natsuhi had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. He had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. He had thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that this way she would understand what she had done wrong. To Natsuhi, it almost felt like he was being made to do the same thing. You're in timeout. Think about the way you killed that baby. If that was the true purpose of this hide and seek.
甘えた考えです。
How naive of me. This must be my naivete. The hope that if his goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit was able to hide an eerie card with autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Okay, so it makes sense that Natsuhi's room would always be locked because it was her idea to have like all the doors be locked and windows be shuttered at the end of every day. Like that wasn't a policy before Natsuhi was like, oh, we're not secure enough on this deserted island, you know? The most common animal on Earth is called a tardigrade. Yeah, I love little tardigrades, also known as a water bear or moss piglet. I've never heard moss piglet before. That's so sweet, little moss piglet. They're found on all continents, in the Mariana Trench, Mount Everest, and have been able to survive in volcanoes, glaciers on Antarctica, and in outer space. They can survive 1,200 times the atmospheric pressure, bullet impacts, absolute zero, and up to 1,000 times the amount of nuclear radiation that would instantly kill a human. I did know about that all up until the last sentence of all of the extreme things they can survive. I didn't hear about that. I knew they could survive in space, but that's wild. All right, fun fact. About, I guess, 2 years ago now, I was doing a needle felting stream for, or a year and a half ago, something like that. I was doing a needle felting stream where I was making Christmas ornaments with cookie cutters. And so I made a snow globe. And I was like, I don't know what the heck to put in this snow globe. So I took suggestions, and somebody, I forget who, said like a tardigrade. And so I made a snowman tardigrade in the snow globe. And so it was like a white tardigrade, but it had a little hat and a scarf. Oh no, I have hiccups. No. So it was a snow degrade, I guess. A snow tardigrade. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. And that culprit was Shannon! Hashtag blame Shannon! Still. How? Oh, I'm hiccuping again. No! Natsuhi! Yes, it is Umineko. Hello, CC. Natsuhi's forgetting that Genji was one of the... Yes, you did catch it. One of the servants, Shannon, lent the culprit Shannon the key. Shannon. Natsuhi is forgetting that one of the victims was Genji. And that Genji was literally murdered, and the key could have been lifted off of him. I'm hydrating. I'm gonna try to hydrate to get rid of these hiccups. Bring the hiccups away. Are you gonna serve us with some trivia about how that doesn't work? Actually, I am feeling a little better. Thank you. Still, how did they know that autumn is my favorite season? Natsuhi, you just give off those vibes, okay? You can't help it. You give off those vibes even though your name has summer in it. How ghastly. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said that out loud. I don't think anyone's ever asked me either. I could even ask my husband what my favorite season is, and he would probably be stuck for an answer. Well, I'm not your husband, Natsuhi, and I can just say you have the vibes. No. There was one time I told it to a single person. All right, I'm leaning in. I want to hear this, Natsuhi. That's right. Shut No! No way! one point when Dan started watching Umineko seriously and just like arbitrarily blamed everything on who happened to be on screen at that moment, and it was Shannon, like the servant girl. So Dan's been on the hashtag blame Shannon thing this whole time, but the thing is, nothing in the game has disproved hashtag blame Shannon so far. Like, it's an assertion that has not been denied yet. So for like this, the only person who could know this fact about her, and who also happens to be a servant with access to keys and could have put the card in her room to spook her, because there was a creepy dude on the phone who was like, your favorite season is autumn. Or no, he was like, your favorite season is on this card already in your room. Go look. And she was like, oh my god, you know. And Shannon could have done it. Okay, that's right, Shannon. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. I can't believe it. And the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon.
私が秋を好きだというのはシャノンしか知り得ないこと。
Only Shannon could know that I like autumn.
なら、これはシャノンが関わっているという明白
In that
な証拠
case,
ではありませんか。
this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. Natsuki, maybe you just give off the vibes? Can you consider?
あの秋というカードが証明しています。
A card with autumn on it is proof.
ということ。
Incredible.
10年にもわたり当家の世話になりながら。
After 10 years of being provided for by our family. I trembled and shook with rage. Since she was 6? Didn't Kinzo once say that the emotion of anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? That does sound like something Kinzo would say. It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. That's interesting. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. That sounds like something Natsuhi would tell herself, Kinzo said. Okay, that's true, that's true. The crowd thing, I think, could be disproved because of how often Kinzo gets angry, and he wouldn't say he's a scaredy cat, but I feel like he would say that anger is the best way to get rid of fear and uncertainty. It feels like something he'd say, but anyway, to me anyway. I am no longer hiccuping. It did work. The drinking worked. Thank you, Tao. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a fascinating clue that I can use to turn things around. I could do a little Gyakuten Saibon. I could do a little turnabout Ace Attorney on this thing. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant. Man, now she's just trash talking Shannon in her mind. A little chat. But if she's the accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. She's a timid girl. If I threatened her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. Just be careful to avoid a Danganronpa. True, that would be bad. If I threaten her, She'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll tell the police about this in secret. I'm certain it will be a big clue that will help in arresting the culprit.
あのカードで私を驚かし、うまく手綱を取れたつもりだったのでしょうが。
That card was probably meant to surprise me and control
む
me.
しろ墓穴を掘ったようですね。
But he's actually dug his own grave. Ooh, Nazi is getting sassy. Okay, game. Thank you for giving us red text. Just unbidden. That's spooky. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like autumn. Okay, thanks for the unbidden red text out of nowhere. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Unless they were going off fives, that's all I'm saying. Chapter 5, like, hint, this is a clue. I've been noticing that. I've been wondering if all of the weird inconsistencies with, like, the separation between the human world and the witch world from last week is also meant to be a clue. Like, if it's fucked up, it's probably not because Ryukishi just did this because he thought it'd be fun, but he's probably, like, trying to say something with it. It is kind of an answer arc, yeah. I have been trying to think of it that way. Probably doesn't remember it, that's fair. Though I'd thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it had actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. But you know what? This also doesn't contradict the theory I'm brewing about who Beatrice really is. And that, Shannon and Kanon know who she is and are assisting. Like, oh, did I never say this while Cece was on? It's been like a month since I laid this out. I should write it down. Like her furniture, perhaps. What I was thinking is that Beatrice's furniture, that she was an orphan in Gospel House with Shannon and Kanon, and so they all knew each other from back then. And that you need to post the other post you started writing. Oh yeah, oh, you finished it, huh? But and so Beatrice worked on the island. Oh, you haven't finished it, okay. So Beatrice was a servant, and then after the Beatrice who died when Rosa, accidentally, they were going over the cliff, and then the fake Beatrice fell and died. I was thinking, what would stop Kinzo from trying that again? I don't think anything would. So I think, as another attempt to bring Beatrice back, maybe this servant girl reminded him of her or something. And so after a point, he took her out of, maybe, I'm crossing my fingers it was once she was an adult, but I could be wrong. So she would be older than Shannon and Kanon. Took her and shut her up in Kuwadorion, took her off the payroll, and was trying to groom her into being Beatrice. And that's been my theory about who Beatrice really is, because I feel like rumor Kinzo, yeah, because I feel like the way she keeps talking about furniture, I think it's like, you know, the lady doth protest too much. I think she kind of identifies as furniture, but she's pretending that she's not, because she's also got the one-winged eagle. Posted dock and disco. All right, sweet. So she's also got the one-winged eagle on her leg, right? In episode 2, you can see it's on her leg. And so the only non-Ushiro Miyas who have the one-winged eagle on their leg are furniture, right? Prized furniture. So I think she kept mocking like Shannon and Kanon for being furniture so much because she was also furniture and hated that bit of herself. And so I was thinking like maybe she had solved the epitaph, and so that's why there was like the stuff in the bank accounts for the servants to get for this the relatives of the servants to get. So if she like set us up the bomb on the island to kill everybody at the end of every, you know, time the murders happen. Which Dan posited to strengthen my argument that it could be because the military, it used to be like a military storage facility, right? Before Kinzo bought it. So that could be where the bomb came from. And so it was a bomb also because Ange was never able to go to the part of the island with the mansion on it. So she wouldn't have been able to see that the mansion was totally destroyed. And the reason why Beatrice was carrying all of this out is the other part of this is that I think before she was sealed away in Kuadorion, the last time Battler was on the island, was on Rokenjima 6 years ago, he met Beatrice when she was still a servant, and was probably like, you know, hitting on her and stuff because he did the same thing to Shannon, right? The white horse thing. And there was comments that he would just do that all the time, and he was gonna break a girl's heart someday if he kept going like that, and he's like, oh, what's the big deal, right? Where is she now then? Well, I would have thought she was still in Kuadorion, maybe. Because we've never really been able to explore inside of it. But I think part of the reason why she's doing all of this is because she feels obligated as furniture to serve Kinzo until her death in the capacity of the succession. And so I think Kinzo wrote the epitaph with the intention to pick a successor, and that whoever would Great critical thinking of my theories, and Umi streamers just take everything at face value, so it's great to see my theory crafting. Thank you. Thank you. And so I was taking things at face value for a long time. But I think like the questions Miranda's been posing and your AP test that you sent me, Cece, I think that was really started to help me start thinking about this stuff. So I think Beatrice had yeah, so I think from her perspective, Battler had given her hope that, you know, she might be taken away on a big white horse. Not necessarily Shannon, could be a different servant girl. And that she ended up, but then he didn't come back to save her. And then she was trapped in Kuadorion and groomed to be Beatrice, so it probably felt like it was probably heartbreaking for her, right? And so if she was alone and isolated over there, maybe she started finding strength in the legend of Beatrice, right? Like she was groomed to be Beatrice, but then she started to find empowerment in the whole witch thing. And she was able to solve the epitaph. That would explain a lot of episode 3. Yeah. Yeah. Like, in what capacity were you thinking of? And so I think, since she solved the epitaph, she was Kinzo had declared that this was the succession. Like, I think she wanted the successor to be Battler. And so, the idea of why certain scenes are shown to us. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking it for. And, and so she wants Battler to solve the epitaph. What do you take on each episode being a story or in a message bottle? Like, who is writing them and why? Interested to hear your thoughts. Like, in this context, I would say it's, well, if we're going with the theory, I was saying it would be Beatrice, who's in Kuadorion, and would be unaffected by the bomb. She's the one writing these and putting in bottles and sending them out. If, in fact, none of these murders are actually happening, and it's like her and Battler's freaking D&D battles, then maybe she's doing it to cope. Maybe I'll go out on a limb and say there was a while back I was rewatching some old when I was forming this theory, I was going back in some of my VODs and watching. And I remembered there was one scene where in episode 2 where Beatrice was talking to Kanon, where some people were like, whoa, holy shit, in the chat, but people of course couldn't tell me why. They were being like, whoa, Beatrice kept picking up a fountain pen. No, you're coping, you're seething, you're molding. Yeah, exactly. Why did episode 3 shows Beatrice learning magic from Virgilia? Oh, I got something for that. And Beatrice is real and how upsetting that is. Okay. I got one for that. You know what would be really funny? If the Umineko community made memes of the characters from other shows, games got trapped in the island, like Dio trapped on the island. What would Dio do on Rokenshima? Okay. So I think Ronove and Kumasawa are literally, I mean Ronove. I think Ronove and Virgilia are literally Beatrice's Sans Undertale on Rokenshima. Doesn't need to make sense, so it would be funny. Oh no, I agree, it would be funny. Komaeda on Rokenshima would be so bad. Oh my god. No! Cece, what would happen if Erika and Komaeda met? That would be the most cursed interaction I could possibly imagine. Oh, I hate that. Anyway, Light Yagami on Rokenshima. Well, he's the one who did it. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. So I was looking back at VODs and I was really looking through that scene again when people were like, oh, holy shit. Yo, they were dropping hints. You know, people didn't go out on a limb to say that, but you know, I was catching the vibes, right? Oh yeah, Ronove and Virgilia, that too. I'll get to that. Oh wait, no, I should do that first because that was a different tangent. Okay. Hano and Beato. Oh no. Ronove and Kumasawa. Yeah, shush! Shut up! Alright, I think Ronove and Virgilia are literally like imaginary friend versions of Kumasawa and Genji to Beatrice in this theory. So it was revealed that Kumasawa knows and Genji know that Kinzo's dead, right? So they probably know a lot more than they're letting on. Well, I mean, we know that Genji knows more than he's letting on. There's also the fact that anyone in Kuadorion had to have been taken care of. Ronove, Genji, and Virgilia Kumasawa. Shush. Her name's Chiyo. I'm just kidding. Anyway, and they're also servants that have been there for years. So any servant who works on Rokenshima would know about Genji and Kumasawa. But also, they were probably... It was like, I'm making your Magic OC openly gay for Pride Month. Congrats. I mean, that sounds like something Beatrice would do, doesn't it? That sounds like something Banto would do. I would not put it past her. Once she was at Kuadorion, she would have had to be taken care of because, like, one, yeah, of course she needs supplies and stuff and the place to be maintained, and Genji probably did a lot of that with the back dock, the secret back dock on Rokenshima revealed. Shano was like, my boss and my boss's boss are gay. This Magic OC is gonna be mega gay. Yes, and they're also gay with boss's best friend. So, and it's possible if she stopped that after Kinzo died, or so, I don't know, but, like, even though Kumasawa and Genji were probably still seeing her, Kumasawa in particular, because in order to do, like, a lot of the stuff that Kinzo probably expected out of whatever Beatrice he was trying to groom, like, you know, dressing a certain way, you know, hair, like, you can't do that by yourself. You need help. And with like a traditional household such as this, you would need to be a female servant helping you with that sort of thing. So, so that's why I think Kumasawa also knew about her in Kuwadorion and was assisting her. Or maybe it was Shannon, but she seemed to be stretched thin as it is. And maybe when Kumasawa is like, seems to be goofing off of work all the time, maybe she was actually doing some Kuwadorion work. But anyway, boss's best friend Gop, that's funny. Wait, are you implying that Gop is in fact imaginary friend Dr. Dr. Nanjo? Okay, where's Dr. Nanjo been? He hasn't shown up in a while. But probably she was quite lonely and needed imaginary friends, and so she probably was like imaginary friending her caregivers as demon friends. And so that's Ronove and Virgilia. At this point, you're praying for hashtag blame Shannon. That's funny. But the other thing about the right. The scene, fandom joke because he doesn't have an OC like Genji and Kumasawa. Wait, so you're confirming my OC thing? It's good to know that that's a fandom joke. Yay, I'm right! Yay! I'm right! Julia Kumasawa. Yay, I'm correct. Beatrice saw that Ronove was in listed in this demonology book, and she saw Ronove in there, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do the funniest thing." CC typing privilege is revoked. I think CC accidentally said a spoiler without realizing it, or accidentally confirmed something in my theory. Ronove Kenji. Anyway, CC, if you're still here, I was looking back at VODs, right? And I started to like analyze the scene where people who were like freshly replaying this were having reactions to it, or freshly seeing this a second time, I should say. And something that stood out to me was there's like all of these weird musings that Beatrice says while Kanon's just kind of standing there like the standing guy emoji. And one of the things she says is something like, I'm oh, I'm a highly regarded writer, you know, like among witches or something like that. And he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So maybe that means she is a famous writer. And there was the thing in episode 4 saying that stories from the message bottles from Rokenjima ended up being really popular and made the whole witch hunt fandom thing, right? So, yeah, maybe Beatrice was writing those and sending them off to Cope because she wanted Battler to come back or something like that. I don't know. Today we locked a family in an island. Whoever wins the game gets $1 billion. It's a Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast was there and behind everything, and it's just a challenge. That would be so fucking funny. How many people on Rokenjima independently of each other would call Mr. Beast the devil? So much. I mean, his name's Mr. Beast, right? Oh my god, that's funny. Yes, I have seen Dlanner. Aw, you're a Dlanner stan? Yes. She does seem nice, like surprisingly nice. Alright, poor Natsuhi is still being stuck in this closet for over an hour. Probably. She needs to check her watch soon. This is unshakable proof that she is working with the culprit. Though I thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and easiness, it had actually given me the start of a counterattack. Your first favorite Umineko character? Oh, I'd say my favorite is probably Ronove. But now that we know that that's Genji, that's kind of hilarious and awkward. Thanks, Beatrice. Though I thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it had actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. Gee, I wonder why Ronove is your favorite. Okay, Dan, I think even if we'd never met, I think I'd still find him like charming and fun to voice act. But maybe. Anyway, I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened in the dark of this closet. I still couldn't guarantee that my husband charmed across timelines. I still couldn't guarantee that my husband was safe, but I was determined to take him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I gripped my fists tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Rattle, rattle. At that moment, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force a locked door open. She left The door opened though, and my heart leapt.
なんや、開いとったんか。
Oh, it was unlocked. Hideyoshi? Hideyoshi? The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard a quiet voice as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Oh, he had a key. Okay. Once again, there was a sound of the lock turning, and this time, the door opened with a faint sound. And this is spooky. Hide and seek is the scariest game. Why is Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps, which sounded like his, came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. He's doing something in there. He and Eva are gonna... No, I'm just kidding. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi-san is the mastermind. Girl, don't burst out of there yelling. Play hide and seek. Don't get flustered. Or else an accomplice. Girl, he could just been trying to find an empty room and wanted some alone time. Is he planning to do something to me in this room? The door may only be locked from the inside, but it would still take some time to remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here, there's no chance he'll give me time to fumble around with the chain. Girl! Just wait! Oh no, she's gonna kill him, isn't she? Because she's been declared the killer by Erica, right? Natsuhi, he might not even open the door. You're supposed to play hide and seek, and now you're gonna fucking kill him. In that case, when he opens the closet door wide in just a moment and looks down upon me sitting here pathetically, just what kind of horrifying words will he say? Top of the morning to you, Natsuhine-san. I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was filled almost to bursting with a throbbing sound so loud that I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the... Okay, so she's not being rash. Okay. A clunking sound coming from the center of the room. I finally realized that he passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. Okay, good girl, good girl. All right. Just in case. No! Oh, phew, that scared me. Can't tell if it's day or night in this weather anyway. As he muttered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Oh, he doesn't want to be seen. Just in case? In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. Oh, he just wants to smoke? He could have just left. After all, several murders had occurred. Maybe they're not letting anyone outside? I don't know. And the weather was bad. There would be nothing abnormal about resting in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. I guess he didn't want to go out in the rain to smoke? I don't know. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety was the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk, as though he had flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped by just the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. Clearly, he planned on me hiding here. But Hideyoshi-san coming here to take a rest here might have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might help to secure my own safety in an odd sort of way. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. Damn, she's like, I can't talk to Eva straight up. What's that rascally Natsuhi up to this time? She's playing hide and seek in the closet. And Hideyoshi came into the room that the closet is in, and she's like scared to death of Hideyoshi of all people. Apparently Hideyoshi's just chilling or something. Unlike his wife. She also dropped more hints to hashtag blame Shannon. That's true. She's literally blaming Shannon. Sounds like a good way to watch your in-laws fool around. Yeah, Natsuhi, you pervert. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Eva-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of— No. Girl, stay the fuck put. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's still alone. Reveal everything just to him and ask for help. I can see how that'd be tempting, but if I do that, my husband might be killed. It isn't wise to do anything rash until my husband is released. Should I go out and talk? Or hide in here? Moaning from my headache— Don't moan! Don't make any noise. Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the temptation to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the informant who's observing me is nearby as well. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is an informant, but that doesn't mean that Goda and the others aren't. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Leaving here and confessing is just too dangerous. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. No! Is Hideyoshi finally— is he just needs a moment to himself to process that his son just got murdered? Is that what's going on? Oh, I'm so sad. Hideyoshi can't show emotion in front of the others as a man's man. Oh, no. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice. Girl, he just lost their only child, just like you. Why weren't you in that closet thinking about Jessica? Strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice. I guess because she's in survival mode, but... And was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi, weeping. Shocked! Girl, he just lost his only son. Viral. Now that he was all alone like this, Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he had acted as though he alone was standing firm. I was right. However, he had as good a right as anyone to cry. Girl, this sounds like... This sounds like the House in Fata Morgana music. And now that he had found a place where no one could see his tears, he was finally allowing himself to let it out. Oh, Hideyoshi, I've lost my daughter too. Exactly, girl! I haven't seen her body with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still can't let myself do that. That isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I am the final head of the Ushinomiya family. What, Battler who solved the epitaph or got the credit for solving the epitaph is chopped liver? It's been completely overshadowed by all of this. But last night, Battler-kun found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent him from inheriting the family headship. And when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushinomiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Battler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushinomiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. As I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs from the closet, I silently hung my head. Oh fuck. Who are you? Huh? Way to jump scare me. My heart leapt. Hideyoshi-san, who must have been lying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as though he had bounded to his feet. Oh no, it was the fucking murderer about to kill him. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a second. He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life at this very moment. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? Even if I couldn't help him, I could at least call for help. No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding in here. However, if Hideyoshi-san goes on to get killed now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll definitely be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. Oh, but if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. Just then there was a loud sound of the door opening and the chain being pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Honey, it's me. Could you open up?
Eva!
So the killer is already in the room. She didn't check under the fucking bed. Either that or she's the killer and she's fucking dissociating right now. Honey? What's happening? Honey! Open up! Nah, Hideyoshi's dying moans. Oh no. Open up! Open up, honey! Someone! Oh no, not he's totally gonna get caught in the closet. Damn. She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course, she couldn't snap the chain. Eva-san raced down the hallway calling for help in a loud voice. Girl, check the time. Has it been an hour? By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier feeling of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they staying so quiet in here? We're probably supposed to think that that's you. It's because you're the killer, right? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. It was magic. No. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean the culprit is holding his breath, standing right in front of this closet, waiting for me to shamelessly come out? I don't even know what to be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Before long, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. Oh God. Erica's gonna open the door. I held my breath again and melted away into the darkness of the closet. Eva dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goda was gripping a bolt cutter. It was to cut the chain with. They're trying to open the door again, and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Honey! We're going to open this up! Cut it right now! Yes. Goda stuck the large bolt cutter, which looked like it could slice off whole fingers, ow, into the crack in the door and easily severed the chain. Dear! As soon as it was severed, Eva pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Eva, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Eva's moans that they were too late. What the hell? Oh God, this Eva sprite. Honey! Honey! Dr. Nancho! Look at my husband, quickly! I'll do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No. There's no one here. What could have happened? Ooh. Honey! I'm afraid to say that there's nothing I can do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural. Alright, let's see what happened to him. Corpse. Wow! Woo! Corpse discovered in a guest room on the first floor of the mansion. He had been pierced through the back with a demon stake. The tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was laying face down on the bed, suicide must be ruled out. Explain the knock and the envelope. Oh yeah, that was a big one last time. Hello, crew. Oh yeah, from last week, the knock and the envelope. Didn't you have an explanation for the knock in the envelope? Oh God, like it couldn't... I think my best explanation was that, it was already there for a long time, but was hidden. And that maybe something simple could happen to, make it visible. Because it seems unreasonable for a bunch of people to just walk over an envelope without seeing it. I guess it could be some stupid bullshit like the letter was colored to blend in with the rug, but it had color changing ink, so over time it faded into the envelope color. Like, that's probably not it. Easiest explanation is hashtag blame Shannon. The knock, I think, is somebody inside the room knocked on the door and then pulled their hand back real fast, and like nobody really like thought it was the person in the room. Or maybe they knocked behind their back and were standing by the door. Could have been Shannon. So yeah, hashtag blame Shannon is the easiest explanation. As for the letter, I think is harder to explain. Anyway. It was only natural. Because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Eva pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, its tip might have even pierced all the way to the surface of his chest. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go on alone? Because he didn't want to show weakness in front of you. He wanted to be the strong one, Eva. Some kind of steak dinner at Niagara Falls. The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard! So he still hasn't had enough blood. Hashtag thank Rowan. Hashtag blame Shannon versus hashtag thank Rowan. Speaking of which. So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion. And coming after us? There's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed. Oh, that's right. The shutters are all shut, and the chain was on the door until a second ago. Huh? Isn't that bizarre? Hold on. Oh, isn't that bizarre? In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi-san in this room? Oh yeah, Rowan, how many goom drops do you have? Apparently everybody's got big old numbers. And I need to come up with things to spend more goom drops on. How much do you got? In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi-san in this room?
Such devastation! 194,500. Holy shit! I think that's more than Kosen. Damn!
It is more than Kosen. Damn. Alright, yes, we gotta dump our goom drops now. You be watching, you sure do, thank you. Perhaps they threw the stake through the crack in the door.
その隙間から秀吉さんのベッドは完全に死角よ。
Hideyoshi-san's bed is in a total blind spot from this
銃を
crack.
使ったって殺せやしない。
You couldn't even kill him with a gun.
おかしな話よね。
This really is strange.
密室殺人。
It's a locked room murder.
密室殺人。
A locked room murder?
そうと決めつけるのは早いぞ。
It's a bit too early to be sure about
風呂場
that.
の天井を外して天井裏に逃げた。あるいは鎧戸が実は外からでも閉められると思った。
I like how, I guess it does look kind of ridiculous that they're going through all of these really overblown explanations when nobody's looked under the beds or in the closet yet. Maybe the culprit removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it. Or maybe you can close the shutters from outside.
鎧戸は
The shutters?
外からはびくともしませんでした。
They didn't budge an inch from the outside.
今確認してきました。
I just went and checked.
エリコ。
It was no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erika had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. She had heard that a crime had occurred in this room, seen everyone rushing towards it, and taken the opposite approach by circling around to the outer wall. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutters were down on the windows, that you couldn't do anything with them from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
室内は案の定お約束で。
I assume that the inside of the room is perfectly cliche.
そういう言い方はねえだろ。
That was uncalled for.
お悔やみ申し上げます。
You have my deepest condolences.
ね、室内の状況は
So, what is the state of the room?
扉にはチェーンがかかっていて、私たちは切断して入ったわ。
The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered.
そして窓には全て鎧戸。
And all of the windows have the shutters
し
down.
っかり内側から施錠されてる。
They're locked tight from the inside.
奥は何を揉めてるんです？
What are they bickering about in there? Eva was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently, she wanted to carry the body to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came.
ジョージたちの死体はそうしたらどうだ。
Dan! Stay! What happened to the other corpses when we did that?
犯人にどこかへ持っていかれちゃったのよ。
These Eva sprites are going crazy. The culprit carried them off somewhere.
犯人は殺すだけじゃ飽き足らず、遺体にまで何か無体なことをするつもりなのかもしれない。
It may be that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the bodies as well.
だからダメ。
So no way!
ここへ主人を一人ぼっちで残していくなんて絶対ダメ。
No way we're leaving my husband here all alone! Eva did have a point. After all, the prior victims were all carried away after we were shown their terrible and fatal wounds.
エリカちゃん、
Erika-chan.
現場をそのままで保存したいだろう。今回はちょっと折れてみようぜ。
You'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide?
どうぞご勝手に。
Do as you wish.
私にとって興味があるのは、金蔵さんの書斎よりはるかにまともな密室が出現したことだけです。
All I'm interested in is the fact that a locked room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo-san's study.
死体には興味ありませんので、どうぞご自由になさってください。
I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please. Battler looked at her with an expression of clear disgust. See, Dan, you're not alone. But it rolled off her like water off a duck's back.
搬出していただいて結構ですよ。死体。
Well, you can take the corpse away now. I don't mind.
それとも私が邪魔
Or
ですか
am I in the way?
Erika backed away from the door to open a path. There was no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed at the thought of this locked room murder that had appeared. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Eva and some others wrapped Hideyoshi's body up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph started to carry him out. The sheets quickly turned red. Oh. This is quite a fresh kill. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the body. Hey, out of the way.
えどいてますよ
Yes, I am out of the way.
Get out of the way more. Let's carry him to the parlor. Yes, poor Goda.
あなたあなた いいことみんな
Listen up, everyone.
これからは常に団体行動
From now on, we'll always move as a group.
絶対に孤立してはダメ
You must not let yourself be isolated.
ハニー、現実に襲った時点でマスターキーを得ています。
The culprit probably got a master key when he attacked Genji-san.
正常がもはや
See, that's what I was
安全を
saying.
保証しないことは明白だぞ。
Not so he didn't think of that at all. It's clear that locking up will no longer keep us safe.
しかし事件までされていたのにどうやって
But even the chain was set. How did they do it? It's impossible.
鎧戸もチェーンロックもしっかりかかっていた
Bros, you did not check under the beds or in the fucking closet. You did not find Natsuhi yet. It's impossible. The shutters and the chain were firmly set. Yeah, this is supposed to be the big hint for the chain murder where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed in episode 1, right? Is this supposed to be hints for episode 1,
マスターキ
largely?
ーがあったってあの部屋に押し入るのは不可頼んだ
Even with a master key, it's impossible to force your way into that room.
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ
It must have been Beatrice Sama's doing. Ooh.
ベアトリーチェ様のはずありません
There's no way Beatrice Sama did
傷
this.
が解かれすでに儀式の意味を失われたはず
The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ritual.
わかるものか
As if we could understand her reasons.
魔女にしか不可能だ
This is impossible for anyone except a witch. Bold words, Kanun, for somebody who didn't look in the fucking closet or under the bed.
魔女にしか不可能ですか
Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say?
Good.
いい響きです
It has a nice ring to it.
エリカちゃん話を聞いてる
Erika-chan, are you listening?
私たちはこれから全体行動って決まったわ
We've decided to stick together from now on.
私たちはまず秀吉さんの遺体を客前へ
First, we're carrying Hideyoshi-san's body to the
探偵ご
parlor.
っこはそれからにしない
Can you hold off playing detective until we get there? And they're moving as a group! Natsuhi's chance to escape! She was gonna say stuff, but Erika popped up on screen again and people leave. Dan, come back! When she heard the words playing detective, Erika grimaced visibly. But see, she's taking an L! Dan, she's taking an L! Then, after everyone had filed out, she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned the scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing her mental photographs of the crime scene, and enjoy playing the part of the armchair detective. Then, suddenly, her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. a closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erika, we gotta move as a group! Oh. Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective! Didn't they teach you to stick with the group on school field trips? Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies. God damn, girl, is that why you're like this? What was that smirk? It's a pity it's not you. Woohoo! Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Move it! Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. Nazi, it's your chance! Run! The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat that covered my cheeks might be noticed, was finally over. Nobody looked in the fucking closet. Girl, time for you to fucking book it. I slowly opened the closet door with hands that still couldn't stop trembling and dashed out into the hallway. It's all right. No one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock behind me after I left and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. That's right. I have to get back quickly. A new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it, and they'll probably do it immediately after they carry Hideyoshi-san's body back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't even know whether I should sprint back noisily to save every second I can, or sneak back with hushed footsteps, or walk around normally as though I don't know anything has happened. The one thing I'm certain of is that I have to avoid bumping into them on their way back to the parlor. I have to get to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. I pass through the hall to the lobby. Once I've ascended the main staircase in the lobby, be almost there.
Natsushi-san?
Oh, shit! Shit! The worst possible person to be caught by. Natsuhi-san? Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuhi heard Erika call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. I was just about to go tell you. Thank you very much. Did something happen? Natsuhi-san, were you just going up the stairs? Your room is upstairs, isn't it? Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuhi cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor. But I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a warrior, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it. That's a great excuse to come up with on the fly, girl. Oh, of course, that is quite common, isn't it? It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their ability to remember things. I knew she was gonna turn that shady. Erika was clearly making fun of her, and Natsuhi might have put on an annoyed expression under normal circumstances. However, right now, Natsuhi was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this was nothing out of the ordinary.
さんこそお一人でどうしたんですか？
Why are you by yourself, Erika-san?
例の客室を調べようかと思いまして。
I thought I might examine that guest room.
客室？
Guest room?
大
Yes?
変なことになったじゃないですか。
Things have gotten pretty serious, haven't
現場
they?
検証は私の権利ですので。
And investigating the scene of the crime is my right. Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuhi's eyes. She could tell Erika was already suspicious of Natsuhi, judging by the subtle nuances of her words. This was almost certainly an attempt to make Natsuhi slip up and reveal that she knew about the Hideyoshi murder she hadn't yet been told about. But not today, Satan! Natsuhi played dumb and asked again what had happened.
何か？
Is something wrong?
いいえ、何でも。
No, I was just thinking.
最初の事件の繰り返しですね。
This is a repeat of the first crime, isn't it?
どういう意味ですか？
What do you mean?
また、あなたも自室で。
Again? You were in your room.
そして今回もそのアリバイを証明できないわけですよね。
And again, you can't prove your alibi, can
お
you?
っしゃっている意味がわかりません。
I don't know what you mean.
逆を言えば、私が自室にいなかったことをあなたこそどう証明されるわけですか？
To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my
おや
room?、
そうきましたか。
Oh, an interesting response. Yeah, Natsuhi, you should have asked what the fuck happened. Girl. Oh, an interesting
ならば
response.
それはおいおい。
And let's take this one step at a
鍵は
time.
後にしてください。
Please worry about your lock later.
皆さんに重大な話があります。
I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone.
鍵を確認したら戻ります。
I'll come back after I check my lock.
先に始めていてください。
Please get started without
秀
me.
吉さんが殺されました。
Hideyoshi-san has been
そ
killed.
の件についてです。
We'll be talking about that. What? She had planned on escaping to her own room using her lock as an excuse, claiming to have a sudden headache and staying in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to say that could wait and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion after being seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuhi gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Eva's sobs poured out, and everyone stared at Natsuhi with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected her. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling locked room murder and frame her for it. But I couldn't disobey. I couldn't sacrifice my husband's life. And while it's true that I was hiding in the closet, that was all. I haven't committed murder. I might fall under enormous suspicion, but I'm still not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is feeding information to the culprit. Even in a situation like this, if I talk about my husband being a hostage, the culprit will hear, and it might be used as an excuse to kill him.
ちょうど夏日さんが戻ってきてくれました。
Natsuhi-san has just come back.
全員が揃ったところで、私から皆さんにとても重要な話があります。
Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all.
重要な話。
Something very important?
重要な
Yes, it's very important.
話です。最初の事件からをすべて皆さんの前で整理したいと思います。
Here, in front of you all, I would like to set out the facts of everything that's happened
From the first crying to the last.
それなら他の皆さんとなさってください。
Then you can leave me out of it if you
私
please.
はそういうことは警察に任せるべきと思っています。
I think we should leave that sort of thing to the
関
police.
心がありません。
I'm not interested.
整理した上で重要なお話があるのです。
I have something very important to say once I've cleared everything up.
あなたにも誰にも断る権利はありません。
Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse. What? Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuhi reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to do. Stella just jumped up. She probably wants her food. I am probably late. I am late in giving it to her, so I should probably do that.
あ、すみません。
Alright, well, I'll have you guys listen to Fishy Aroma and freaking Boogie and Jam, and I will, feed Stella. And I will be back soon, and we will hear not Natsuhi's, Erika's Grand Assembly. This might be the scene when Battler walked in. We'll see. Like, oh yeah, he was about to catch the culprit. Right, that's what they said when Battler walked in, so I think we're getting there. Alright, I'll be right back.
Alright. Things are about to get funky. Oh, sorry.
その扉閉めてもらえます
Would you close that door for me? Yes. Kanon and Kanon closed the door. As they had just now decided to lock all doors and windows carefully, Kanon locked it as well. The lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi, one that would hold her there and prevent any escape. Natsuhi still hadn't noticed that ever since Erika had left into the corridor to go check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In short, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly...
チェックメイト
checkmate. Erika said that suddenly. Berncastle said that suddenly.
あら早い
Oh, fast!
何もう犯人分かっちゃったの
Wow, so you've figured out the culprit
まだ
already?
事件だって全然進んでないのよ
We've barely gotten to any of the crimes, you
もう
know?
少し殺させていろいろと手がかりを集めればいいのに
You could have let me kill a few more and gathered all kinds of clues.
さあラムダすべての駒を集めなさい
All right, Lambda, gather all of the pieces.
ここからが一番面白いんじゃない
Now we're getting to the most entertaining part.
思い切り楽しみましょうお互いにね
Let's both enjoy it to the fullest.
どうかしらね
We'll see about that.
お手並み拝見と行くわよ
Why don't you show me what you've got?
24時のゲームセットを待たずにもう仕掛けてきたとはな
Think that she'd laid down the challenge without waiting for the game to be over at midnight.
ベルンカステル教名気の早い御人よ
What a hasty person, that Lady Berncastle.
相当の早仕掛けですな。
It is quite an early
こ
challenge
の段階でもう勝てる算段があるとは。
to think that she already feels she can win at this stage.
普段なら魔女の存在を主張するだけで勝てるけど
Claiming a witch exists is normally all you need to do to win.
夏日や金蔵や守るものが多いわ
But with Natsuhi and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this
面
time.
倒な戦いになりそうね
Sounds like this fight will be a pain.
面倒な戦い大いに望むところよ
I welcome a troublesome fight.
わらわの黄金の島でこれ以上の好き勝手はさせぬわ
I won't let them do as they please with my golden island anymore.
受けて立とうぞベルンカステル教
I shall meet your challenge, Lady Berncastle.
フルドエリカ
Furudo Erika! In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time when Battler had joined in on the 5th game, and control of his piece would be passed on to him. In other words, only now, in this final stage of the game, when Berncastle had pinpointed the culprit, was Battler finally going to be allowed to participate. He had left the Arbor a short while ago for that reason. Now, the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see.
バトラ君は誰が犯人云々というだけのゲームなら
At least in terms of mere culprit guessing
もう二度
games.
と屈することのない力を身につけたと言えるでしょ
I think we can say that Battler-kun has gained the strength to never again surrender.
第4のゲームまでであなたは全てのメッセージを彼に伝えています。
You gave him every message he needs by the end of the 4th game. The game is grabbing you by the shoulders and is like, you got all the hints you needed in the first 4 episodes. Now we're dropping the big hints because you losers couldn't solve the riddle by now.
つまりバトラ君はいつでも全ての真実に気づいても良いということです。
That is to say, Battler-kun possesses all the tools to reach the truth at any moment. The game, like, you should have hashtag blamed Shannon.
しかし
That was one of the fat hints. However, he has a weak side.
だから
Because of that,
このままゲーム
he has a weak side.
続けたとしても
That being, he is an idiot. Because of that, even if the game goes on to repeat 100
永遠に
times,
解けはしない。
he will never solve it.
まるで青い鳥を探すかのように永遠にさまよい続けるだけ。
He'll just wander forever like someone trying to find the bluebird. And that, Beatrice, goes for you as well. Even if you play this game hundreds more times. Someone trying to find the bluebird in a dream? It just makes me think of Virtue's Last Dilemma. Even if you play this game hundreds more times, you will never arrive at the answer you seek. Noctuary real. True! True! Noctuary real! Let's go! Burncastle will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with the utmost arrogance. And at a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now to bring an end to Battler's weak side. We're toughening him up by unleashing the most terrible little girls ever conceived to make fun of him. To bring an end to your hesitation. I don't know if we've brought an end to her hesitation yet. She's just sitting there. But now I gotta think about this for my theory. Where's her hesitation at? Her hesitation, his weak side. And that is why
あの二人を呼んだのです。
you called the two of them here.
あなたたちの永遠の拷問を終わらせるため。
To end the eternal torture between the two of you.
あの二人はあなたに勝利か敗北のいずれかを与えるでしょう。
Those two will bring you either victory or defeat.
しかしそれはいずれであってももはや慈悲に満ちたものです。
But either result will now be one filled with compassion.
あなたにももうそれは分かっているはず。
You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore like a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. Ooh, this is spicy. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake.
ベアトリーチ
Beatrice.
ェ、あなたはいつまでそうして生きるでもなく死ぬでもなく
How long do you intend to stay there? Neither alive nor dead.
天国に昇るでもなく地獄に落ちるでもなく
Not descending to heaven nor descending to hell.
煉獄山の頂上でぼんやりとしているつもりなの
There in a daze on the peak of Mount Purgatory.
私はワルギリ
I am Virgilia.
彼を煉獄山に案内し頂上のあなたのところまで連れてきました
I have guided him through purgatory and brought him to you at its peak.
そしてあなたはベアトリーチ
And you are Beatrice. I am straight up making all sorts of Dante references now. Battler, Nushinomiya, and the player of this game are straight up Dante.
彼の手を取って天国へ登るか彼を抱いて地獄へ落ちるか選ばなくてはならない
You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or embrace him and fall into hell. Dante, from the hit series Devil May Cry. Wow, what happened to Virgil? Did you know that the tribulations of purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, are sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell, it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the denizens of purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven. A hope that cannot be abandoned. And that tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture exists than the single pin known as hope.
飛びなさい
Leap.
煉獄の崖より
Leap from the cliff of purgatory.
淡く脆くてくだらない希望の未練ごとパンドラの箱を開け放ってしまいなさい
Cast open Pandora's box and cast aside your fleeting, fragile, foolish hope and all the longing it brings.
怖いでしょ
You're afraid, aren't you,
箱を開けるのは
of opening the box? Beato was silent. Hello, we're talking with real Beato, or Virgilia's trying to give her a talking to. Beato was silent, but with a single tear, she nodded slightly. Is she waking up?
箱の中の猫は
Is
生
she
きてい
waking
るの
up?
か死んでいるのか
Is the cat in the box alive or dead?
それを確かめる時に来ました
Time has now come to check.
死んでいる猫ならば早く供養して天へ登ってもらいなさい
Yep, we're Schrodingering. If the cat is dead, hold a funeral for it quickly and have it rise to heaven.
生きている猫ならば早く餌を与えて全ての愛情を注いであげなさい
If the cat is alive, feed it quickly and give it all your affection. Is the cat box whether Battler loves her? And the truth, and if he'll accept her? So you have to hold a funeral for the feelings you had and the love you had and have it rise to heaven? Yeah, I'm also feeling sadness. Why do they do this? And then if it's alive, you know, capture it, seize the moment. Is that what's going on? Without love, it cannot be seen, whether it is alive or dead. Your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. I mean, that's one way to describe the place where you shit, but I'm just kidding. Your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. Those two have brought you the key to the box that you were too afraid to open. Beatrice, the time has come for you to die. Ooh, is this not speaking of Beato, but of the Beatrice she was pretending to be? Is she going to leave behind the role she was putting on? Beatrice, the time has come for you to die. I hope that your heart will be stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Ooh, that's juicy. Battler, please kill me. Ooh, what a way to end the scene. That entire sequence was great. With Natsuhi hiding and the murder happening and everything. Oh god. What? Why did they go straight to midnight? Hello? It was amazing. All right, I'm stretching. Yeah, what about it? Why did they skip straight to midnight? What the fuck? There was something cool going on there though. Oh. I didn't realize it could just go by itself. The Great Court of Illusions. I'm not even pushing any buttons, this is just going. I was stretching. They went straight to midnight because Erika spent all that time ranting about how cool she can burn it. What the fuck? That is true. All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. This is like, I'm gonna fight a Bloodborne boss here? What? That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. Beatrice loved playing with Battler and he started winning. Reminds of the rivalry between Kenpachi and Unohana in Bleach. He loved fighting her, so he personally made himself weaker over time because he was stronger than her and didn't want to fight, and it reminds me of that. Aww, Kenpachi did that? Aww. That's Moe. Kenpachi Gap Moe. Myrna's gonna open an envelope, and if she gets wrong, she loses the game. Let's see. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances nor exits. It was a strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was. Because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. Pieces! Are you all gathered? All present, ma'am. Good work. What a spectacle. I
wonder just how many people there are here.
何人いようとも18人を超えた存在は全て幻よ。
No matter how many we see, every being outside of the 18 is an illusion. His love for fighting Inohana was so strong he nerfed himself, then she fought him again, killing him, reviving him over and over until he regained his full power, which led to her death. Inohana! Making you acknowledge them is what my game's all about. The three witches were seated on a special throne set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta. This is Wattpad Beatrice. We just had a very touching scene with real Beatrice, though. She's still waking up. I think she's gonna wake up. She might crash in here, but right now this is Wattpad. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta. Also, this music's going hard. And on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Berncastle and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Etika ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. Yeah, she's got a dead look in her eyes, and her hair is down, because Virgilia was brushing it. She's got really long hair. Below them, Erika ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. It looks so nice. She does look good with her hair down. Great Lady Lambda Delta, I thank you for granting my request for an assembly. And Great Lady Berncastle, my master. Why hasn't anybody shot the detective? Probably because apparently the game master rigged it so she can't. Erika is working. She's working against She's working against Delta Airlines. She is the servant of Burned Castle. You can expect great things from this assembly. Though it may only be for a short while, I will most certainly make you forget about the poison that torments you. Yes, great things are what I expect. Because you are my double and my peace. Erika and Berncastle exchanged nasty smiles that would make anyone want to avert their gaze. Erika must have tried her airline and didn't like the service. Oh, yes, that must have been it. Wow, my ears. Hear me, witches, humans! Erika washing on shore was definitely planned. I hereby announce the assembly of a witches' coven. The Court of Illusions is now in session. The ruler of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken inside such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Your lives and roles within this game are over. The fifth game has hereby closed, and the 2400 hours answer session shall begin! Stella, come on. I'd love to get started right away, but why don't we have everybody quickly introduce themselves first? Yes, we're having a Q&A with Delta Airlines. Bring up your complaints now. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new ruler of this game. Berncastle, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's witch illusions. I am the endless witch, Beatrice. My goals are to assert my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. Certainty even means something, or just how? Yeah, she did want everything to be as certain as possible. So one way this has come up is all of the murders have been like there's no way they could be playing dead kind of thing. Like, neck was totally sliced open. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. So all of these have been like brutal. These people all had their necks sliced open in the same way. And Hideyoshi was stabbed in the back so hard that it almost went through him. Yeah. Yep, he just died. And you know what was fucked up? Natsuhi was instructed to hide in the closet where it happened. And so she heard the murder from the other side of the door, but she couldn't do anything. Or she was too scared to do anything because her husband was being held hostage. Yeah, so Natsuhi's getting framed, yeah. I am the endless witch, Beatrice. My goals are to assert my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. Bachelor-sama. You come next in rank. In rank? Interesting. I'm Ushiromiya Bachelor. So this is actual Battler now. I'm fighting Beato's. No, I'm fighting the witches. He is the head. We're not sure if Kraus is alive. That's all. As I believe you know. You joined in on this game partway through. This means that at the time the Coven commenced, you were not yet a participant. Michael Scott's fucking dead, y'all. Battler checking his Clash Royale rank. That's why he's not talking. Just ask Delta to confirm it. He was in the crash. Do I need to explain further? I get it. You mean I don't have the right to speak for the time being, right? Thank you for understanding. Even though Battler held a rank second only to the witches, he sat on the foremost pew with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. Wow, sounds like they're at a wedding. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. You could simply have said you were my archenemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. Actually, I'm still pretty sure it's Wattpad Beatrice. But maybe it might be real, but I feel like it's not. I almost said that I was fighting Beato's witch illusions. Originally, Beato was my one and only enemy. But now, Erika and those witches who started tampering with Beato's tail are my enemies as well. Who should I fight, and how? Maybe it's a good thing I won't have the right to speak for a while. I'll keep a cool head and calmly watch everything unfold.
魔女集会の開催発起人にして探偵フルドエリカです。
I am the detective and the initiator of this coven, Furuno Erika.
この第5のゲームの犯人を暴き、この物語に愉快なピリオドを与えてご覧に入れます。
I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and bring this tale to a pleasing conclusion.
Erika greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again.
私も期待してるわ。
I'm looking forward to your performance too.
さあ、残りのコマどもも適当にザラーっと自己紹介なさい。
Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order and make it quick.
人間ども、
Humans,
全員自己紹介を。
introduce yourselves, all of you.
Someone should set her puppy dress on fire, huh? Urged by 45 to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up. I am Ushiromiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere on Rokkenjima. Kraus! Hey! We got some proof of life! Just kidding. This is not proof of life because we know Kinzo's dead. Ushiromiya Kraus. Human introduction now, she said calmly. Yep. Someone should tape her mouth shut. Damn! I have been captured and am currently being confined somewhere.
後ろ宮エヴァよ
I'm Ushiromiya Eva.
生きてる
I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushidomiyas too, so let's just skip the family name. Oh, what? Shanon's Shanon and Kanon are alive.
後ろ
Wait, oh, they're even bringing the dead people out. Okay, I'm Ushido, Rosa.
第一の番に殺されました
I was killed on the first twilight.
ジェシカ、
Are they gonna, so, when they say Kanon and Shannon, is this gonna imply that they're Ushidomiya Kanon and Ushidomiya Shannon?
同
Jessica.
じく第一の番に死亡だぜ。
Same here, dead on the first twilight. Damn, Rosa died during the first Twilight movie. Man, SMH.
ジョージです。
I'm
同
George.
じく第一の番に死亡。
Likewise, I died on the first Twilight.
マリア、
Stella, stop being rude.
Maria,
死んじゃったけど、私はこうして喋ってる。
I died. But look, I'm here talking.
Ushiromiya Shannon would still not negate hashtag blame Shannon. True, FBI. Oh yeah, FBI! They did get married! Which character is Team Jacob and which character is Team Edward? Okay, this is important. We already declared that Beatrice is Team Jacob. So, Kinzo doesn't care. Kraus... like everyone in that room specifically, I agree. What? Oh no, we're joking. We're joking, B. It was a joke. It was a joke. George is dead. At least in this instance. No, hypothetically, let's say Kinzo did care. He would be like, I'm the one to marry Bella, even though that's creepy. He would be Team Kinzo. He'd be like, no one shall have her but me. Kinzo is Team Kinzo. Kraus is, I gotta think about this. I think he is like, oh, Edward is an admirable young man, going and and getting it. Oh, the love. I don't know. What's the difference between Jacob and Edward? Oh, you missed out. Yeah, B has been spared. It's a bit noble versus rowdy. Jacob is a vampire. Oh, no. Edward is a vampire and Jacob is a werewolf. Snob versus slob, a little bit. But also, Edward was kind of, resisting getting together with Bella a bit because he was too scared of hurting her. And then Jacob was much more like assertive about his feelings for Bella and was like more normal and would live like a normal life. But and he's also like kind of, yeah, like more cool, like not like more, yeah, rowdy, I guess would be the vibe. And he really wanted to protect Bella from Edward because he also saw this as a danger because the werewolves really hate the vampires. Yeah, Edward was just edgy. Kraus is a snob in attitude, but a slob in behavior. What is he then? I know. The only thing we know is that both of them are very FBI open up. Yep. Yeah, see, this is the issue. Kraus is a snob in attitude, but a slob in behavior. Well, if we were going to... he's putting on airs, so... maybe we should say... we need a tier list. Yeah! I'd do an Umineko tier list, but they might show me characters that we haven't met yet. I'd say Kraus is a Team Edward. Just, so many topics regarding Umineko, I know. I think he would be Team Edward just because he thinks Edward's family is very cool and noble. And he's like, oh, you could get her, come on, you can get her. And then when they finally get married and like have the fucked up baby, he's like, oh yeah, that's my boy Edward. So I think Kraus is on Team Edward. Natsuhi, I think would I think she would disapprove of both matches because neither of them are human. I think she'd want Bella to get with another human. Maybe like some nice boy at school. Natsuhi would be like whatever team Bella's dad is on. I think Hinzo could also be Team Jacob because what Jacob did to Bella's baby. No! Oh no! You somehow made it even worse. Jessica. Okay, Jessica as the only teenage girl here. This is the real question. FBI opened up. Bella had a nice boy at school. His name was Mike Justice for Mike. All right, Mike. Then there we go. Natsuhi is Team Mike. Jessica does like them emo. Okay. Who are we kidding? Jessica would absolutely be on Team Edward. That is not even a question. All right, Nanjo. Would probably worry that both options would be hazardous for Bella's health. I think he just feels slightly uncomfortable about this whole thing and not really pick a side. Team Jacob because he loves the abs. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. Eva. Okay, so I don't think she's projecting herself or her family or any situation of hers onto Bella. She's probably just thinking Bella as completely separate. So I don't think she has a big moral... I don't think she's going to be moralizing about anything. Because she's like, that's Bella's business, not mine. Whether Bella would pick Edward or Jacob has no effect on Eva in any way. So Eva would appreciate an underdog. She's Team Jacob, plus he's funnier. But yeah, if I had to think about it, yeah, maybe Team Jacob for Eva. Especially because she wouldn't moralize about it, and she'd probably like Jacob better because Hideyoshi is more like Jacob. Hideyoshi, I think, would be the same way. He'd be cheering for Jacob. You can get her. You go get her, my guy. George, would think that he's not the target age group for this novel. But he'd probably pick Team Edward. Let's just say. He wants to be like Edward, and he wants to think Edward can land a girl who's way younger than him. And he's forbidden romance. Yes! You see exactly what I'm saying, Rowan. Yes, Rowan gets it. Alright, so George is Team Edward. Erika! Now this is interesting. Erika is... She doesn't find the romance as interesting as, like, how the logic of everything works, but she probably finds whatever is going on with the vampires and their ancient Italian whatever bullshit is a lot more interesting than what's going on with the werewolves. So maybe she's Team Edward just because she's more interested in the vampires and wants to know what's going on with them. Erika posts on social media that she's Team Bella, but she's actually Team Rosalie. Okay, okay. Team Rosalie, yeah. Erika is also likely a flaming lesbian, so that's also valid. Think about it factually and stuff. Yeah, that too. Which team is the brown nose one? Yeah, she is brown nosing, huh? I don't know. Probably Edward, because that's the canon one. I don't know. Rudolph would be... I think he'd be Team Jacob, because Jacob's more forward with, you know, getting the girl, and he's like, yeah, go get the girl. He's snobbish, but he's also like a womanizer. And Edward is trying his best to not be a womanizer. And I think since Jacob really knows what he wants, I was just repeating what you said. He's fairly rough compared to everyone else, but yeah, I think Rudolph would be Team Jacob. Kirie, I think would probably recognize that this is a bit fucked up, but wouldn't really care to have a moral stance on it. I can see Kirie being Team Bella. Well, the thing is if she cared about Bella, maybe if she read this as a teenager, she would be Team Bella. I think at her age right now, she wouldn't give a shit what happened to Bella. So if this was thinking more like which guy she likes better, she hated the direction the books went from Eclipse on. I think she would have felt that way when she was a teenager. Probably now too. Kirie is Team Christian Grey. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Well, if Christian Grey is supposed to be Edward, then I guess that means Kirie is Team Edward. Uh-oh, we've got a Team Jacob and a Team Edward in the same married couple. Battler is Team Jacob. I mean, he's the most like Jacob. And this is why we said Beatrice is also on Team Jacob, because Battler is more like Jacob than Edward, therefore Beatrice is Team Jacob, and since Battler is Jacob, he is Team Jacob. Genji! If we were to use Ronove for some insight, no, I'm just kidding. I think he'd be Team Edward. Team Bella Dad? Maybe? I don't know. I'm going with vibes. I'm gonna say Team Edward. Rosa! I think she'd like both of them. They both have pretty bad tempers. I think she'd like both of them. I think Rosa would kind of self-insert and like she's like think of herself as Bella and who she'd prefer. And I think she'd kind of be a little indecisive because she wants to be loved. And I could see her like kind of yearning for Edward like Bella is. But also, well, Rosa never really accepts the good stuff that's like there for her to grab like Jacob would be. So you know what, I think Rosa's Team Edward because she's a yearner and does things that are extremely unhealthy for herself. So, you know, I'm gonna say Rosa's Team Edward, but she would definitely give Jacob some thought, if that makes sense. Maria is Team Edward. I mean, well, I guess they're both supernatural. No, she kind of goes against the grain though, and they are both supernatural. Maria's not very... She doesn't seem... Maria has never given any sort of... has never made any sort of statement about how she feels about romance, even in like a storybook sense, has she? I think she'd be way more interested in the supernatural elements. So, so would that mean she likes Edward? I guess, kind of like with Erika, the vampires have a bit more going on. So, yeah, maybe in that way Marie would be Team Edward. Get a lot of Team Edwards. Shannon! I mean, since she's doing whatever with George, that would make her also Team Edward, I think. Jacob, she seems like she would be, but the sheer fact that she's dating George makes me think she's a Team Edward. But going by personality and vibes, I'd say Jacob, but... Alright, Kanon is Team Jacob. Fuck everything. Goda! The funny thing is I think Goda would actually read the book and get into it. Kanon actually wants all of them to end up alone. Yeah, if he was actually reading the books, that's how he'd feel by the end of the first book, right? I think Goda would actually read the books and kind of enjoy them, and kind of also have a difficult time thinking where he wants it to end up. I think he'd be Team Edward ultimately. Kumasawa absolutely loves these books. She is having so much fun reading these things. And I think she'd root for both of them, maybe? I want to say she'd get swept up in the ooh, Edward, but I think she'd also like Jacob. So I'll say Team Jacob. All right. Beatrice, we already said was Team Jacob. Berncastle doesn't care, but if she did care, I don't know. Who do you guys think? What do you guys think? Rika Higurashi would be Team Edward or Team Jacob? Erika. Oh, we already said Erika. Virgilia is the same as Kumasawa, so I guess Team Jacob. Ronove is Genji, so I guess Team Edward. Gop would be Team Edward. I mean, who are we kidding? Lucifer. Oh wait, people who are in the room. Wait, we shouldn't go through everybody. Just everybody who's in the room. We know Battler and Lambda Delta are in the room. Oh, but the Chester sisters are in the room. Okay. Battler is we already know that, Team Jacob. Lambda Delta is Team Edward, I think. She just gives me Team Edward girl vibes. Chester 00 would be Team Edward. Chester 45 would also be Team Edward. Chester 410 is a Team Jacob. There we go. Those are my verdicts. Oh wait, we still need to think about Berncastle. Well, Rika and Higurashi was always struggling against everything, right? And wanted to bring the inevitable to an end. So maybe she'd be Team Jacob, just because Jacob is struggling against the inevitability of, this is Twilight, of course Bella and Edward are gonna end up together, right? So to fight against that futility, perhaps Berncastle would be Team Jacob. All right.
Maria, I died, but look, I'm here talking. See?
死ぬことなんて大した問題じゃないでしょ。
Rip 556, your GF still misses you. True. The one who got thrown at the wall. Or was it 00 who got thrown at the wall? Anyway.
I died, but look, I'm here talking. See? Dying isn't a big deal, right?
I'm Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I am alive. And then Erika's like, just because Natsuhi's talking. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Oh, so the clock going to 12 is basically like, all right, we're ending the game here, and calling the the killer. So Erika on screen, people leave. She's gone. Come back. So I guess it's possible to hit the I know who the killer is button, and the game just ends, so that's why it's sped to midnight, maybe? Hirie. I'm still alive. Nanjo. Nanjo, you can say your full name. You're not in Ushiromiya. Nanjo's your last name, too. Nanjo. I am also hanging in there. Nanjo hanging like the cat from the motivational posters saying hang in there. My name is Genji. I died on the first twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. I'm Kanon. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I am Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you. Now, on to the witches. Everyone, introduce yourselves. Virgilia's group could also be seen. Okay, so Gop and everybody is there. All right, then Gop, yeah, definitely Team Edward. Ronove, Team Edward. There is a second balcony different from the one Beato's group was on, which jutted out like a raised audience seating. They sat there, looking down as though they were at a theater. My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's master in magic. Whoopoo! I'm Gup. Oh, because of the, she probably came in through a hole and landed, and that's why I made that sound. That's cute. Nice little detail. I'm Gup. Making corpses disappear is my job. Ronove. I am charged with making the tea. Alright, so left to right, we've got a Team Jacob, a Team Edward, and a Team Edward. Oh, the sisters are here. Okay. Alright. Like, they're all gonna... I am charged with making the tea. Yes. I greet you in the name of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Alright, Lucifer is a Team Edward. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second twilight. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Alright, so... we already... Alright, Leviathan is, she's Envy. She would absolutely... she's either Team Edward because she envies Bella, or she's Team Jacob because she can, or she's Team Jacob because she can empathize with Jacob's envy. So there's an argument for both. Either she's envious that she can't have Edward, so she's... oh no, Team Edward or Jacob is who
Bella should end up with. Right, so she's Team Jacob. Because she wants to end up with Edward, and she would want Jacob to succeed because she can empathize with him. All right, Leviathan is Team Jacob. Satan! Satan is Team Jacob. Belphegor is also Team Jacob. Or no, she's Sloth. She probably doesn't want anyone to end up with anybody. She wants the least spiciest thing possible to happen. So you know what? Then she's Team Mike. Just like Natsuhi. Like Natsuhi, she wants the least spicy thing to ever happen. Mammon. You know what, Rowan? Oh wait, she's greed. So she kind of wants everybody. She's Team everybody. Okay, I was gonna say for a second that Mammon is the one who's truly Team Rosalie. But then I realized that she's also greed, so she probably wants everybody to herself. So she's probably Team Mammon. Beelzebub. She has a disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and put them in the food cellar. Therefore, she's probably Team Edward because she has a disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and store them in the food cellar. So she's probably Team Edward because Edward's a pretty boy. Asmodeus is lust. She spends her days fantasizing about the prince who will never come. Okay, then she's definitely Team Edward. Okay, so we got Team Edward, Team Jacob, Team Mike, Team Mammon, and Team Edward. So pretty... Team Edward and Team Edward. So, I guess fairly balanced. There could be one more for Team Jacob, but you know, surprisingly balanced. Let us then... Oh! We're gonna have Dlanner. Let us then have Lady Erika's furniture introduce themselves. Gertrude. I am an assistant inquisitor. Gertrude is Team Edward. Cornelia. I'm an assistant inquisitor. Cornelia is Team Jacob. The two of them could also be seen on the second floor balcony. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Then Dlanner, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Dlanner A. Knox is my name. Dlanner would be a little, she wouldn't like how little logical sense Twilight makes. But if the rules of fiction were to be followed, she would probably be Team Edward because that is canonical. That would be her job to say Team Edward, but if she was using her personal feelings,
then she would probably think that both relationships are probably unhealthy for Bella. So you know what? Dlanner is Team Bella's dad. This is the one who's Team Bella's dad. Dlanner A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erika's primary assistant. Battler, I am expecting a lot of you. Please do not disappoint me. Let's just give it all we've got. Most of the time, there will be no need for Dlanner to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Dlanner pass judgment on them. The miracle in the study will not occur again. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. So as we've established, Chester 00 is Team Edward. We are the Chester Sisters, Imperial Guards, who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this coven. Hello everyone! Chester 45 is Team Edward. And Chester 410 is Team Jacob. This ends the introductions of all the pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. Holy shit! How did Umineko's cast get so big? There's 38 fucking people here. At least 00 remembered 556 was died this time. Yeah. A total of 38 people are present here. 38 damn characters. And it doesn't even include Amakusa and like all of the other like people from the future in episode 4. The number of characters was 38. If you only took the 5th game into account, that's what I'm talking about. It's actually higher. But if you added all the pieces who appeared in previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. This mysterious game, which had so often been likened to chess, now had far more pieces than a chessboard. Yeah, Ryukishi, you kept making new characters. Good. Then I guess we'll get started. Initiator, please begin. Oh, excuse me, you, the goat over there. Refill my drink. Do we count the number of goats? And some popcorn for me. Ferncastle's getting popcorn for this, boys. Pressing F for 506 is oddly amusing for me, yeah. Oh, that's right. It was you who decided that popcorn was the only proper accompaniment to demonic theater, after all. This seems like a good provision. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso? I mean, I like sweet drinks with popcorn myself, but alright. Erika, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master! Leave it to me! Order! Silence! At the sound of her voice, the Chester Sisters troops straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped hard on the floor with their heels. Stella, leave me alone. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, which instantly erased all chatter in the cathedral, and turned their eyes and expressions even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Stella! Stella! Don't knock that onto the floor. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erika walked out into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. Oh no, Stella, Stella! God damn it! Okay, there's a thing, external thing that the game is attached to. Or unless. No. Okay, the thing Stella knocked over was actually vitally important and it disconnected. Stella froze the game. So yeah, Stella froze the game on Erika. You have to suffer. I'm not even gonna put a be right back. Actually, yeah, I'll put a be right back there. You don't have to see her anymore. All right, Stella, time to move.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
午前3時にバトラさんがゲストハウスに戻られて。
Oh no, god damn it. No! I thought it would save or something. Fuck. God damn it. How do I speed through this shit? God damn it. God damn it. Stella! Stella, you did this to us! Stella, god damn it.
エリカも着実に。
無理
Alright, anyway.
決して取らさし
その場合、
そういえば
Anyway, what do you guys want to talk about? Also, you guys get a fast motion little sense of what you might have missed. Thanks a lot, Stella. Holy shit, maybe I should save more often. And you know what? You want to know what that asshole wanted? Trying to get Farm Gang to start farming. Oh, do you want me to just stop where I was and catch up off stream so I can go sunhavening? You know what Stella wanted? She just wanted me to pet her as she ate the food I already gave her, that asshole. I can miss just one day. Oh, okay, okay. Actually, this is probably funnier when you can hear their voices better.
死体が全員に魔女の夏日を
つまり実は
確認彼らが死体が存在しない以上見待ちいくらでも
赤き
永遠美しく
ですしかし勝利を
勝てば
私にとっては後悔者の
なる今回のゲーム随分といやらし
100もそして私
罠ラムダでもうじきのクラウスをなる必要かばいきれます無論よ何しろ夏日はいくら犯人や負けるど
Golden Snare, my goat.
しかし
Ooh, we get to see the whole scary sequence with Natsuhi in the closet, but in fast motion. That's cool. Oh, we had all three MILFs on the screen there for a really short time. Maybe I shouldn't have slammed through that. Dan! I'm going as fast as I can!
アリバイ財布私と違います
一般ですが
私は退出します警察は私それを
There, not on screen, people arrive. Alright, the narration giggled once, so that was interesting. Okay, okay, she's going in the closet. And she's stuck in the drive-thru. In the drive-thru. The drive-thru. Hydrate. All right. All right. What do y'all want to talk about while we do this? Cause my cat is being an asshole. We can talk about how much we could hashtag blame Shannon. I will say, none of the information, yeah, Umineko speedrun edition. This is just what an Umineko speedrun would be. How fast can you click or press A? I guess a real Umineko speedrun could only be done once, and it could be how fast can you solve the mystery without being spoiled. Umineko's the only speedrun you can do once. So that's why It was you. You won. It was hashtag blame Shannon. You won at the beginning of episode 2. Right, she's in the closet. You won the speedrun with hashtag blame Shannon. Alright, we're about to have that moment where she's like, holy shit, I told Shannon that my favorite season was autumn. Yeah, she's in the closet. She kept denying her feelings for Eva. Never would have guessed. Oh, we got the red text that the only person she ever told her favorite season was autumn to was Shannon.
Nani?
This scene was so cool, I'll have to say. Yeah, she's wearing a corset and she had to hide in the closet. She was like, "This, I'm gonna be hurting all sorts of ways hiding in this closet for an hour." And I'm like, I understand, girl. Nazi stacks are through the roof. This music's cool. Oh, the fucking jump scare. Hideyoshi getting murdered in fast motion. Rip F in the chat for Hideyoshi. Thank you. Rip to a real one. Anata! Eva's having a time in fast motion. I also like Smila's Soiree as a music track. This is some great Eva sprites going on right now. Are y'all learning any Japanese from this? Yeah. That means you're not learning anything? Nihongo wakarimasen. Right? She's back in the closet, denying her feelings for Eva. And now she's making a fucking run for it. Cannot believe none of these people bothered to look in the closet or under the bed. They're just like, there's no way this could have happened. But you know what this is? This is probably supposed to be, like, I think this is supposed to be the answers for episode 1, right? So they're like, well, maybe somebody was hiding in there, fucking scared, and slipped out after everybody left. Because nobody ever checked under the bed or in the closet. So there's the answer for Eva and Hideyoshi's murder in episode 1, and it's even Hideyoshi who died. So this is the moment when Erika, in a few moments, this is when Erika was like, all right, I'm shutting down the game and we're going straight to midnight. So we might actually catch up sooner than I thought. Oh no, but we're gonna have the whole really cool scene with the real Beato and Virgilia. And Fishy Aroma, another goat track. Checkmate. Check. Oh, she just said check. That means the game's not over. Interesting that when I'm mashing like this, I haven't heard the audio flub once. Now this scene, I know there's got to be so much more to it, and I'm like, I want to see the truth. Battler has a weak side, that is, he is an idiot. I've already seen the truth, the hashtag blame Shanon truth. This whole sequence was really good. This whole scene, from beginning to end, was really good. That's basically all I have to skip, is just this one sequence. The scene, the chapter name, whatever. I hope that your heart will be stopped by the hand of the person you desire. And we're going straight to midnight. They actually won't let us skip this. That's why it was automated, because you can't skip it. Well, the clock only chimes 6 times. Clearly it is 6 o'clock. Here we are going to the Great Court of Illusions. Basically, they gathered everybody onto the D&D board, all the little figures. Here we started saying who everyone was on Team Jacob or Team Edward. Oh, but Dan, didn't she see Erica's cat mouth, her like :3 mouth, and her little fangies, her little cat fangies? Alright, we're getting it close. Okay, this didn't take as long as I thought. We must have spent a lot of time talking. Alright, we're almost there. Anybody else that anybody wants to talk about before we go back into the real game? I like how they have an entrance. Right, we're almost there. Popcorn. This is right before Stella knocked the very important object off of the table. Alright, we've caught up. Basically. Alright, this is it. We caught up, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Amidst the heavy silence. Before I do anything, I should save so this doesn't happen again. The Great Court of Illusions. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erika walked out into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar and carried a single plain chair out in front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. This is gonna be the chair Nazi sits in, and we're all gonna stare at her. I, Furudo Erika, will make an accusation. The murderer of the 5th game is... Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit. A lonely deep-sea fish, Erika pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi wax doll alone twitched and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic.
Chester sisters,
被告人を席へ連れてってちょうだい。
please take the defendant to her chair.
了解であります。
Understood.
ちょっと何をするのです。
Wait, what are you doing?
話しなさい。
Let go of me! 45 and 410 pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chester sisters were surprisingly strong and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models.
これよりフルデエリカは
I, Furudo
な
Erika,
ぜ後宮夏日にだけ犯行が可能か再構築してご覧に入れる。
will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushinomiya Natsuhi.
ベ
Beato,
アもちろん撃てるでしょ。
of course you'll be defending her, right?
当然よ。
Naturally.
後宮家顧問錬金術師黄金のベアトリーチェ
I am the Ushinomiya family alchemist Beatrice the
フ
Golden.
ルドエリカ受けて立つぞ。
Furudo Erika, I accept your challenge.
我が主に着せようと企むその濡れ衣
I shall take these false accusations you're trying to place on my
伝
master
えてくれるわ。
and tear them apart.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice,
安心せよ夏
fear not, Natsuhi.
日そなたはわらわの主
You are my
だ。
master.
そして心に片翼のわしを刻んだ真の闘士だ。
And you are the true head, with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart.
身に覚えなき罪に怯えるでない。
Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared and she stood up straight.
そうですとも。
That's true.
私は後宮夏日。
I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi.
後宮家を冒涜するあらゆる挑戦を受けて立ちましょう。
Whoa, the music just went crazy. This is a crazy deep sea fish. I will confront any challenger who would dare blaspheme the name of Ushinomiya.
どうしてこの状況にそのような虚勢が張れるのだ。
How can you make such an empty boast in a situation like this?
あなた本当にどこのかけらでもいじめられるとね。
You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment. No! Burncastle saying Natsuhi is always a pathetic wet cat in every universe.
ではベル
So, Burn,
主張どうぞ。
make your claims.
ベルンカステルは主張するわ。
I, Burncastle, claim
このゲームの犯人は人間後宮夏日。
that a human, Ushinomiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game.
ベアトもどうぞ。
And you too, Beato, okay?
ベアトリーチェは主張する。
I, Beatrice, claim
このゲームの犯人は人間にあらず。
that the culprit in this game is not human.
わらわこそ犯人であるわ。
I am the culprit. It's not in red, it don't mean shit. That's right. Burncastle, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes.
お聞きね魔女ど
Do you hear this? Witches,
も
humans,
人間ども一つの真実に二つの主張が現れたわ。
two claims have appeared for a single truth.
犯人は人間後宮夏日か
Is the culprit the human Ushinomiya Natsuhi?
犯人は魔女ベアトリーチェか
Or is the culprit the witch Beatrice?
魔女が勝てば第5のゲームの真相は闇に消える。
If the witch wins, the truth of the fifth game will disappear into
エリ
darkness.
カが勝てばゲーム版より魔女幻想は打ち滅ぼされる。
If Erika wins, the witch illusion will be wiped from the game board.
つまりベアトにとってのみ負けることの許されない勝負だけれど覚悟は大丈夫？
In other words, for Beato alone, This is a battle where losing is not an option. Are you prepared?
Oh, wow. And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This is what I've been craving all along. If Erika were to win, the witch illusion would be destroyed. That would mean the existence of the witch would be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and broken through the witch illusion in any of the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. Now, are we given to mean that the persona Beatrice would have been destroyed rather than she would literally die? Because the truth would be revealed as to who she really is, right? And she'd have to put the mask of Beatrice down. Is that what they're saying? That's dirty. Erika's the only one with nothing to lose if she fails. Oh no, she has plenty to lose. She is like, she wants to simp for Berncastle so bad, and Berncastle will be mad at her. Yeah, Virgilia's got it. I wouldn't be so certain of that. Lady Berncastle is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give any warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform as she had hoped. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Berncastle would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just the same. The two claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and one would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. Berncastle and Lambda Delta. Okay, no problems. Now, begin! In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct? It really was simple. Everyone except Natsuhi was in the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate. I'm telling you, you're mistaken. It may be true that I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe the lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit. I understand that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait. The scene of the murder was a locked room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic. Now this is turning the whole situation around, because Beatrice made this exact same argument in like episode 1 in the early episodes, but now we know that Natsuhi could have done it, even though with at least the way Natsuhi is perceiving things, she doesn't think she did it.
密室トリックであるハウダニットについては後で説明します。
I'll explain the locked room trick, the how done it, later.
とりあえず今はフーダニットから。
We are starting with the who done it for the time being.
よって以上の
Who done it
秀
though?
吉さん殺しはナチシさん以外の人物を疑うのは不可能となるわけです。
So for the reason I just mentioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san for the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
お嬢様
Milady,
ここをさらに切り込むと危険かと。
it may be dangerous to press any further on this.
同感だわ。
I agree.
夏日が秀吉の部屋のクローゼットに隠れていたのは事実。
It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room.
復唱要求で所在の確認を行われると追い詰められるわ。
If they use a repetition request to check her location, we'll be cornered.
であろうな。
Probably.
ゲームの支配者はラムダデルタ教だ。
Lady Lambda Delta is the ruler of this game.
あやつが面白がれば事実に関係なく夏日が犯人ということで確定されてしまうぞ。
If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon were to pass and the police were to come and perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi lifted. However, the police would never arrive at this closed-off Rokenjima. In other words, the real truth would never be revealed. Inside a cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts have exactly the same value as truth.
おそらく向こうの狙いはシンプルな秀吉殺しで夏日様が犯人である。
Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit.
その上で不確定要素の多い第一の番の再構築に入るつもりでしょう。
Before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements.
ゲームマスターに疑われた状態での進行は最悪よ。
It's not good at all to proceed while under the Game Master's suspicion.
主導権を握るべきだわ。
We should take the initiative. Indeed.
ラムダデルタ教
Lady Lambda Delta!
ご存知の通り第5のゲームでも多くの殺人が起き
As you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the fifth
深夜
game.
から早朝までの短からぬ時間をまたいで
And we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning.
いきなり秀吉の殺人から始まり
Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder. Skipping to Hideyoshi's
時間が
murder.
行ったり来たりしてしまうようでは混乱してしまうというもの
And stepping backwards and forwards in time will lead only to confusion. Forward and back. And then you go forward and back. And then go forward and back. And
ここは時系列に従い順
then one step.
番に進めていくのが良いかと思うがいかが
It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course.
異議提出
Objection.
犯人を告発する過程において
Why
時
why
系列
did
など意味をなさない
why did she vine boom for objection? Chronological order has no significance in the wait, objection. Chronological order has no significance in the process of building a case against the culprit.
異議提出
Objection. Wow, where are y'all with your rejection redeems? I can't believe this. No, I'm just kidding.
フルドエリカは時系列を混乱させることによって印象操作を行っている
Damn, that's not objection. Objection. Furudo Erika is trying to manipulate perception in her favor by mixing up the chronological sequence.
ああ、よくわかんないのは私もごめんだわ。
Oh, I don't like it when things get all muddled either.
ベアトの主張を認めるわよ。
I accept Beato's claim.
エリカはいきなり第2の番から始めないで、第1の番から始めなさい。
Erika, start with the first twilight instead of jumping to the second.
I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. Now I understand. This is how the tales of Rokenjima are created. After being guided by Virgilia, so this is Battler, after being guided by Virgilia and meeting Beatrice, now I stand here, at this peak, from which I can see everything below me, and I finally understand the truth of this world.
これが以前にワルギリアが話してくれたことなんだな。
This is that thing you talked to me about before.
そうですよ。
Yes, that's right.
ここでは真実など脆い。
Truth is very fragile in this place.
両者が主張する限り異なる真実が同時に存在できる。
As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. So all of the Ace Attorney Battler jokes are for real. This here truly is the brown tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
では、ラムダデルタ教
What brown tube trial? That was a long time ago. That was episode 3.
第1の番の事件から話を始めます。
Then I will follow Lady Lambda Delta's orders and start from the first crime at the first
ご
twilight.
存知の通り、10月4日、初日の24時、
As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day,
親族会議の小休止の後、夏日さんは先に休むと一人退席しました。
following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi-san left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early.
よって、その時刻から翌朝まで完全にアリバイは消失します。
Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning. The culprit is Ushinomiya Natsuhi. This is because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. That's interesting.
はてそうか
Oh, is that so?
な。夏日以外にもアリバイの怪しい人物がいくらでもいるはず。
I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious
そ
alibis.
れら全員の疑いを晴らさぬ限り、夏日を犯人呼ばわりさせるわけにはいかぬぞ。
Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. The culprit cannot be definitively said to be Natsuhi as long as there are other people without alibis. Natsuhi is the only one with an alibi between 2400 and 1. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, that cannot be said as long as the following possibilities exist. Oh my god, there— wait, I wanted to read all of that!
確かに、
I wanted to read all that!
True.
I guess I'll have to go back in the VOD.
夏日が怪しいとそこまで言い張るなら、
If Erika wants to claim that Natsuhi is suspicious,
エリカは夏日以外全員のアリバイを示してみせるべきだわ。
she should first show that everyone besides Natsuhi has an alibi. Right, Burn?
え、無論よ。
Yes, of course.
エリカはそれを完全に説明しきるわ。
Erika will provide a complete explanation that covers everyone. The culprit is Ushinomiya Natsuhi. As we will prove, everyone else has an alibi.
当然です、我が主。
Of course, my master.
では、順にご説明していきたいと思います。
In that case, I would like to explain things in order.
源氏殺しは一度忘れ、 ゲストハウスの事件のみに絞って進めます。
Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest
と
house.
なればゲストハウスにいた使用人を疑いたいですよね。
The inclination here is to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, yes?
あの晩は郷田さんと熊沢さんがゲストハウスにおられました。
On that night, Godo-san and Kumasawa-san were in the guest
そう
house.
ですね、お二方。
Isn't that right, you two? She turned to face the direction where those two people were seated, and just those two wax models came back to life. When they weren't allowed to speak, they probably weren't even granted a soul. In that case, it would have been much better if Natsuhi's soul could have simply have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Poor wet cat. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question.
はい、そうです。
Yes, that is correct.
私はあの晩、一人でゲストハウスの使用人室におりました。
On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room.
私はこの老体ですからね。
Well, look at my age.
夜は答えますから、ゲストハウスの控え室に戻って。
Staying up the night would be a heavy burden, so I returned to the servants' quarters in the guest house.
お先にすぐ休ませてもらいましたとも。
And went to bed right away on my own. Yes, you'd better believe I did.
では郷田と熊沢もアリバイを失うではありませんか。
Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their
一人で
alibis?
控室で休んでいたと自称する熊沢。
Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters.
一人で使用人室にいたと自称する郷田。
Goda claims he was alone in the servants' room.
そのどちらにもいとこ部屋へ行き殺人を行う余地があるはずです。
Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin's room and commit murder.
めっそうもない。どう
Nonsense!
してそんなことを私たちが。
Why would we do something like that?
そうですともそうですとも。
That's right, that's right.
人殺しなんてそんなとんでもないことです。
How could we ever kill another person? The culprit cannot be definitively said to be Natsuhi. After all, it's not possible that Kumasawa in the guest house committed the crime. Is it not possible that Goda in the guest house committed the crime?
夏日がすべて語っておるわ。
Natsuhi said it all.
控室で一人眠った熊沢も使用人室に一人こもった郷
Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters, and Goda, who was alone in the servants' room,
寝室の夏日と何も変わらん。
are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her
ど
room.
ちらもアリバイを失うではないか。
Both of them has lost their alibis.
ご安心を。
Have no
こ
fear.
の二人は殺人犯ではないと私が保証します。
I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. Can you say it in red?
まず熊沢さんは晩餐後私たちと一緒に屋敷を出てゲストハウスへ行き
Firstly, Kumasawa-san, following dinner, she left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest
そ
house.
のまま控室に入り朝まで眠っていました。
Entered the servants' quarters and slept until morning.
郷田さんも同じです。
It's the same for Goda-san.
事務作業を終えその後に私たちとラウンジで談笑してそれを終えてから休みました。
Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards.
両名とも殺人を行う余地はありません。
Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder.
いよいよ来た。
So we're finally here.
それではわらわも腰を上げるとしよ
I see that it's time for me to stand up as
う。
well.
もはやそなたの出番は終わりだ、エリカ。
Your turn is over already, Erika.
そなたの頼れる用心棒を呼び出すがいい。
Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. Beato glanced where Delanar sat on the second floor balcony. However, Delanar just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes.
復唱要求。
Repetition requested.
郷田と熊沢のアリバイについて完全な証拠がある。
We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis.
復唱拒否。
Decline repetition.
なんで敵にヒントを？
Why give a hint to an enemy?
答えるわけもない。
There's no way we'd answer.
お聞きから村デルタ卿
Did you hear that, Lady Lambda
証
Delta?
拠はないそうだぞ
They say they have no proof.
証拠もなくゴーダと熊沢のアリバイを主張しても良いものなのか
Is it acceptable for them to claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof?
道理だわ。
Good point.
どうなのよ、ベルン、エリカ。
What do you say, Burn, Erika?
どうしてゴーダとクマサワのアリバイを主張できるわけ？
How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis?
引っ込めエリカ
Stay out of this, Erika.
わらわの相手はそこのドラノール
My opponent is Dlanner over
貴
there.
様ごとき人間に魔女の相手は務まらぬわ
A mere human like you is not fit to argue with a witch. I guess, does this mean Battler's not human?
いいえ、
No.
ドラノールの出番は必要ありません。
There's no need for Dlanner to step forward.
あなたの言う人間ごときが魔女を打ち破るからこそ魔女幻想が否定されるのです。
In fact, it is precisely this, a mere human defeating a witch, that will spell the end for the witch illusion.
ならばどうぞ。
So go ahead.
赤で青でお好きなよ
Use the red and blue as much as you like.
うに受けて立ちますよ。
I'm ready for you.
The girls' witch hunt. All right. In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled broadly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. Why is Pharaoh back? Because we are in court. Natsuhi is being accused of murder. And, Dlanner, Pharaoh's on the prosecution side as they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony.
ゴーダにも熊沢にもそれぞれアリバイがない
Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis.
二人はゲストハウスにおりいつでもいとこ部屋へいたり犯行を行うことができる
The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin's room to commit murder at any time.
それが否定できぬ限りナツキを犯人呼ばわりすることなどできぬ
Unless you can eliminate that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit. Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun.
人間であるエリカ使える赤
Here's a cool nickname Shelly can appreciate. Yes, I suppose. A human like Erika can't use any
ドラ
red.
ノールを呼ばずにどう繰り返してみせるか
How could she turn this around without calling Dlanner?
エリカに使えずその主のベルンカステル卿は使えます
Though Erika cannot use it, her master, Lady Burncastle, can.
油断はできません
We mustn't let our guards down.
青き真実有効だわ。
Blue truth, valid.
どうするのベル？
What do you do, Burn?
あんたがドラノールが相手を代わる？
Will you or Dlanner step in instead?
まだ私の出番に
It is still not my turn,
そしてベルンカステル卿の出番でもありません。
and it is not Lady Burncastle's turn either.
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
この程度じゃ私たちの出番にはならないよ。
There's no need for us to show up for something like
フ
this.
ルドエリカというただの人間風情がベアトを打ち破ってこそ意味があるのよ。
This is important precisely because a mere human like Furudo Erika will defeat you, Beato.
人間に打ち破られてこそわかるの。
Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll
黄
know.
金のベアトルーチェなどとのため偽りの魔女が人間以下の幻に過ぎなかったとね。
We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman illusion. Damn, brutal.
それ れが本当にできるなら最高に面白いんだけどね。
If you really can do that, it'll be seriously interesting.
いいわエリカ。
Okay, Erika.
受けて立ちなさい。
Let's see what you've got.
まず熊沢さんですが、とてもシンプルな話です。
I will begin with Kumasawa-san. It is extremely simple.
熊沢さん、ご起立を。
Kumasawa-san, stand.
はい。
Yes.
熊沢さんは昨夜就寝されてから
Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night,
朝事件を知らされるまで一度でも控室を出ましたか？
to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the servants' quarters?
いいえ。
No.
朝までぐっすりでしたとも。
I was sound asleep until morning. I really was.
私実は
The truth is,
昨夜の晩餐の後にエヴァさんと談笑していて面白い話を聞かせてもらっていたんです。
after dinner last night, I had a chat with Eva-san and she told me something very
それ
interesting.
を試させてもらいました。
And I tested it out myself.
それとは何か。
What are you talking about?
まさか
You don't mean...
そうです。
That's right.
金蔵を書斎に追い詰め封じたもの。
It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in the study.
扉に物を挟むことで封印できることを私は知ったのです。
I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame. Oh, that's right. There was something stuck to Natsuhi's door. She did it to the other doors too. Are you kidding?
あいつまさかそれを熊沢さんの控室
Did she actually do that to the servants' quarters where Kumasawa-san was sleeping?
エリカはゲストハウスにいたのですからそれができたとしても何も問題はありません。
Erika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that.
何しろ莫大な温泉が発見されてどんな事件が起こってもおかしくない不気味な夜でした。
After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred.
探偵あるところ事件にあり
Where there is a detective, there will be a crime.
私は何かの事件が起こることを予見して
I foresaw that some kind of crime would take
あらか
place,
じめアリバイを失いそうな人物にこれで封印をさせていただいたのです。
so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost. Erika held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
私はこれを一緒にゲストハウスに戻って熊沢さんが休むと言って控室に入ったのを見届け
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the servants'
これを
quarters,
使って扉を封印したのです。
I used this to seal the door.
そして
Then, in the
朝
morning,
事件が発覚し大騒ぎになった時私は真っ先に熊沢さんの控室を確認し
I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's
そして
quarters,
封印が健在であることを確認しました。
where I confirmed that the seal was still intact.
以上により私は熊沢さんのアリバイを証明できます。
Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi. Kumasawa has an alibi. Natsuhi was the only one with that alibi between 24 hours. It's not possible for Battler. It's not possible for Kumasawa in the guest house that committed the crime has been eliminated. We've also got is it not possible for Battler and Anjo Goda. Oh, Burncastle's going with the Gudo. Gudo.
素晴らしいアリバイだわ。一部の隙間が
A wonderful alibi. Absolutely airtight.
熊沢がエリカと共にゲストハウスに戻りそのまま控室に入って休み朝まで部屋を出ることはなく
Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the servants' quarters to sleep, and never left the room until morning.
つまり熊沢はゲストハウスへ戻った朝まで
Oh,
迎えに
so
上が
she's just using the red here. Wow. In other words,
After Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Burncastle and became Red Truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned even by Beato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Oh, then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. And I sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. The seal was intact at that time, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room, but that doesn't completely exonerate him. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was upstairs. So I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up. Erika's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m. And Erika can testify to his alibi from then until 3 a.m. because she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And after that point, he never set foot upstairs until the morning after. Erika can attest to this as well. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Goda has an alibi. Said in red. Is it not possible that Goda and the guest house committed the crime? Eliminated! We got Ganji Kraus, other people in the mansion, George was playing dead. What if the second floor was reachable? That... Red Truth. Valid. Well done, Erika. The alibis due to your seals on those doors have been acknowledged by Byrne and elevated to the status of Red Truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective, a being greater than humans, who can invoke the Red Truth despite her humanity. You claim to be greater than human. You conceited brat. Live another 1,000 years and then you can talk. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. Should have done this from the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the state of the guest house at midnight. The gold had been found, An emergency family conference called, and Battler-san had gone to the mansion with the
ゲスト
relatives.
ハウスには私といとこ3人、南條先生、郷田さん、熊沢さんが残りました。
I, the three cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san remained in the guest
郷
house.
田さん、熊沢さんのアリバイについてはすでにご説明の通り、
I have already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis.
ジェシカさん、マリアさんの3人はいとこ部屋でトランプで遊んでいました。
George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousins' room.
実は私、ほんの少しだけ混ぜていただきましたので、この時刻に生存していたのをはっきり確認しています。
I actually joined in for a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at the time.
我が主、以上の復唱を要求します。
My master, I request that you repeat this.
ええ、応じるよ。
Yes, I'll oblige you.
ゲストハウスには24時の時点でジョージ、ジェシカ、マリアは生存していて、
At 2400 hours in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive.
2階のいとこ部屋にいた。
And they were in the second floor cousin's room.
南條、郷田、熊沢は1階にいた。
Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor.
あと、もうもったい出ることないから、
And since there's no need to hold off on it
これ
anymore,
までに出ている犠牲者の死亡も確定させてくるね。
I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead.
ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、現地の5人はちゃんと死んでるの。
George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, these 5 really are dead.
あのバッ
Even though they're here in the Court of
死んだ
Illusions.
国なんてでき
I'm
る
just
わけ
kidding.
ないでし
How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that? No murder occurred before 2400. We guarantee that George's group is dead. I just had a thought, but I'd have to go back and check I'd have to check a list of red text. It's not possible that George and the others were actually just playing dead. Gone! What if the crime was committed before midnight? Gone! Yeah-oh.
復唱を感謝します。我が主。
Thank you for repeating, my master.
これをはっきりさせないと、私がアリバイを保証した以前の段階ですでに殺されていたとか。
I had to make these things clear, you see, or I might have started hearing about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibi.
実は死んでなかったとか、いろいろ言われかねませんので。
Or that they weren't actually dead at all. Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crimes occurred before the doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had now been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis.
そうそう。
Got it.
犠牲者に確認されてる最後の生存時刻。
That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive.
それを最初に言ってほしかったわね。
I wish you'd said that in the beginning.
これで24時以前の話は無視していいことになるわ。
This means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight.
さらに言うと、24時の時点で屋敷の2階廊下には夏日とクラウス、源氏がいたわ。
To go even further, at 2400 hours, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the
残
mansion.
りは全員親族会議の食堂。
All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall.
この時点ではまだ殺人は起こっていない。
Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. That's very interesting, red text. So that means if there was a dude manipulating Natsuhi and they were the culprit, they would be in the dining hall. Genji was also alive. Confirmation that at midnight those said to be inside the mansion were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum, it has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1, excluding Natsuhi. That isn't something that Erika observed. But we can't move the game forward without establishing it. Okay, I'll acknowledge that red truth. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master. Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at that time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall all agreed to keep the same story, and that someone might have snuck out of the dining hall and committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled on that matter with the red truth, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back. Damn you. Very troublesome. To think we would be put at such a disadvantage.
これじゃまるでかつてのリーチェとバトラの戦いが逆になったみたいね。
This is almost the exact opposite of Riche's fights with Battler.
いや、その時よりもさらに状況は悪いかと。
In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the game master. The Beato who fought against me was the game master. So she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red truth at will. However, the current Beato isn't the game master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Wow, how the turns table. Though Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Burncastle. Even though she isn't the game master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use the red truth even though she's neither a witch nor the game master. OP, broken. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth or red she can use. And yet the detective Erika can use the red truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. You could probably say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my repetition requests. But in the beginning, she responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. Well, I don't know about on par, you were kind of an idiot, but... However, Burncastle is different. She fully understands the rules of this game, and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And all this made me realize Beato was going easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other. Beato was going easy on you.
これはなかなかに面白い戦いだ。
This has become quite an interesting fight.
なるほど。わらわはかつてのバトラーの立場で戦っているというわけ。
I see. So I must fight from the position Battler once stood in.
かつてのそなたを無能と蔑んだわらわだ。
I once insulted you and called you incompetent.
この程度。まだまだ答えぬぞ。
I can handle much, much worse than this.
ゴーダと熊沢を疑うことはもう不可能だわ。
It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa.
これ以上論点にしても勝てない。
Oops. You can't win by arguing that point any longer.
だな。
Yep.
別のアプローチに切り替えよう。
Let's switch to a different approach.
順当に行くなら次は何
The next in line would probably be Nanjo.
彼もまたゲストハウスにいた人物です。
He was also in the guest house.
南條は確かラウンジでエリカと一緒だった。
Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika, if I'm not mistaken.
しかしその前後の時間帯が空白になるはず。
But the time periods before and after that should be wide open.
そうだな。そこをつく。
That's right. I'll strike there.
南條。
Nanjo.
そなたは確かエリカとゴーダと一緒にゲストハウス1階のラウンジでくつろいでいたのだったな。
You were relaxing in the downstairs lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct? Is it not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime? Yes.
私はエリカさんとずっとご一緒でした。
I was with Erika-san the whole time.
ラウンジで過ごした時間は
Hydrate, alright. Ah, thank you. And during what time was this?
午前1時から午前3時までです。
From 1 to 3 a.m.
え、そうです。
Yes, that's right.
午前1時から午前3時までの間、
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.
私と南條先生、合田さんの3人はラウンジでくつろいでいました。
Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge.
我が主、復唱要求です。
Repetition requested! My master!
応じるの。
I'll respond.
午前1時から午前3時まで、エリカ、南條、合田の3人は
From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the trio of Erika, Nanjo, and
ゲスト
Goda
ハウス1階のラウンジで過ごした。
spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. Though she had flat out refused Beato's repetition request, she responded to Erika's immediately. Wow, so mean. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. Beato grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, she really was in pain. As alibis were steadily established for everyone other than Natsuhi, the witch illusion was also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain.
ならばラウンジで過ごした時間帯の前後アリバイがないはず。
Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge.
南條にも犯行は可能であるぞ。
It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too.
そうね。
That's right.
南條がラウンジで
I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with
エリカ
Erika.
と一緒に1時から3時までいたことは分かったけど、
From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
それ以後はどうなのかしらね。
But what about before and after that?
エリカ。
Well, Erika?
はい。
Of course.
まず午前1時以前のアリバイ。
First, the alibi for before 1 a.m.
これは全く問題ありません。
This
This is no problem at all.
私が24時まで男部屋でトランプで一緒に遊んでおり、
I played cards with the cousins in their room until
それ
midnight,
からラウンジに降りて、そこで南條先生とお会いしたからです。
and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
そうでしたな。
That's right.
24時に降りてきたエリカさんとお会いして少しお話をしていました。かなりのミステリー通だと分かりまして。
At midnight, I'd met Erika-san as she was coming down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre.
すっかり意気投合してしまい。
I realized that I'd found a kindred spirit.
私、碑文の謎解きで書庫に入った時、
When I went into the archive to solve the epitaph's riddle,
海外の名作ミステリーの原書が多数保管されているのを見ていました。
I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there.
ですので、それらを手に取りながら、ぜひ議論がしたくなりまして。
So I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand.
私たちは書庫に移り、ずっとおしゃべりをしていました。
We moved to the archive and were talking the whole time,
ラウンジに場所を移すまでずっとです。
constantly, until we moved to the lounge.
The archive in the guest house had enough books in it that you might even call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for both Erika and Nanjo. Alright, Nanjo is really good at reading English. On that occasion, Erika had again borrowed the key to the archive from Goda in the servant room. She added that she had rechecked the seal at that point and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
なるほど。
I see.
つまり、24時から就寝する午前3時までの間、ずっと南條
So,
と一緒だったわけね。
from midnight until 3 a.m., when you went to bed, you were with Nanjo the whole time?
なら、南條のアリバイは一番盤石ということになるわ。
That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all.
はい、そういうことになります。
Yes, that is indeed the case.
我が主、復唱要求です。
Repetition requested. My master.
応じるの？
I'll respond.
24時以降、エリカは午前3時までずっと南條と一緒にいたの。
After 2400 hours, Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m. At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred, so this establishes an alibi for the period before the time he spent in the lounge.
その後、私たちは午前1時
After that,
に書庫から廊下へ出ます。
We walked out of the archive and into the hallway at 1 a.m.
すると偶然、お戻りになられたローザさんと鉢合わせになりました。
When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned.
そして私が郷田さんにそれを教えました。
Then I then told Goda-san about
客
that.
人を出迎えるのは使用人の役目だろうと思いました。
I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest.
Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. Right, because it's raining outside. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed and read, so there are no problems there.
続きまして、午前3時以
Let's continue on to after 3 a.m.
降、お開きになった後の南條先生のアリバイです。
This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up.
午前3時にバトラさんがお戻りになり、ラウンジは解散。
At 3 a.m., Bachelor's son returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways.
私と南條先生、バトラさんの3人は2階へ上がりました。
Dr. Nancho, Bachelor's son, and I went up to the second floor.
そして南條先生はお休みに。
I then said goodnight to Dr. Nancho.
その際もちろん先生のお部屋の扉にも封印をさせていただきました。
At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well.
あとは事件発覚まで同じです。
And then it went unchanged until the crime was discovered.
私はバトラさんの悲鳴と同時に部屋を飛び出し、
I flew out of my room the moment Battler's son
南
screamed,
條先生の部屋の扉に封印がされていることを確認しました。
and I confirmed that the door to Dr. Nancho's room was still sealed.
よって南條先生のアリバイは午前1時。
What a freak! The instant she hears a scream, she runs out the door before anybody else can open their own doors to see if her seals are still on there. What a freak. Therefore, Dr. Nancho's alibi is perfect before both 1 a.m. and after 3 a.m. Nanjo has an alibi. Nanjo's out of the list. Just like a Battler, Genji Kraus could have committed the crime. Maybe. He's been still unaccounted for.
素晴らしいわ。
But why would
エリカ
Kraus kill his own daughter? Splendid,
あ
Erika.
なたの封印も赤き真実も完璧よ。
Both your seal and your red truth are perfect.
南條は午前3時までエリカと一緒にいたというアリバイがある。
Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m.
そして午前3時から朝まで自室を出ていない。
And he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning. Using the seals she had placed on the doors, Erika was granted red truths from Burncastle one after another. When I gave Beato a repetition request, it was about maneuvering and tactics. But it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card, which can make red whenever she wants.
これでゲストハウスの容疑者全員のアリバイ証明を終えました。
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house.
問題はありませんね。
No problems, I assume?
問題はあるぞ。
I do have a problem.
それはだな。
And that problem is, Beato racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. What about Battler? He went to sleep up there. There was no point she could take issue with. Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking.
ベアトを却下するわ。
I'm overruling you, Beato.
私は何も問題を感じない。
I can't sense any problems at all.
極めてポップでキュートでパーフェクトだわ。
It's totally pop, cute, and perfect!
これでゲストハウスの人間全員のアリバイは証明された。
The alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven.
待ちな、エリカ。
Hold it, Erika.
俺を抜く気か。
You're gonna leave me out of this? That's what I was saying.
後ろ宮バトラーにだって犯行のチャンスはあるはずだ。
I'm pretty sure Ushinomiya Battler also had a chance to commit the crime.
何しろ犠牲者たちと同じ部屋で一夜を共にしたんだぞ。
After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night.
その俺を差し置いて議論を先になんか進ませねえ。
There's no way I'll let you carry on this discussion while ignoring me. Right, he's not allowed to talk. At that moment, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. Ow! It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip.
バトラ様の発言権はまだ認められておりません。
Bachelor-sama, your right to speak has not yet been
ご
recognized.
注意。
Be warned. Ow! Damn it.
は 分かっておるぞバトラ
Yeah, I understand, Battler.
そしてすまん許せ
And my apologies. Forgive me.
エリカ
Erika,
まだバトラのアリバイを示していないぞ
you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler.
バトラは犠牲者たちと枕を並べて眠った男
Battler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. You could say he was kind of in a similar situation as Natsuhi was with Hideyoshi's murder.
誰よりも一番に疑わなければならぬのではないのか
Shouldn't he be placed under the greatest suspicion of all? Is it not possible that Battler in the guest house committed the crime?
ベアトの言う通りだわ
Bato's
ダメ
right.
じゃないよねバトラを飛ばしちゃ
You can't go skipping Battler like that.
これは失礼しました
My
す
apologies.
っかり失念しておりました
I had completely forgotten about him. So much for your photographic memory.
そなたは午前3時に帰ってきたバトラと共に2階へ上がる
After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went upstairs with
そし
him.
てそなたも自室に戻って眠ったはずだ
And I believe you also went to your own room and slept.
24時にいとこ部屋を訪れたかもしれぬが午前3時以降には訪れておらぬはず
You may have gone to the cousin's room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m.
まさかその後バトラのベッドに潜り込みに行ったとでも言うのか
Oh, you jealous? Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on?
一晩中バトラの寝顔を見ていとこ部屋でのアリバイを確認していたとまで言うなら
Of course, if you tell me you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin's
認
room,
めてやってもいいが
I might just be willing to accept your proof.
ええ一晩中寝息を聞いていましたが何か
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? What the fuck?
ななんだと
What? And did you hear the murder happen, you
私
bitch?
フルドエリカはバトラさんが午前3時にいとこ部屋に
I, Furudo Erika,
お戻りになり
can prove that Battler's son returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m.
すぐにそのままベッドに潜り込みすぐに就寝してしまったことを証明できます
That he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep.
そして起床され部屋の惨状に気づき悲鳴を上げるまで部屋で何も起こらなかったことまでも証明できます
And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. Girl, there are contradictions with that. Objection! Doesn't that mean the murder occurred before 3 a.m.? But y'all were downstairs and couldn't see anybody going upstairs. What's with that, huh?
ですのでご安心を
So you have no need to
バトラ
worry.
さんは犯人ではありません
Battler's son isn't the culprit.
殺人現場にそうとは知らずに入り朝まで寝てしまったただの理解の第一発見者です
He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning.
バカな
That's insane!
お得意の封印でもそれを証明することは不可能なはず
Even with those seals you love so much, it shouldn't be possible for you to prove that.
どうしてそれがそなたに証明できるというのか
How can you prove this?
ふざける
It's a load of crap.
あの時俺は自分だけ部屋に入ったんです
I entered that room
エ
alone,
リカ自分の部屋へ戻ったはずだ
and Erika must have gone into her own room as well.
どうしてそんなさも見ていたかのように断言できるんだ
How can she say something like that, as though she saw the whole thing? Right, she previously claimed she burst out of her room when she heard Battler scream, so
見たとは言っています
she never said that she saw it.
エリカさんに割り当てられた部屋はどこですか
Oh, were they completely adjacent? And that's why she could hear it? The room Erika was assigned to, where was it located?
エリカ 教えてちょうだい。
Erika, tell me, please.
どうしてあなたはバトラーのことがそこまで証明できるの？
How can you prove so much about Battler?
さすがにそれでこそ探偵だわ。
I'd expect no less from a true detective.
私の部屋はいとこ部屋の隣です。
My room was right next to the cousin's room.
薄い壁が一枚あるだけです。
There was only a single thin wall between them. You don't mean...
そなたは壁に耳をつけいとこ部屋の様子を伺っていたというのか。
You put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin's room?
はい、
Yes?
私の耳は完璧です。
My ears are perfect.
バトラさんが入室後、直ちに私は部屋の壁に耳をつけ、何か異常が起こらないか監視していました。
Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and listened carefully to make sure nothing out of the ordinary occurred.
あんた、バトラーが悲鳴を上げる朝まで何も起こらなかったと証明できると言ったわね。
You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next
ま
morning.
さかあんた、
You don't mean...
はい、
Yes?
朝まで一睡もせずに壁に耳をつけ監視をしておりました。
I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink. So the murder must have occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. Everyone was stunned into silence because this girl is such a freak. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had silenced her breathing in a pitch black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin's room, like some kind of creepy, venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Berncastle alone was grinning in triumph.
ゲームの進行上から当主の指輪を受け継いだバトラがキーマンになるのは読めている。
Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player.
私はてっきりバトラが第一の癌の犠牲者だと思ってたわね。
I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight.
はい。
Yes.
ですから我が主も追いつけ通り。
So, just as my master told me to do.
朝まで一睡もせずに壁に耳をつけ異常が起こらないか監視をしておりました。
I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
エリカの記憶力は写真に向き、
Erika has a photographic memory,
そして聴力は録音機能。
and her hearing is on par with a tape recorder.
エリカの耳をごまかしてジョージたちを殺し首に傷を刻むなど不可能なことよ。
It would have been impossible for Battler to kill George and the others and slit their throats without Erika hearing it. Power gaming! It is impossible for Battler to have committed the crime. Bam! So now we gotta... It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushinomiya Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room.
つまりバトラには殺人も死体を傷つけることも不可能だったということ。
In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. The red from the two of them forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. The red truth they had spoken not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant that the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became, yeah, that's what I was saying, between midnight and 3 o'clock. That also automatically provided a guaranteed alibi for everyone who wasn't in the guest house before 3 a.m. But that includes Natsuhi. Oh, they're gonna say she was hiding in the guest house because nobody can confirm her alibi. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3. The crime was not committed after 3. Wow. We're getting pretty low on possibilities protecting Natsuhi. That one hurts a lot.
エリカは24時以降はずっとゲストハウスにいます。
After midnight, Erika was in the guest house the whole time.
つまり屋敷にいた人物のアリバイを証明することは難しいはずだ。
So it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Eva and the others. But now, all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3 a.m. And she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m. And we'll have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. I mean, couldn't you say it was impossible for Natsuhi to do it because she was in the mansion and therefore witches are real? I mean, that's what you really need to do, right? The people who were in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 o'clock. Or witches did it. What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between 12 and 3? In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human could have committed the crime. Still, that's a tall order. Until 3 a.m., Erika was in the lounge. And you have to pass through there to get upstairs. In other words, she's practically like a sentry for the upstairs floor of the guest house. This is an unimaginative suggestion, but if it was possible to reach the upper floor without Erika noticing, we would probably be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's probably possible for a human to climb up to the second-story windows if they really wanted to. What if the second floor was reachable without going past Erika in the lounge? Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way. And Burncastle must have thought this as well. Battler, Nancho, Goda, Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. And to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. If this is the case, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Beato finally struck back. Before now, she had let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one. Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I can't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. Firstly, because of how the guest house is constructed. Stretch! Ooh, I do need that. I just cracked my neck. Yeah, let's stretch! Stretch! Thank you. Firstly, because of how the guest house is constructed. It is impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under cover, and neither are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master, I request you repeat! It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Good, my master! So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really does pose a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. We also can't be certain that crawling up the rain gutter would be impossible. But I can't let you do that. I can't let you do that. Oh, you won't let
で
me.
はどうしたというのか。
And how's that?
まさか夜通しゲストハウスの周りをぐるぐる回って
She put
寝妻を
seals on the
したとで
fucking
も言うのか
windows, didn't she? She put seals on the fucking windows. Did you stay up all night circling the guest house?
いやそれはできないよな。
No, you couldn't do that, could
そ
you?
なたはラウンジにいたのだから。
You were in the lounge.
ラウンジの窓から見える外は外周の一部に過ぎない。
From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window.
そうです。
That's
私
true.
は外壁を2階まで登るあらゆる方法を完全に防ぐことはできません。
I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the
し
outside.
かし、2階へ侵入することを防ぐことはできました。
However, I was able to prevent all entry from the second floor.
侵入を防ぐと。
Prevent entry?
すでに読めている手です。
I had already foreseen this
恐
move.
ろしい。ここまで必要とは。
Frightening. So persistent.
ゲストハウスはその構造上、外部から2階へ侵入するには窓を使うほかありませ
She
ん。
put seals on the fucking windows. Because of how the guest house is constructed, the only method of entry from the second floor is the windows.
どうでもいいことです。
The locks? They don't matter at all.
ただ、窓が、鎧戸が一度も開かれなかったことを保証すればいいだけの話だったんです。
I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once.
私は黄金の隠し場所に立ち会い、その後ゲストハウスへ戻ってすぐ
After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house.
ラウンジを通過せずにゲストハウス2階へ至ることのできるすべての方法を断絶する工作を開始しました。
And immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor that didn't pass through the lounge.
同じことです。
Yes, it's exactly the same.
これまでと何も変わらず。
No different from the rest.
あんた、
Don't tell me.
まさかゲストハウスのすべての窓にお得意の封印をしたって言い出すの？
You use that seal of yours on all the windows of the guest house? I fucking knew it.
あの天気の中、その格好で。
In that weather? Dressed like that?
一応漂着時の水着持ってますので。
Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
イカれてやがるぜ。
She's insane.
客人として迎えられた家でまだ何も起こってないのに、あの雨の中。
At a house where she was welcomed as a guest. Before anything had happened at all, she went out in all that
そんなこ
rain
とをした回るってのか。
and did something like that?
普通の人間なら絶対にありえない不審な行為です。
For a normal human, it would certainly be an impossibly dubious action.
ですが彼女は魔女の駒です。
However, she is the witch's piece. She's the witch's OC. In the middle of all that rain, Erika sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the walls herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things which could possibly have permitted entry. After hearing that she'd listened to the cousin's room all night long without sleeping a wink, even this bizarre behavior didn't seem quite so impossible. That it probably also looked like a venomous spider. Was that necessary? Because I figured even if she sealed the windows on the inside, it still would have broken her seal. A repulsive, venomous spider crawling eerily over the outer walls of the guest house in the middle of a storm.
あなたという人は我が後宮家を何だと心得ておられるのですか？
Just what do you think of the house of Ushinomiya?
客人として迎えた恩も忘れ。
Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest?
探偵にとって牛込家は事件の舞台以上にも以下にもなりません。
To the detective, the Ushinomiya house is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs.
私にとって事件発生前に重要なことは
登場人物の名前を覚えることと地形構造を覚えること。
Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important to me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the lay of the
来た
land.
事件に備え各種アリバイの取得準備および工作に専念することです。
And prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis.
事件発生前に何の準備もしない探偵は私から見れば三流かと。
From my perspective, detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. Erika, that's an insane statement.
投留先で人が死ぬと私たちは知っているのだから。
Okay, that's pretty fucking funny. That's pretty fucking funny. I'm gonna say the whole thing again. From my perspective, detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night. Phoenix, you gotta start preparing for these things to happen.
そしてエリカは
Furthermore, only the person who died was you. Damn, Dan. She really is going full power gaming. And apparently Burncastle finds this really amusing. Furthermore,
事件発覚と同時に全ての封印が破られていないことを確認した。
at the moment the crime was discovered, Erika confirmed that none of those seals had been
エ
broken.
リカが死体発見時一番にいとこ部屋に到着しなかった理由はそう
That's why Erika wasn't the first one to reach the cousins' room when the corpses were discovered.
死体なんて見分しなくても
So that's why she was late, because she was checking all these seals, damn. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things, thanks to the red truth.
それより重要なのはアリバイ構築のための封印の確認だった。
It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis.
我が主は完璧です。
You are perfect, my master!
私は主に命じられたままに全てを完璧に証明しただけです。
All I did was prove everything to perfection by following your orders.
見事よ、エリカ。
Well done, Erika.
私の分身、私の駒。
My double, my
ど
piece.
うラムダ。
What do you think,
こ
Lambda?
れでラウンジでのエリカの見張りはアリバイ構築上絶対の信頼性を持つことが証明されたと思うけど。
I'd say this proves that Erika's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis is concerned. There is no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. Shit! That's the biggest thing that would have been saving Natsuhi. Now, somebody had to have been hidden upstairs. Somebody had to have been hidden upstairs beforehand. But everybody was in the everybody was doing the family conference except for Genji, who's dead, Kraus, who's missing, and Natsuhi. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that.
エリカ、あなたの封印は完璧よ。
Unless there was an extra person on the island who did it. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Erika, your seal is perfect.
私が赤で認めるわ。
I'll acknowledge it in red.
ゲストハウス2階へはラウンジを通過しない限り至ることはできず。
It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge.
ラウンジにいたエリカに知られずに至ることは不可能。
And impossible to reach it all at all without Erika, who was in the lounge, knowing about it.
ありがとうございます、ラプタデルタ卿。
Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta.
以上により次のことが確定したわけです。
So,
大ベアトリーチェ卿、
You know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice.
以上により犯行時刻は生存確認をした24時から
Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between midnight, when they were confirmed to be
ラウンジで
alive,
ランナップ始まった午前1時までの1時間の間に限定される
and 1 a.m. when our party in the lounge started.
I've
already said it, but at midnight I went down to the
そ
lounge.
こで南條先生と意気投合し午前1時まで書庫でミステリー談義にふけっておりました
And was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the archive until 1 a.m.
お恥ずかしながらすっかり熱中してしまっていたため
It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so engrossed with this
そ
discussion
の間廊下を誰かが通り抜けても私は気づけませんでした
that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period.
探偵にあるまじき痛恨のミスです
Quite a regretful mistake for a detective. After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she had become too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening? Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It was almost like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this is an intentional trap. Said in full awareness that only Natsuhi doesn't have an alibi for the hour following midnight.
つまり逆説的に申し上げるとこういうことです
To put it the other way around, this has the following
いと
corollary.
こ部屋に至って犯行を行えるのは24時から午前1時までの間にアリバイを失う人物だけということです
The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those who have no alibi between midnight and 1 a.m. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. The crime was only possible between midnight and 1 a.m. Who are those? Frickin' done. It had been a crime that occurred at a completely unknown point during that long night. But because of the alibis Erika had constructed, that time period had been compressed and restricted to the single hour following midnight. Erika left the cousin's room at midnight. This is the last time we have confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin's room by any method.
人間のくせに
All this from a mere human.
なんてやつ
まずいですね。
This is quite bad.
一夜が1時間にまで封じられ、残す容疑者のこの調子ではあとわずかでしょう。
Night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate there won't be many pieces left to suspect.
ベルンカステル教
Damn you, Lady Burncastle.
名やるではないか
Not bad at all.
私バトラと違ってバカじゃないの
Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot.
こんなゲーム5度も繰り返せば手の内は十分だわ
After this game's repeated 5 times, I have more than enough cards in my hand.
それでは改めまして
Then let us continue.
残りの容疑者屋敷の人物のアリバイを検証してまいりましょう
Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the
何
mansion.
しろ24時から午前1時までのたった1時間の話
After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1
も
a.m.
はや難しいことではありません。
That shouldn't be difficult at all.
まず24時の時点、
First, midnight.
この時点で2階廊下に夏日、クラウス、源氏がおり、それ以外の全員が1階食堂におりました。
At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, and all of the others were in the first floor dining
こ
hall.
れはすでに我が主によって赤き真実で示されています。
This has already been given in red truth by my master.
そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
24時の時点で屋敷の2階廊下には夏日とクラウス、源氏がいた。
At 2400 hours, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion.
残りは全員1階の食堂。
The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor.
そしてご存知の通り、謎のノックがあって、片翼の紋章の手紙が現れた。
And as you know, there was a mysterious knock, and a letter with a one-winged seal on it
そ
appeared.
してそれをめぐって、午前1時まで延々と議論が続いたの。
The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 a.m.
私がそれを赤き真実で語る。
I will say it with the red
食
truth.
堂の全員は午前1時ま
Wow,
で
we got
誰
it.
一人食
Check
堂を
this
退
out.
出していない。
We got a candy cane text box. Of all of the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m. Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1. Maybe Genji killed them and Kraus killed Genji in revenge? The time that the crime was possible had been limited to between midnight and 1 o'clock, and it had been guaranteed that the adults in the family conference did not leave the mansion between midnight and 1 o'clock. This gave them all proven alibis. And maybe Kraus stayed missing because, I don't know. Anyway.
それをどうやって証明するのか。
And how do you intend to prove that?
エリカはゲストハウス。
Erika's in the guest
誰かが
house.
食堂の扉にお得意の封印でもして証明したというのか。
Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals in the dining hall
納
door?
得のいく証拠も証明もないぞ。
You have no convincing evidence of proof.
赤き真実はただ真実であり、証拠も証明も議論の余地も必要ない。
The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument.
あんたが作ったルールよ。
You made that rule. The overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Kanon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were 3 people: Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If alibis were proven for Kraus and Genji, it would prove that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
では次に源氏についてです。
Let's move on to Genji.
彼は犠牲者ですが、いとこ部屋での犯行に及んだ後、自らも殺された可能性も
He's a victim,
否定できません。
but we can't rule out the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin's room and then was killed himself. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
そして何より24時に2階廊下にいましたが、
And furthermore, although he was in the second floor corridor at midnight,
その後夏日の電話の取り次ぎのため使用人室に戻り孤立します。
He then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated. Is it not possible that Genji in the mansion committed the crime?
ということは、源氏にも犯行は可能なはず。
Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the crime.
赤で語るわ。
I'll say it in red.
源氏は電話の取り次ぎを終えた後、そのまままっすぐ
God damn it,
控室に戻っている。
You're abusing your power. Burn Castle's totally abusing her power. Damn. She's just bullying she's just bullying not even Beato, but the pretend Beato. They're just using her as a frickin' punching bag. I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the servants' quarters.
証拠も証明も封印もアリバイもなく。
That's just a cold, hard truth.
ただ冷酷に真実をね。
That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it? So it's dangerous when there's a witch, playing the game.
そして午前1時。
Then at 1 a.m.
親族会議は再び小休止となり、ローザがゲストハウスへ戻ります。
There was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest
こ
house.
の時、
At that time,
本当に協力に感謝します。後ろ宮エヴァさん、
I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushinomiya Eva-san.
ご起立を。
Please rise.
エリカちゃんだけじゃないのよ。
Erika-chan wasn't the only one, you know?
私もきっと今夜何かが起こると思っていた。
I was also certain that something would happen that night.
彼女こそは私に封印を教えてくれた方。
She's the person who taught me how to make those seals.
そして私と共に疑わしい人物のアリバイを確かめるために協力してくださいました。
And she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion.
私は午前1時の小休止の時、
During the break at 1 a.m.,
源氏さんの控室に行き、エリカちゃんと同じ封印をした。
I went to Genji-san's quarters and used the same seal as Erika-chan.
つまり、これが破られていなかったなら、
In other words, if this wasn't
午
broken...
前1時から翌朝まで、
No,
この部屋は誰も出入りできなかっ
They
た
had
ことに
people putting seals in both buildings! It would mean that no one could have entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning. Eva! The murder of Genji is also restricted to the interval of 12 and 1.
続けてカノンさん、熊沢さん、
Now, Kanon-san and Kumasawa-san,
ご起立を。
please rise. Hano and rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
お二人は朝、
In the
起
morning,
きてくるのが遅い源氏さんを起こしに行きましたね。
you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? Right, it was on Genji's door.
そしてその時、扉に封印化されているのに気づき、それを破いて扉を開きましたね。
And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct?
はい、
Yes.
何かのいたずらだろうと思いました。
I thought it was some kind of prank.
あの時はそんなことは深く気にしませんでした。
I didn't think deeply about it at the time.
感想は聞いてません。事実だけを述べるように。
I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts.
封印を破って入室したんです。
Without love. Did you break the seal when you entered the room?
はい。
Yes.
赤き真実でエヴァとカノンと熊沢の今の証言が真実であることを保証するわ。
With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Kanon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth.
エヴァは午前1時に源氏の控室に封印をし、それは朝の事件発覚時にカノンと熊沢に破られた。
At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's sleeping quarters, and that seal was broken by Kanon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered.
面倒だからさらに付け加えるわ。
Just to save time, I'll add on
午
more.
前1時の小休止で最初に食堂を出たのはローザとエヴァよ。
During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva.
エヴァが戻るまで食堂の人間は全員その場にとどまっていた。
Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there.
エヴァはローザを見送った後、控え室へ行き封印を行った。
After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the sleeping quarters and sealed it. Well, now the big glaring chasm is Kraus.
無論、その際に室内には一切立ち入っていないわ。
Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time.
これらはすべて関係者からの事情聴取で分かったことです。
This is all information I discovered by gathering it from the people involved.
根拠なき赤き真実ではありません。
These are not baseless red truths.
証言から構築された正当な推理による真実です。
They are truths I arrived at through proper reasoning constructed from testimony.
証言だけでなく指紋の採取、各種科学調査、
What?
可能な限りを尽くし
You
ました。
freak! And not only testimony, I took fingerprints and performed every kind of forensic test available to me.
何しろ金蔵さんの書斎はあらゆる薬物の宝庫。
After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure trove of all kinds of
赤
chemicals.
き真実に限りなく近い究極の真実である各種の調査結果を得ています。
I obtained all sorts of scientific evidence, which is truth in its purest form and infinitely close to red truth.
サイエンスミステリーではないので、その詳細は割愛しますが。
However, this isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details. You freak! As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into red truth by Berncastle. Without going into too much detail, the results she had obtained would have been convincing even without the red truth. Fingerprint collection with aluminum powder. Composition analysis on the mud under people's shoes. Various chemical reactions from clinging rainwater. Erika had walked in and out of the study that didn't belong to her several times, using all manner of chemicals however she pleased without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That was the power of the detective's authority. You can be as much of a freak as you want. You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll warn everyone I meet never to welcome in any guest who calls themselves a detective.
それがよろしいかと思います。
I believe that would be wise.
探偵に雨宿りを許すなんて吹きつけあまりのことなんですから。
Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
以上から
This is proof
現時の控え室へ至り犯行を行うのが可能なのもまた
that it was only possible to reach Genji's sleeping quarters and commit the crime.
24時から午前1時までであることが証明されたわ。
Between midnight and 1 a.m., just as with the murders in the guest house.
そしてさらにエリカの調査によって現時にもいとこ部屋へ至るのが不可能であることが証明されたわ。
And furthermore, Erika's investigation also proved that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin's room. It had already been made clear in Red Truth that, after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the servants' quarters. Now, based on the results of Erika's scientific investigation, they added a further red truth. Genji never left the mansion after midnight. This made it clear beyond doubt that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin's room. Genji has an alibi. How did she have time before Genji's corpse disappeared? I guess she just was taking samples like crazy. Patchwork Chimera? That leaves only Kraus and Natsuhi. All other people have had their alibis proven. Impossible! Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a goldfish starved of oxygen. And that was an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate.
Ushiromiya
Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband. Don't be ridiculous! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband? Beato, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right?
Please don't tell me. That you expect to be able to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me. Is it not possible that Kraus in the mansion committed the crime? You know what this... Patchwork Chimera is the equivalent of like that music that starts playing when you're at critical health in Pokemon Black and White. Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, these alibis of Erika's would still have many places that Beato could argue against using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Burncastle and Lambda Delta as red truth. And Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like Erika's creating the plot line. And those witches are distorting things so that everything matches up with it. That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the truth that remains in the end. That happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth. That's fucked up. There's no... Oh, man, this is Battler Sprite. There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call. Do you suspect Natsuhi and Kraus, Battler-kun? Well,
エリカの真実は
Jessica,
卑劣な
why
構
would
築
they
ですが
kill their
正当です
heir? Their only baby girl, Jessica, who was a miracle in the first place. Erika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth.
魔女と結託しているとはいえ赤き真実で認められています
She may be colluding with a witch, but it has still been acknowledged as red truth.
つまり嘘だけで構築した偽の真実では断じてありません
In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built only on lies.
つまりエリカの真実でも筋が通るのです
This means that even Erika's truth makes sense.
夏日やクラウスが犯人という真実も全くありえなくはありませ
The
ん
Beato followed me? Oh my gosh! Hello!
I know Jessica hates her mom, but her mom doesn't hate Jessica! Welcome to Rokenjima. I freaking guess. Wow. Beato, be nice to me, okay? In Rokenjima, I am the Golden Witch. How are you doing? Because you seem to be getting a thrashing in this court battle right now. This means that even Erika's truth makes sense. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being the culprits is also very possible.
それが虚構であろうとも筋が
Yes! This is my first time. And I've got lots of theories. This one's something else. I guess Erika's solving all the mysteries for me except for the letter and the knock. Yeah, no spoils. Though you can spoil, you know, of course, stuff that happened in episodes 1 through 4. This truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being the culprits is also very possible. It may be a hollow truth, but it is consistent. We can also hashtag blame Shannon, that's right. The O'Neill here, like said hashtag blame Shannon as a joke that Shannon was the mastermind and everything is her fault on a whim. And it hasn't been disproven so far. It may be a hollow truth, but it is consistent.
真実と同じ価値を持った虚構なのです
It's a fiction that holds the same worth as truth. Crazy.
そう二つの真実のどちらを信じる
Which of those two truths will you believe?
それはバトラ君自身が自ら決めることです
That is for you to decide. No.
俺は
I'll
夏日おばさんクラウスおじさんを信じるぜ
trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus.
金でトラブルがあるのは知ってる
I realize that they're in some money trouble.
だがそれでも俺はおばさんたちが犯人だと信じたくない
But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits.
いや信じられない
No, I can't believe it.
これだけ赤に着実に追い詰められたこの盤面上でどうやったら夏日を逃がせます
How do you intend to get Natsuhi out of this position, where she's so cornered by Red, which is slowly but surely closing in on her?
わからね
I don't know.
だが絶対に屈したくない
But I seriously don't want to give up.
夏日おばさんは卑劣な罠にはめられただけだ
Aunt Natsuhi's just been caught in a cowardly trap, that's all.
エリカの推理はまさにそれに踊らさ
And Erika's reasoning is all part of it.
れたものだからエリカは意図してかせずしてか本当の犯人の片棒を担いでる
So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the true culprit.
エリカと夏日おばさんは犯人だと告発しそしてこの場にいる誰もがそうだと信じてる
Even if Erika has accused Aunt Natsuhi of being the culprit, and even if everyone else here believes that,
ならばこそ俺だけは夏日おばさんを信じたい
That's exactly why I want to be the one person who trusts her. If everyone assumes it's true, does it become the truth? Like when like Eva killing everybody in episode 4 before 1999. If everyone accepts a lie, does it become the truth? Must the solitary truth teller be dragged to the guillotine to the jeers of liars? I don't like it. If no one will believe Aunt Natsuhi, then I will. Real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone thinks something sounds reasonable. It's something you arrive at after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. It's a kangaroo court that exists for no reason other than to set an Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit. Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, you know. Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't going to beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the ruler of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's. And it used the vine boom. Oh wait, no, actually no, that's just the vine boom sounding one. That's not actually the red text sound, but that her truth is more correct than Erika's. Without violating any of the red truths that Lady Burncastle has shown, can you weave together a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit? I guess that everybody killed themselves, unfortunately, except Hideyoshi. It wouldn't be possible that Hideyoshi killed himself, but if everybody else killed themselves, it'd be possible. Oh, that's fucked up. Can you weave together a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit? I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, there's gotta be a different truth. I don't even care if the culprit for the crime ends up being a witch. That's better than having Aunt Natsuhi be framed by an incorrect truth. So, no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct? Yeah. For everything, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. Okay, Phoenix Wright. I'm sure there are countless truths in the world that can't be proven with evidence. Oh my god, Battler is really tapping into his Phoenix right now that he's the defense attorney. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. Where is the blade that cut their neck when they all suicide? Okay, that's a good question. And then who moved all the bodies? I mean, that could have been Kraus and Natsuki, but they didn't kill him. Or maybe Kraus moved all the bodies. But where did the blade that cut their neck go? In both cases. You know, it sounds really gross, but the cuts were so deep and precise that that if it was like another hole had opened up in there. Ew, this is really nasty, but maybe the last person to cut their neck and then Genji individually. Maybe they shoved the knife so deep down. Maybe after they cut... Well, I guess that doesn't make sense. Because of the nature of the cuts. I imagine that they could hide the knife inside their bodies, but it's hard to imagine you would have the time or strength to do that once you've cut your own neck. Even if it's in somebody else's body, you'd like lose your strength pretty fast. Hydrate. Thank you, peach tea. I'll be sipping. I wish I had some peach tea on me. I just love water. Stretch. Thank you. Thank you. No shrimping. True. Maybe I was shrimping a little. I'll see. I actually wasn't shrimping as bad as I have been for most of the stream. Funny enough. Ooh, I sure needed that stretch though. This sounds good. I mean, this feels good. Thank you. Where did the knife go? Well, was there any evidence? Did Erika confirm that she thoroughly searched all the rooms? That she thoroughly searched both the cousin's room and the servant's room to find that there was no bloody knife? Because if it's even if it's unlikely that someone had the strength to hide the knife inside, try to remind a streamer anytime I pop in. Oh, that's so sweet. That's honestly really sweet to do. Even if somebody didn't have the strength to hide the knife in their own bodies. Wait. They could have hid it in their clothes. Nobody searched their clothes. There was hardly a chance to do so. Because, there we go. Okay, easy answer. I got it for you, great. Nobody had the chance to do anything too strenuous after they sliced their own throats. But it's possible that they could have just hid the bloody knife in their own clothes. And there were both people that could do that. George had his big ol' coat, right? His big ol' suit. He could have hid the knife in there. And then Genji's also wearing a suit, and he could hide the knife in there.
people were trying to preserve the crime scene so nobody touched the bodies, and then they vanished so nobody could go back and check them. That's what it is. Or that could be an answer. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the far side of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the far side of the moon with your own eyes. You can't rule out the possibility that nothing is there. And neither can you rule out the possibility of a thriving culture of space bunnies. Oh my god, it's the Loporits. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is maliciously trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that can't be checked. I once believed there was a society on the far side of the moon. Why, Battler? Thriving culture of space bunnies on the far side of the moon? What is this, Toho? Oh my god. If that's a Toho reference, that's probably exactly what it's supposed to be, since there's fucking pseudo pets on, right? But that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a society lives on the moon. And I threw away that belief, and then look, there's Loporits. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the far side of the moon. And I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said that was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence. I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. You try not to stay up super late, so you're gonna head out but have fun of me Nekoing. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night. Even though not a single piece of decisive proof has been shown. There's no proof. But Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? That's your reason to abandon your belief that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe that. I believe that real truth only surfaces when you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much they try to make Aunt Natsuhi out to be the culprit, it's my belief that she isn't. And I'll never give that up. I understand. Then allow me to grant you a single red truth. Ooh, I bet Virgilia is proud of him. This is the single bit of power I will give you, now that you hold the will to fight in the truest sense. So this is something she's doing for Beato's benefit. Power? By the name of the finite witch Virgilia. No. As the former witch Beatrice, I grant you this red truth. The red truth is a gift? Yeah! Let's go! Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit. Oh, this is so hype. Hello? Plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will cease her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit. What'll you do, Beato?
このままじゃ夏日やばいわよ。
At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right?
司法取引を受ける？
Will you accept the plea bargain? So that red truth is what Lambda Delta has in her sleeve to... Okay, so their plan... Alright, I'm pretty sure Lambda Delta's plan with going on with all this and throwing Natsuhi under the bus and purposely setting it up so that Natsuhi looks guilty as shit is to bait Burncastle into doing everything. But no matter what happens, Lambda Delta has the ultimate trump card of you're wrong, Natsuhi didn't do it. Which is how she was going to defeat Burncastle. She doesn't even have to prove that witches exist. She just has to say Natsuhi's not the culprit. So she is not... So she doesn't even really have to prove that witches exist. That's all she has to say. What do you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain?
後ろ宮家の名誉とやらを放棄するなら、今回はドローにしてあげようっていう。
If you're willing to abandon this Ushinomiya family honor thing, Burn says she'll let you off with a draw.
ペルの甘い配慮よ。
She's being really soft on you, you know. Kraus was currently missing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he was no different than a cat in a box that had disappeared into the mists of the island. The cat in the box is a creature of infinite variation. No interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Burncastle were to claim that Kraus was the culprit, she wouldn't be able to make that the sole truth. That is, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory could exist in almost perfect balance. Beato could make the game a draw. Burncastle was tempting her. She was offering her a second chance. If she would abandon the honor of the family she'd sworn to protect and consent to weaving a fragment that would trample all over that honor, there was no room for false confidence. For Beato, to lose was to die. Unless she could see herself having an overwhelming advantage in this game, the right move had to be to actively pursue a draw. I will not allow you to call my husband a killer. My husband is the next in line to the Ushinomiya family headship. The one person who will inherit the glory of the Ushinomiya family. I will never allow you to brand him as a criminal. Even though she knows he's a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hempel's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And so what if I'm the only one left? I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. And I am the representative of the noble head, with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. But none of you can damage my honor with fiction!
With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Burncastle had intended. Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is singled out, Lambda will deliver her verdict. As soon as that happens, the witch illusion will be denied and you'll vanish into mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish stubbornness drag you down to the depths of hell? Riche, you fought well. Now's the time to withdraw. Convince Natsuhi and try to work out a compromise. Man, this is a real different feeling knowing the truth and seeing them struggle like this. Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastle have boredom, not you as their true enemy. I imagine they would like to play this game over again. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly. And move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that. Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one. The same does not hold for you, milady. Through this game, I believe you have learned the moves that Lady Burncastle has up her sleeves. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Burncastle's deal might be your one and only good option right now. Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies! My apologies, but I cannot do that. I will simp Natsuhi to the bitter end. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. That's exactly what Battler said. because the truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. Wait, so this Beatrice is said to be in a similar position as Battler was in the previous games. Is she a piece that's being controlled by Battler right now? I won't abandon her.
誰もがナツヒを犯人と信じるなら、それでもわらわは魔女が犯人であると主張する。
Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will still claim that a witch is responsible.
それが主張できるなら、わらわの存在価値ならそれまでよ。
If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything.
負けられねえんだよ。
I can't afford to lose.
真実ってのはさ、
Truth
誰かが否定するもんじゃね
isn't for anyone to deny.
え。自分が疑って、捨てた時に消え去るんだよ。
It's something that disappears when you doubt it and abandon it yourself.
それがベアトの返事？
Is that your answer, Beato?
ああ、当然拒否よ。
Yeah, of course I refuse.
後ろ宮クラウスは犯人にあらず。
Ushinomiya Kraus is not the culprit. Ushinomiya Kraus is not the culprit. It wasn't said in red, though. It was not said in red. It wasn't said in red, but these are the only things, defending Natsuhi. Oh, man. Cool.
もう取り返しはつかないわ。
There'll be no coming back from this, you know.
愚か者の短気にふさわしい報いを受けなさい。
Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron.
奇跡のまずベルンカステルの名において赤き真実を語るわ。
By the name of Burncastle, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth.
後ろ宮クラウスは犯人ではない。
Wait, for real? Yeah, they killed themselves then. Ushinomiya Kraus is not the culprit.
そしてとっくに殺されてるわ。
And he was killed long ago. Then where the fuck did they put his body? Murdered sometime after the early morning phone call by which Natsuhi learned that he was still alive. His corpse has not been found, but his death has been guaranteed by Burncastle with the red truth.
あんたに電話で声を聞かせた直後にね。
Shortly after you heard his voice over the phone, in fact. Natsuhi's suffering is increasing exponentially. Burncastle's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was all too merciless. The lack of knowledge of whether Kraus was alive or dead had almost crushed Natsuhi with anxiety, but she had been at least capable of believing that he was alive. And now that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. With the loss of her daughter and husband, she had now lost anything she had gained since marrying the Ushinomiya family. No, even after all this, one thing still remained. If her husband was lost, then right now, she was the last person who could protect the honor of the Ushinomiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor. With her last ounce of strength.
いいえ、これで終わりよ。
Nope, it's all over.
残りの食堂の人間は全員 1時まで食堂を出ていないことは赤き真実で確定してる。
It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1
つま
o'clock.
りもう夏日以外全員のアリバイは証明されてる。
In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi. Excluding Natsuhi, everyone in the mansion has an alibi. Come on, you can do it, game. Oh, man. No. Well done, Erika and Burn Castle. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushiromi and Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushiromi and Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep.
午前1時までの1時間の間にジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの5人を次々殺害したわ。
And murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1-hour period before 1 a.m. Let me add something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi herself could kill Kraus. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m. Ushiromi and Natsuhi killed Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1 o'clock. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushiromi and Natsuhi. The girls are drowning. They're gonna die together. The two lesbians are gonna drown together. They're drowning. They're dying. In the text box. The only person without an alibi during this time is Ushiromi and Natsuhi. From this point forward, the game will proceed treating the defendant as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, the Endless Witch, this court of illusions hereby denies your existence. Oh no, the end of the Golden Witch. You have a chance to plead your case. Can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you show the possibility of someone other than Natsuhi being responsible? If you can do that, Natsuhi will stop at being one shade short of absolutely guilty. And the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game. If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven,
I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence. No matter how much you all try to pin your fake truth on her, I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent. Even without any proof. The truth is only known by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushinomiya family. My spirit will not be broken, no matter how you try to humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How can your evidence and alibis negate the honor and the crest engraved into my heart? They cannot! The Ushinomiya crest emblazoned on my heart is immortal! Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing except bring a cold smile to the Game Master Lambda Delta's face. Erika had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept. And no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. Even if that truth is a fiction, as long as everyone acknowledges it to be true. You're all bark and bluster. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try to act tough like you do, it's such a buzzkill. So I think I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to crush your bluster once and for all. What do you mean? Don't, Lady Burncastle. Isn't it already going to be overwritten with the truth you desired? Your truth and Natsuhi's should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please. Natsuhi. When did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions. The real Kinzo? Throughout his entire life, not once. Did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart? And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest. When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up.
夏希、耳を貸すでない。
Natsuhi, you need not listen to this.
そなたの心に刻まれた紋章は
No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart.
誰にも汚されぬ。そなただけのものだ。
That is yours alone.
後ろ宮家の最後の当主としての誇りを永劫に忘れるな。
Do not ever forget your pride as the final head of the Ushinomiya family.
夏日。
やかましいわ。消えなさいよ。
Just shut up and disappear.
夏日のゲロカスモース。
You putrid delusion, vomit of Natsuhi's mind.
消せぬぞ、我が魂は。
You can't erase me. You can't erase my soul.
夏日が心に紋章を刻み続ける限りな。
Not as long as Natsuhi continues to engrave the crest into her heart.
嘘つき幻想。
You lying illusion.
本当の金蔵はそんなことを言わないわ。
The real Kinzo would never say such a thing.
消えなさい。
Be gone.
夏日によって美化された。夏日にとって都合のいい夏日の中の妄想の金蔵。
You fantasy of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by her to suit her own purposes. Bright red flashes of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. Yes, the true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once thought about allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Although it doesn't deserve repeating, Kinzo had already passed away before the game began. Kinzo appearing in this game was nothing more than Natsuhi's illusion. Everything about this Kinzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was an illusion created by Natsuhi. We've been new, but I feel so bad for Natsuhi. Oh no! It's been said and read that Natsuhi is a pathetic wet cat of a woman. Pitiful woman.
後宮金蔵の信頼を生涯得られなかった真実を今こそ正視しなさい。
Now is the time for you to face the truth that you never gained Ushinomiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived. Natsuhi, don't cry.
そなたは金蔵に後ろ宮家を託されたのであろう。
Kinzo entrusted the Ushinomiya family to you, did he not? No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never said hello. Or met her gaze even once. Seriously? They never even had eye contact? Natsuhi's cry, a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had cheered her up before today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushinomiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushinomiya. The difficult days, the painful days, the days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into, despite it all. The rare happy days that existed among them. All of these flitted through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories, now crushed by Burncastle's red truth, smashed into tiny shards that scattered everywhere, buried themselves deep into her hands and soaked them red with the blood of sorrow. It was the red of sadness and truth.
以上です。
That is all.
ただ事件がそこに存在するだけで。
All it takes is the presence of this crime.
フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
Oof, I gotta say, I did feel a big pain of anger and hatred right in the pit of my stomach at that one for Erika. Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a little later than expected, Burncastle began to clap as well, looking satisfied. You feel that for all the time. The expressionless, wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with great applause. This is a Wendy's, Erika. Exactly. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Come on, Battler. Court's over. You can start Discolor. Discolor time. Alexa, play Discolor. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in the parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people.
Oi, oi.
Whoa, whoa.
となると決定的じゃねえか。
In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it?
魔女が犯人で魔法で殺人を犯したわけでないから。
Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is.
あんたなの？
It was you?
あんたがジョージを、主人を殺したの？
You killed George? Killed my husband?
どうしてよ？
Why?
どうして？
Why?
私は殺していません。
I didn't kill anyone.
私は何も。
I didn't do. In a panic and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. She really is a pathetic wet cat. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuki, and said it one more time. So I guess time has gone backwards. It's not 12 anymore. You are the culprit. Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. Red-faced and tear-streaked. So now we're finally seeing what happens after Battler sits down at the game. Alright. Red-faced and tear-streaked, Eva walked up to Natsuhi and grabbed her by the collar. Oh no, Toxic Yuri! Then, wordlessly, she slapped Natsuhi's cheek. Natsuhi, who had never been slapped in her life. Alright, y'all, confirmation that Kraus never laid a hand on Natsuhi except to kiss. Was shocked by her first ever taste of iron. She never even tasted blood in her life. It turned into a scuffle between Eva and Natsuhi. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Eva planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over. Oh no, not Eva's martial arts skills. Give them back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer! Sobbing, Eva kicked Natsuhi. It would fall into the ground over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's name over and over, Eva kicked Natsuhi and kicked her. And then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup. Then a can of black tea, whose tea leaves fell out all over her. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheeks slapped so many times that it started to swell. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Eva kicking them too. It was because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth that Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Natsuhi was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who would have protected her. And even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her. So she was now the true culprit. Eva's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently, her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted Eva's shoulder and made her take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate her, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
Natsuhi-san.
Thanks, Erika.
私は3つの謎の2つを解きました。
Natsuhi-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The whodunit, the howdunit.
そして最後の謎、ホワイダニットは犯人が自ら告白しなくてはならないと決まっています。
The final riddle, the why-done-it, must always be confessed by the culprit herself.
どうかミステリーのルールに従い告白を。
Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess. The why done it refers to the motive.
これが三流ミステリーなら
If this was a third-rate
そ
mystery,
ろそろ夏日さんが高笑いを始めて罪を認
you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess to the crime,
め悲しい過去話を始めるタイミングなのですが
and start telling the story of your sad past.
まさかそれまで私がしなくてはなりませんか
Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
私は犯人じゃありません
I am not the culprit!
誰か信じて
Someone believe me!
私は何者かに夫を人質に取られ脅迫されて
I had my
罠に
husband.
はめられただけなんです
I had my husband taken hostage, and I was blackmailed. I was framed. Natsuhi, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone, but no one met her gaze, because it had already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi and woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsuhi's, to the culprit's words.
夏日は犯人ではない
Natsuhi isn't the culprit!
我こそは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ
I am the golden witch,
そな
Beatrice!
たらな夜の闇に怯えた年頃よりはるかに前から君臨する六軒島の夜の支配者
I am the one who commands Rokenjima's night, and who has reigned since long before the time you were all still scared of the dark.
なぜわらわの罪とせぬかなぜ夏日を疑うのか
Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi?
わらわを認めよ
Acknowledge me!
すべてはわらわの犯行ぞ
I committed all the crimes!
人間が犯人ということなど断じてあってはならぬわ
It cannot be the work of a human! It cannot be! The witch illusion had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been announced. Everything had been decided.
聞こえてないわよ誰にもね
No one can hear you.
あんたは幻ただの幻想
You're a phantom, a mere illusion.
お帰りなさいただの肖像画に
Go back to being a simple portrait.
金像の幻想を親族が共有することによって生まれた儚い幻の魔女
You're a frail illusion of a witch, born when the relatives shared in Kinzo's fantasy.
それがこの世界の選んだ真実なのよ
That is the truth chosen by this world.
さあ大ラムダデルタ卿
So, great Lady Lambda
この
Delta,
魔女を語るおこがましき愚かな幻想を今こそ葬り去りたまえ
now is the time for you to bury this presumptuous and foolish illusion that calls itself a witch.
Sayonara, Beatrice.
Goodbye, Beatrice.
あなたを魔女にしたのは私のお友達になれるか
I made you a witch hoping that you would either become my friend
私の退屈を紛らわしてくれるかそのどちらかを期待したものよ
or help distract me from my boredom.
そしてあなたは期待に応えてくれたわ
And you've answered my expectations.
後者のね
The second one, that is. Damn! Ice cold.
わらわは魔女であるわ
Am a witch.
ラムダデルタ卿に認められずとも魔女であるわ
Even if you don't acknowledge it, Lady Lambda Delta, I am a witch.
私
Scary.
が後見人にならなかったらそれを信じることもできなかったくせに
You wouldn't even have been capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place.
さああなたはこれでゲームオーバーよ
Okay, it's game over for you
あ
now.
なたを葬る方法はあなたのゲーム版のルールに従ってあげる
I'll bury you in accordance with the rules of your game
あ
board.
なたのゲームでは敗者はどうなるんだって
What happens to the losers in your game again?
すでにベアトが 過去のゲームで一度はっきりとそれを見せてくれてるわ。
Beato has already shown that clearly in a previous
生
game.
きた肉の塊にしてヤギの晩餐会に放り込んで食い散らかされるのよ。
You get tossed into the goat's dinner party as a lump of living flesh and are chewed to bits.
ふさわしい最後だわ、ベアトリーチェ。
Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice.
高慢ちきなあんたの断末魔が聞きたくてはるばるこんなところまでやってきたのだから。
And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you. One by one, a massive number of unspeaking goat attendants slipped out from behind pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuhi, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view, up on the balcony, it must have looked like a huge, boiling pot of goats. That's right. This was our contract from the beginning.
そうよ。
Yeah.
あなたが私を楽しませることができなくなったら
Our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me.
その身をもって私の退屈を慰めるのが私たちの契約。
You would relieve me of my boredom with your life.
さあ、その女から魔女の座を奪い、ヤギの釜へ放り込みなさい。
Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats.
Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly. Let me hear some nice screams. You're a bottle of wine we've been saving for this day. Then remaining silent will be my final strike back at you. Uh-oh. Yes, I made her say it! The screams of those who gift me with that line as their parting shot are the most gratifying of all. Now fall! Burncastle yelling. The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though devouring her flesh would allow them to forget their pain for just a short while. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so forced that it seemed even more pathetic, greatly pleasing Burncastle. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Her hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to pass through that gateway. So they had to chew and tear her into bits, small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had intended. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human, screaming out for the final time. Then, the sea of goats parted. Where'd this red Dlanner! Holy shit, girl! Let's fucking go! Dlanner leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her long sword. Yes, let's fucking go! It was a thin slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Dlanner's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing. What's the meaning of this? Inquisitor Dlanner. My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this verdict. His name is Ushiromiya Battler. Resurrected replayer! Let's go! All of the goats stared at Battler. What do you find unsatisfactory about the court's decision? I assume you possess new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial. I get it. Dlanner is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd all be over. And I fully understand now how I'm supposed to fight. But it's that very understanding that makes me unable to fight. Because I know I can't win by simply countering Erica's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what the truth is. They killed themselves. There is nothing that time cannot heal. And there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all courts place time limits upon determining the truth. And a truth that cannot be reached within that time limit cannot become truth. Yeah, I know that. By now, everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. Aunt Eva's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, even the time allotted to us to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight and the end of the game. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Dlanner. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating that red. Why the uncertain face? How pathetic. Damn it! I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all. That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites what comes before it. Like a fucking... Is this her confirmation that this is a fucking D&D game? Real truth doesn't exist anywhere. This is a wonderful turn of events, Dlanner. Yes, the execution of a princess would be no fun at all without a knight appearing to rescue her. And there would be nothing better than having him beheaded before her very eyes. Bury the old piece and the unneeded player together! As you wish. Glory be to the great Lady Burncastle. I am the Chief Inquisitor, Dlanner A. Nox. Step forward, Ushiromiya Battler. Damn it, I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, here you go! The only reason Erika's theory is so strong... Dlanner's so cool, I'm crying. The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty. Begin, Battler. Ready to let those goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice? Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. You leave Ange out of this! Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce. No! The best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup. I'm gonna make corned beef hash out of them. Damn it! Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erika's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone noticed by chance and happened to put back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Dlanner's chest. However, Dlanner's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest. I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous.
私からご説明しましょう。
Allow me to explain.
私が扉を封印していたの。
This is what I sealed the doors with.
バトラさんがこれ紙だと思ってたんですか？
Did you think this was paper, Battler-san? They're stickers, aren't they? Erika once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper.
楽器です。
Oh, this is duct tape.
それも非常に粘着力が。
Its adhesive power is extremely
それ
strong.
にハサミを入れ切れやすくしてあります。
I scored it with scissors to make sure it tore easily. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what it was like.
それにさらに切れ目、扉と枠部の3箇所に
Furthermore, across the center seam and the edges affixed to the door and the
模写
frame,
不可能な私のサインにて割り印がしてあります。
I wrote my signature, which is impossible to reproduce. Oh yeah, I forgot about those details over the weeks.
よって痕跡を残さずに剥がすことも貼り直すことも一切できないわけです。
Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach too.
抜刀申請、石鹸、
Applying to unsheath the red key. What was the update? I mean, I can see what she's saying. Like if somebody wanted to replace, you can't unrip duct tape. And she signed it so that somebody couldn't just reapply duct tape and score it the same way. I mean, you could fake the signature though, but that's just like fucking extra. And she's the one who could easily say, that's not my signature. Like, it would take extra effort, an external tool. You could theoretically remove the tape, open the door, and then reapply the same tape later. Oh. You'd have to be real careful, because it could snap really easily in the middle. Don't even need to remove tape from both sides of the door, making the reapplication even easier. You know, you got a good point. You would have to be real careful, though. And all of these murders were supposed to take place in under an hour in 2 different buildings. Applying to unsheath the red key.
承認
Granted.
以上に封印の完全性が保証されました。
Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. So the red truth is simply truth for this game. Even if you could make an argument otherwise, once it's red truth, you're fucked. If only Dan was able to replace Battler in this instant.
ミスエリカの封印を何者にも破れずごまかすことはできないのです。
Miss Erika's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible. If you're able to replace Battler, we wouldn't be in Chapter 5. This is true. Shannon would be in handcuffs. The game would have been over in Chapter 2, the instant you said it was all Shannon's fault. I'll acknowledge Erika's seals. Oh wait, sorry, not Bind Boom, that was a wow. That was a wow. My mistake. However, Auntie Eva's seal on Genji-san's room would be different.
Eva の封印もミスエリカの封印と同一のものです。
Eva seal was of the same type as Miss Erika's. That is not the type of seal that she used for Kinzo's study, though. Oh, this is interesting. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erika and Eva conceived of together over dinner. After dinner. So they had a whole conversation where Erika was like, oh yeah, just sticking something in the doorframe ain't good enough. Dinner. Dinner. Erika fished through the chemicals in grandfather's room, saying she'd use them for forensic testing, right? Oh. He's going with what you were saying, Dan, kinda somewhat. There might have been some kind of solvent among them. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the duct tape without leaving fingernail marks. Forensic science, yeah. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. This red truth fucked it. I'm so sorry. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. Okay, Dan. So here's, I think I get it. So these are like D&D games, right? Where there's like a mystery, but it hasn't been set up yet. So you like say something happened, and yeah. I mean, something can only, a story, I'm not saying this about Ryukishi, I'm saying about this like in universe. A story in universe can only be as good as the knowledge of the people who are writing it, right? So when you're like in a tabletop game, especially in 1986, you're not going on your phone Googling if shit is possible. So when the game master, like the DM, declares something in red, that means that for whatever else is going on, whether it is possible or not, that's the truth. And if it is possible, despite the red truth, it's simply because the game master is an idiot. Or not that the game master is an idiot, just like that they don't know. But in this little fictional universe, that becomes the truth that you can't fuck with. It's not objective. It sticks quick, but sooner you try to remove it, the easier it is. I mean, this person, it sure seems like them saying nuh-uh at each other, which is funny because that's the reason the red truth was introduced in the first place, was because Battler and Beatrice are going like nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. The red truth becomes the story canon, yeah. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving any marks. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Oh yes, I'm gonna act like this is real detective fiction, and then immediately you need to rely on things that are inherently false for their premise. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Erika's... You're right, Erika's like an abomination in that way. Maybe it's not real detective fiction. I mean, maybe this is kind of meta commentary in that people were treating it like detective fiction when they were like, you know, peeling all of the first cases, oh god, Ace Attorney, first episodes apart. And, treating it like a detective story. When really it's like, are witches real? Are they not? Is more of the heart of the thing. It's like a question rather than this is a detective mystery. And so that was, so maybe this is commentary on like armchair detectives online going on their message boards and being like, it's this, and this. Seeing it like that is not seeing it without love it cannot be seen, right? Because they're seeing it without love, like it's gonna be like this. They're treating it like real detective fiction, but you know, maybe it's not. And maybe that's what this episode is trying to say, is that it's kind of bullshit when you add in someone like Erika, who does what everybody who read the first few episodes like that wished Battler would do, right? It's like, oh, if Battler was just stop being an idiot and did this, and this all perfectly, it would be like Erika, right? And Erika is being controlled by Bernkastel, who has a completely powerful, almighty outside perspective, much like the player of the game. So maybe this is not real detective fiction. But how do you know if a detective fiction... How do you know if you can't make a detective fiction with all these red truth? I guess. I didn't say I knew, I said maybe. This proves that there was no tampering done to any of the seals. Repetition requested. Yes, gladly. All of Erika and Eva's seals. Were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. Damn it! Damn you, sticking duct tape all over the place that leaves marks on whatever it touches. Glenner isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia. And also Erika and her master, Bernkastel. Just this gaggle of girls making fun of Battler. And even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. Except not to me. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. Battler, you just gotta go with they killed themselves. Now. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at the spinal stage, I am nothing. I know it's not even coming to mind because he thinks there's no way in hell his cousins killed themselves, but...
封印の議論だけで終わりですか？
Were the seals all that you had to discuss?
全力で来る約束です。
You promised to give me everything you have. If I only knew a truth that could prove Natsuhi's innocence. If only I could make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. Yeah, they killed themselves. Damn it, I don't know anything. Do you have any chance of winning? I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? Oh, you little guy. I have already lost. I am prepared for my fate. I promised that I'd kill you. So I won't let anyone else do it. I never break a promise. That's a lie. I will never trust one of your promises again. Ah, his sin! See, that's his sin! He made a promise that he didn't end up keeping. Because he took his name off the family register and didn't come back to Rokujima for 6 years. Yeah, he forgot to buy that horse. That was the promise. Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you and lie about it? After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. The sin! Kill us! Burn Castle, Lambda Delta! They had to let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing, insanely, like a broken record. Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed, Ushiromiya Battler! Battler, you done fucked up. Kill me, Dlanner! Slice me in half with your red longsword! Alright, he's cooking. I postulate a method X that can lead to someone to the upper floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge.
Erika, 窓やらを封じたと主張しているが、侵入可能な全てを封印できたことは証明できていない。
Erika claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry.
エリカに発見できなかった侵入口 X を封印できなかった可能性がある。
There's There's a possibility that Erika wasn't able to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it. Okay, he didn't cook that hard. That's easily denied.
Nox 第30
Nox is
秘
third.
密の通路に存在は禁ず
It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist.
ミス・エリカは探偵として全ての侵入口を封印しています
As the detective, Miss Erika sealed all entrances.
探偵に発見できない通路は秘密の通路です
Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages.
よってミス・エリカに発見できない侵入口は存在しないのです
Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erika cannot find.
ラウンジのエリカの見張りが完璧でなかった可能性の提示
Hey, you're sweating a little there, Battler. You don't look very confident. I present the possibility that Erika's lookout in the lounge wasn't
エリ
perfect.
カは2時間も過ごす間片時も目をそらすことなく監視し続けたのか
During the 2 hours Erika spent there, did she really observe everything without looking away for a second?
わずかの隙を突きラウンジ少なくともエリカの目にだけ触れずに通過することは可能かもしれない
It might have been possible for someone to pass through the lounge during the small window of opportunity when Erika at least wouldn't have seen them. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Lady Erika's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second.
緊急謹んで申し上げる
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
よってラウンジでの会合中2階へ上がるしはローザのみなり
Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor. But was that really Auntie Rosa herself?
何者かがローザおばさんに変装した可能性
There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Auntie Rosa.
もしくは彼女が実は大きな旅行カバンなどを持っていて
Oh wait, I was hitting the wrong buttons again.
可
Wow.
能性もある
Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it. Oh, that's creative.
Nox 第10条手がかりなき他の登場人物への変装を禁ず
Nox is 10. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues.
何者かがローザに変装することを示唆する伏線は存在しません
There was no foreshadowing suggesting that someone might be disguised as Rosa.
また彼女が人間を隠蔽できる荷物を所持していなかったことをエリカは確認しています
Furthermore, Erika verified that Rosa was not carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human being.
夏日おばさんは何者かに脅迫されていた
And Natsuhi was being threatened by someone.
招かれざる未知の客人 X が真犯人なんだ
The uninvited, unknown guest X is the true culprit.
どうしてこの島には俺たちしかいないと断言できる
How can you be sure that we are the only ones on this island?
真犯人は俺たち以外に存在するんだ
The true culprit is someone else.
Nox 第1条
Nox is first.
犯人は物語当初の登場人物以外は禁ず
It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. He was mentioned in the early part of the story. If you're taking it from Natsuhi's perspective, they were mentioned early in the story, from what we saw. Oops, wrong one. Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder. With a strange drug that can make a cut appear in the victim's neck when they die. The poison used has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi. Nox is fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin's room in Genji-san's quarters that made a remote murder possible. They used a secret mechanism that still hadn't been discovered to... Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. I just know there exists a true culprit other than Aunt Natsuhi. If you deny that, then for each character repeat in red that they aren't the culprit. Nox is 6th. It is forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition to be employed as a detective technique. You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuhi has an alibi. You're forgetting one. Who's gonna prove that Erika herself has an alibi? Ooh, shots fired. Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities? Like if a piece of evidence X that Erika hasn't discovered proves Natsuhi's innocence? Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. The story is full of malicious fiction. The story itself is a trap designed to frame Aunt Natsuhi. The story itself is a trap designed to frame head Natsuhi! Nox is ninth. Observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. Maybe I was the culprit, and I gave George Aniki and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight. And then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erika wouldn't hear. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Here we go, here we go. Let's go Battler, let's go Battler, let's go Battler in his last desperation. Everyone committed suicide. So there is no culprit. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Domain 8 doesn't discredit Battler's theory. Yeah, I guess. Like, you could argue that it's possible that such a poison existed in Hinzo's study, but perhaps the argument is that, like, the specific poison wasn't introduced as something that exists in there. It's kind of more of a devil's proof kind of thing. So I guess that's what the argument's coming from. All deaths were homicides. Okay, now I'm a bit stumped. They all killed each other. Okay, I got it. No, I don't. It was said in red that Kraus is not the culprit. Maybe Genji was killed first? By Rosa? Because Rosa was looking a little weird, right? The fact remains that all the kills were made to apparently sleeping people by cutting their throats, that by definition they shouldn't be able to make much noise. I think the bit about the poison was the one that was being refuted there. But yeah. I mean, I guess? But I feel like they might have made noises even like, you know, if you cut somebody's throat and they're still alive, they might make noises uncontrollably, you know? Like they were, like it awoke them, or they choke, right? Like you can't plan for involuntary noises, you know? Made by the person you're killing. But, I think I'm onto something, though.
Okay. So Rosa moved from the mansion to the guest house. Rosa killed Genji. Oh no, we're hashtag blaming Rosa. Rosa went over to the guest house and all of everybody started murdering each other. Oh yeah, that's right. There is a red truth that said it's impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses. So they could have also gotten him with that, but Flanner's just using Nox's commandments. Yeah, it could conceivably be used to make poison. Yes. You're right. Okay, yeah, that might be a little bit of a weak argument. But I don't think it contradicts anything if Rosa killed Genji, went over to the guest house, and everybody killed each other. And somebody sliced Rosa's throat in self-defense. Or somebody got the knife from her and sliced it. And then hid it in their clothes. Everybody was laying silently in their beds. I suppose Rosa killed them and maybe it was, well, we're not talking about how. It's like who had the opportunity, right? The how as in the methods, but not the how as in like how the crime scene was arranged and stuff like that. The person who killed them, who killed Rosa, could have flopped on the bed afterwards? Or maybe Rosa was arranging the bodies, but one of them wasn't quite dead, and so took the knife out of Rosa's hand and with the last of their strength sliced Rosa's throat. And the knife got hidden somewhere. Right. Erika didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining the corpses. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken. Okay, see, this is where it's getting real bullshit. And you can tell that it's the red truth for this particular episode. Because there's no way this red truth is true. Would this mistaken isn't the same as lying? Oh, mistaken isn't the same as lying. Okay, that could work. Okay, maybe in that case, I guess it could apply throughout the whole of Umineko, but geez.
なら身代わりしたいということもあるかもな。
And maybe there were body double corpses.
犠牲者たちとよく似た死体をあらかじめ用意してあったんだ。
They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims.
登場人物以外の死体は登場しないと知るため。
Be advised that no corpses exist except those characters who have appeared in the story. So the Kinzo that got burned to death in the furnace really was Kinzo's corpse. They just carted out. Yeah, but There's no way that the no hidden passages rule can apply when the secret passageway to Kuadorion exists. Good point. Yeah. Okay, good point, because Beatrice would say, like, this room doesn't have any secret entrances. I think she only said the mansion itself has no secret passageways. But that didn't apply to outside the mansion. They also should apply here, but when the Delta and Burn Castle have no respect. No hidden passage in the crime scene. Well, that's not what Glanner said for Nox's third. It's just that they can't exist. But yeah, I think this implies that Nox's rules weren't being used until this episode with Burncastle and Lambda Delta. But yeah, I think Beatrice said in Red, I think in episode 2, like either no hidden entrances exist in the mansion's walls, or I guess the crime scene. But you make a good point. Be advised that no corpses exist except those of the characters who have appeared in the story. Then how can you claim that Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever? Oh, we're suffering. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence or proof. Yes, desperate. What the? Damn it all! In the face of these insane arguments, all my effort to overturn the truth treating Natsuhi as the culprit is completely meaningless. But it was also said in Red that Natsuhi is not the culprit, so... Small bombs? Yeah, come out with the small bombs. Each time I brandish my desperate blue truths, Glanner and the others' red truths knock me down to the floor. It's getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender? The truth where Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit? Their red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Blanner smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. That's enough, Battler. This will at least be. This will at last be the end of the eternal torture that torments me. No, us. Let us fall together into the depths. I don't. Alright, I'm drinking water. I don't want to see Beato like this. Her Majesty is the ruler of the Golden Land, and her enthusiasm as my adversary are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and who has lost all hope. With tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at. Does your truth no longer exist? No. I have one last thing. And that is a different truth? Or Natsuhi is not the culprit? No. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I can't show what the real truth beyond that is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way. Why? I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. But I cannot present a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness, and there still might be room for you to exist. Assuming you can pull it off. But if you can't present a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity. At this point, the game master has Lambda Delta, and she's there too. This probably doesn't mean defeat in a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity as the loser. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion and where there's no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, but still, Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuhi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit, and, in other words, room for Aunt Natsuhi to not be the culprit. As long as that wiggle room is there, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. It could be you, watching the stream right now. Eventually, someone, at least, will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that this was the time to abandon myself For the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. You, watching this right now. For the sake of the real truth. It was hashtag blame Shannon Gang who solved the mystery. Well. It looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't. Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just grant me this one wish, I won't need anything else. She wants to Thelma and Louise them. Have you said your last goodbyes? I really am disappointed in you, Ushiromiya Battler. Hurry up and put him out of his misery. We still have to get to my monologue exposing Natsuhi-san's crimes. You guys really are interesting. Beatrice. Ushiromiya Battler. But I've gotten tired of you. You weren't needed in our game. Do it, Dlanner. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now in your last moments. It's a small but brilliant red truth. My last trump card, courtesy of Virgilia. Erika, this takes your theory back to square one. Go for it, if you think you can. Take this! Ushiromiya Natsuhi is not the culprit! The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof required. This will make Dlanner stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make. Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Ah. But he's not the detective. Erika is. Huh? My red truth was blown away by Dlanner's red longsword? In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, you'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erika has been following this protocol. Why can't you? True. Erika herself hasn't used the red even once so far. She's always had the witch Burncastle make those statements by using repetition requests.
あなたが自分で手に入れたものではないわ。
Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself.
超常存在から授けられた。
Oh, I got it. He asks for one last repetition request from Beatrice to say Ushinomiya Natsuhi is the culprit, and then she can't say it. Nobody can say it. There exist stories of multiple detectives, but Erika is the only one who declared herself as such in this instance. Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth gifted to you by a paranormal entity.
すなわち推理ではない。
In other words, it isn't reasoning.
でたらめな思いつきと同じ。
It's no
という
better.
ことよ。
It's no better than a random thought. In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia?
あなたがその若き真実を掲げるにはそれにふさわしい構築が必要です。
If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument.
それが示せるのですか？
Can you do that? No. It's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit, without any basis or evidence. See?
本当の真実なんて儚いんだ。
Real truth is a very fragile thing.
本当の真実なんて存在するのか。
Does real truth exist?
そしてそれは必要なものなのか。
And is it necessary?
なくてもこうして物語は進むんだよ。
Even without it, the story goes on.
バトラ
Bachelor.
さあ、バトラー。
Now, Bachelor,
あなたの示した赤を証明するのです。
prove the red you have
それ
shown.
ができないならお別れです。
If you cannot, this is goodbye. Then, this is goodbye.
ベアト
Sorry, Beato.
言うな。
Don't say that.
わらわに今日まで付き合ってくれて
Thanks for sticking around with me.
こんな血まみれの物語であったが楽しかったぞ。
It's because it got real good, and I can't stop now because it got real good. It was such a blood-stained tale, but it was fun.
それではこれにて当法廷は閉廷です。です。ですですですですですですですですですです
Okay, this is the biggest. This is the biggest. This is the biggest text box we have seen in the game, and I think it is the maximum. I didn't even push a button, Glenner. This court is now disbanded. Dead. Slander. WC has encountered an error and must be shut down. You got to the part where the text box takes over. You sure did. Then, the trial for the 5th game was over. The detective Furudo Erika accused the culprit, Ushinomiya Natsuhi. There are 3 riddles that detectives must explain. The first is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? As previously stated, it is Ushinomiya Natsuhi. Second is the howdunit. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between midnight on October 4th, 1986 and 1 a.m. the next day, Ushinomiya Natsuhi went to the cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house and the servants' quarters on the 1st floor of the mansion. It got a little Ace Attorney-y, especially from Battler and Beato. There, she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, except the trial is guilty, so this is like a game over. And for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuhi. From the sky, a massive... Oh god, we get a CG for this. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Dlanner held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt. Apparently you can lose. And this is not even a one with choices. And pierced through Battler's heart, pinning him in place while he still stood. In an instant, Beatrice vanished in a spray of gold, and her former minions disappeared as well. F in the chat for Ronove, Gop, Virgilia, and Beato. You lose every time you have to see Erika's screen. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral's center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler, with the red longsword sticking through him, and Dlanner. You know, it's hard to tell. There was a indication that Virgilia might have convinced Beato to wake up. She might have slipped in here, but it's really not clear. So, you know, I'm not 100% on that. It could still be Wattpad Beatrice. Rest in peace, Ushinomiya Battler. Wait, oh, you're right. It is Wattpad Beatrice. You're right. It is Wattpad Beatrice because in episode 4, Beato tried so hard to die, but she couldn't until the entire truth was uncovered about who she really is. And that has not happened. So I think that was Wattpad Beatrice. Rest in peace, Ushinomiya Battler. It is a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this. Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and expired. Dlanner stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral's skylight. And then there is the third riddle that the detective must uncover. This is what's gonna undo the whole thing. The why done it. You can't say why. The final riddle. The why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when it all's said and done. However, Furudo Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Okay, that's where I'm gonna end it. Woo! Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. That was really good. That was like a banger from Natsuhi shutting herself in the closet onwards. Wow. You know what? It is almost midnight. I should just let you guys go instead of raiding, probably. Goodness gracious. Where does that trial even slot itself into the story? Oh. Well, it was called the Court of Illusions. So maybe it was all an illusion. But it was, I think it did probably take the place of you know, the two people playing a game at the higher level to argue about what really happened. And I guess that was Battler's chance, since he walked in late or something. Man. Oh boy, I really need to rest after that. My throat's gonna kill me tomorrow. Oh. And I think I'll just leave it at that instead of rating because it's so late. But anyway, good stuff. I'll see you guys for Lore Sunday. Have a very, very good night. 9 hours later, okay, maybe it was a role play. That's literally this game, Tao. It's like that. Jesus. Oh my god. Thank you. Good night, everybody.